for reference. No matter what happens, I was perfect.
Yeah, the one annoying part of the circuit that becomes not impossible, like, but tricky to see because of how shit lighting is. It just absorbs all light, so it's just void.
Where are we on the schedule? Is it actually...
It's not far off, you know.
And Jake was just asking, and it looks like we're about 40 minutes ahead of schedule.
No.
Oh, Sam had a short stint, didn't he?
Yeah, he did 4 instead of 7.
But then we did
So I
have
guess-
2 minute, like... Well, yeah, it's quite a lot, actually.
But yeah, we have spent 4 and then 7.
I mean, does it also not help that the
We have
schedule, I
spent
think,
12
starts
minutes
at
in the
1?
pit stop. Yeah.
Because the
Yeah, we
schedule
spent
starts at
12
1, but the race didn't, did it?
No, it was roughly near 2, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Quarter to 2 or something like that. But I guess for Jake, if needs be, Phil can just do his double in one go, and then Jake gets in for a double, and then Ninfield is a third one, and it's like that can be quite quick.
Yeah. Me and Jake can run that on the fly.
Yeah.
Go on.
I mean, really, you can do what you want. It's just the driver minimums to consider.
Yeah.
How's it feeling, Oscar? I'm interested.
Very, very grippy and a bit weird, but that's just 'cause I'm not prepared for it to be driving with this much grip. So I'm getting a lot of the braking and the turning wrong.
Yeah.
And then in like my response to that is to be more cautious than I was being. So I think it's just a bit slow at the moment, and like I'm taking lifts out of caution and braking occasionally just to avoid what I perceive could be an accident if I get it wrong.
I ended up moving the brake pliers forward one. I think 0.75 in the end, just because it had too much turning. So you kind of try and take a little bit away from it, and it was like that settled down a little bit. I should imagine it would be another like 3 or 4% worse. It was obviously probably a degree colder and more laps.
Putting this down, sweaty in the seat, you know. Ah, fuck yeah. I like a little seat inside, it's just quite nice. I don't think about that. I think about it when I concentrate. I just concentrate and I get a bit like, huh? Welcome back, chat. Sorry for the rude removal to the other stream, but I didn't want to come up like a terrier. I'm just switching over. Me shit is present. Ah, shit. Hey, I wanted to take the BMW, right? I got overruled by the team. The team a lot of my team don't own it, so we're just driving the Porsche instead, which I hate. Not gonna lie. They dragged me kicking and screaming.
Dragged you kicking and screaming your ass.
I did. I screamed. You can't hide it.
Say, no,
you can't hide it on. Oh, sorry. You can't hide it on YouTube.
I mean, I did some light encouragement.
You call it encouragement.
Yeah, he wasn't dragged.
I remember almost verbatim you saying, "Come on, man, just drive with us." Like, what's the worst that can happen, or something like that.
Hold my beer on that last.
Say no.
What does sausage in the pocket mean? Is this some weird Misha phrase?
Haven't done it first. Were you looking like being able to do it?
No.
Is that a no?
Yes, there was no one around.
He said, you had a busy week too.
What
I
kind of
saw you
stuff?
at the Ritzy HQ yesterday. It's like, oh, okay, there's other stuff going on.
Yeah, I know. I organise that stuff and do that, do other things. It's good.
Yeah, because I was expecting you to do a practice stream or something.
So the dogs find me first, bro. Come on. Don't do that against the PS5 Jinx.
GT's has been a really inopportune moment.
Is it a Balkan thing? Do I get a lot of adrenaline? Yeah, I guess I do.
Interest, Oscar. I know you had a bit of a toe there, but I noticed Jimmy doing it as well, even in clear air, driving up the middle of the Nottingham Hole as opposed to one side.
No idea. I was just following the guy in front.
I was curious if there was like a faster line down it, over bumps or something.
In real life, you go to the left to avoid the wind. If you go right, you get just like push right, basically. I see. It doesn't matter where I am. It doesn't matter where I am in the world. Misha always finds me with the puns or something. He's always got something. I could be like in the Arctic Circle, and man would turn up. That's why he's a goat. He always turns up. I've got no idea what we're doing in the Real 24 yet. No, never on autopilot. Always concentrating. What Misha? What next? No, I always drive. I always concentrate. How cool is it to have Max doing this? So Max doing this between sessions in F1, basically. Oh man, I love Monster Jam. I lose concentration a lot. You have to just like bring yourself back. Alright, bro. See you later, man. Hope you had a good evening. Enjoy your crap fat nap. How we doing, chat? Oh man, I'm tired. How's it going?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Thank you, Sir Fock. See you, bro. Oh. How was your stream, bro? Misha, I was watching GT4 Challenge or whatever it's called at Misano. 5 BMWs got punctures. I cried. Max is in this event, but not in this split. I've just driven. I just drove for 2 hours. Oscar's in now. I next drive tomorrow. Was the M4 GT4 in this is an older version? It's not the one we run. We run a different one. Oh, sorry. I'm just sort of like my brain's like whore.
Doing alright, Jimmy.
Yeah. I'm just very hot in here.
The adrenaline's when he's leaving.
Might have.
Always give it everything, even if it's a sim race, you know.
Jimbo, got any news or apprehension about doing this for real in a few weeks?
It's easier in real life, honestly. Vertex.
2 minutes now.
Ooh. What have they done?
It's always easier in real life.
Oh, yeah.
You just have a little bit more like.
Going faster.
Stay on 16.
You just know what's going on more. You know? You just have like a feel of the car. In sim racing, it's always like, huh?
Oh, that's a toe.
Guys in 8.
To be honest, the stints go by fairly quick because it's only like it's long laps, so you only do like the corners, you know, 14 times in a stint. Each corner 14 times. That makes sense.
Did he jump or was he pushed?
I think you have like 25 sets of tyres to the 24s.
Oh, piss. I think that's it. And they haven't disconnected, right? Nope. Neither of those drivers have gone.
Anyway, chat, I think I'm going to go and get some rest. I'm
great
back
now.
tomorrow. I will sort the stream out. We'll get. I'm not sure if Batcho's here or not. No, he's not here right now. We'll wait until Batcho comes back, and then we'll fuck off. Batcho will be taking you through the night. Radio Batcho style. I know you're gonna love that. I know you will.
I'm guessing he's waiting for it to tow, repair it, and get back out. I would assume. Yeah, he's now back in it.
Oh,
So
That tells the story, doesn't it? He's jimmied it.
Out.
He what?
Crashed.
Seventh place has had looks like quite a big ding.
Hey, you
Your
crashed too.
favourite corner, Jimmy.
You crashed too, and you were 10 seconds lap slower. F. Right, I'm gonna go to bed.
Good night, Jimmy.
Bye, Jimmy.
Good night, Jimmy.
I'm just sorting some food out, so once I'm done, I'll jump on and chat with everybody for the
Yeah.
foreseeable future.
Yeah, buddy.
So I'll be back in bed.
Okie dokie.
Oh, it's not Sheffield running over a police officer. Oh dear.
Bad day. Oh, I could go for a ride.
Oh, it's Sheffield. I just realised the inmate them.
He's trying to aim for the path.
Exactly, that was the joke. Oh, lovely. Oh dear.
I'll tell you what I did see. I looked at the scores not that long
Yeah.
ago. Shane Lowry, 9 under for the day.
Unbelievable,
Put
though,
himself
yeah.
one away.
Equaled what old Shoffley did yesterday.
Thanks
Which
for
was a
keeping me
major record,
company
I think.
on a long evening shift and
Monday-
delivering
Monday
to
was-
Tesco stores in the southeast. Good luck for the real thing.
And also,
Thumbs up. Oh,
Justin
and
Rose, I
cheese.
think it was with like a 7 under
Yeah.
round as well. Put himself in contention.
Yeah, I'll just keep that Greta stream up. He's got his timing tower, which gives you the
Oh, okay.
clock for pit lane.
Sid Mason Porsche Cup car looks like it might be dead. Yeah, all gone. Yeah, it's starting to happen, isn't it? A little bit through the
I know,
field.
I feel sorry for the TCRs. I've seen most of their actions because Rizzo's shown them all. And they've just been wiped out by ET3s and Cup cars.
Why
It's like you say, oh, people say, oh, they're slow. They're not slow cars.
No.
It's not difficult just to wait.
I suppose the TCRs are maybe the only thing they might be suffering from is the fact that drivers may not be quite as fast. They're still just trying to bloody exist.
Yeah, I mean, their average is 2k, so
Yeah.
you know, but 3.2 for that's a good point. The 992 is only 3.2
Yeah.
average as well. So the only strong, real strong ones is GT3, I guess GT4s, 4k, which is why it's so fucking fast.
Yeah. Well, it's the same as they take the Daytona 24, isn't it? Really. Same sort of depth in the field. It's... I mean, the pace of everyone, like 48.8 is the best one in that car. Car behind 46.8 from one of their drivers. Current one's not quite as quick, but another one behind. So they've got 48.7. Allied Invasion, probably the slowest one. Yeah. So. But even then, they've got like their best laps have got what I've done. Like. .44.6 for the leader now. Piss off.
So stonking that time.
I feel like I need to go and look them up.
Oh, I can't do the fancy letters.
longer than 120. I think our pit stop was 127. We were driving change. Yeah, they might have been in trouble as well, so that's 8th in our class. They've only been in there a minute and a half.
I mean, they got to.
I think you might have positions at the Oscar when you get there.
Skill. Ignore that I'm going very slow compared to everyone else.
No, you're not. There's only a few people that dip below 50s. So, you're, annoyingly, 52 is a good average pace. And it's like, I scraped out of 50 and it's like, I can't do that every lap. The confidence in it to stick just wasn't there, but you know, like the cars around you are doing 56s, 52s, 54s, and then you've got the really fast people doing 46s, and it's like, okay.
Yeah. The guy that has done the 44.6 is 2.3k.
Might be a Nurburgring specialist.
Maybe.
Jake says maybe tight, so a standby would be wise.
I'm ready to a double if necessary. So
It gives them an extra hour, doesn't it? Still in pit lane?
given how much I had to dinner, it might be best to get my driving out of the way sooner. So in case I get a bit sleepy.
A bit full, are we? What
yeah.
did you have for dinner?
Mixed grill.
Oh no. Meat.
Mixed grill, yeah. When it's on the menu, you can't not, right?
Here's a classic.
That is one of the very few I've seen successfully get their run right.
Yeah.
That's a bloody cup.
Yeah. No messing about, just got the distance right, sent it through the corner and got the line right.
Well,
Gone.
somewhat fucking miraculously, what happened there is that he got it totally wrong the turn before, which gave him enough gap that he couldn't go into the mini carousel. And that probably lined him up with the best run he was going to get beyond that point.
I missed that. Yeah, we've got 7th, 8th and 9th now that have been. 9th have just returned to the pit lane and we've been in there 2+ minutes. And a pit stop is between 116 and 120, so anything over that kind of looks towards damage repair, stroke tow. Green it. 7th have been in there 12 minutes now. And seeing 440. There might be this two. I don't know. I don't know if we'll get a position this lap or it will be next lap.
Absolutely nailed that Apex.
First try.
Got it.
We will ignore just how much I missed it by. The last few laps.
Yeah. The last few laps don't count anymore. It's just this lap.
Well, technically, I've not done a clean lap yet, so none of them count to this.
Yeah, Gary 61's just going to say no.
None. No laps. You didn't take part.
Yeah, you failed.
Going to be like, this Oscar Hardwick guy turned up about an hour and a quarter, didn't set any laps and left. Weird.
Oh, they're behind us on the track. And they're for position, so we are... Got someone to race with, Oscar.
Oh, I don't want someone to race with.
He's 20 odd seconds behind you, so... It's the first person on our lap that we've seen.
Since the start of the race.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that will put us 8th.
Oh my word, Porsche Cup car on the inside.
That's G3.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? Sorry. Bloody rear end is the same
Yeah.
in the dark. It's like just this light bar.
In fairness, I didn't see the car. I looked at the relative and saw the colour of the number.
That was the right thing to look at.
Like, for all I know, he's in a fucking Formula 1 car. I can't see shit.
That was
Armfuls of understeer for no reason.
well. Yeah, just getting to that point in the stint, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's gone for a bit of the fuel.
Just needs, again, it's the problem is it's all just fucking new, so I'm having to adapt sort of turn to turn at the moment. It's just very difficult.
Yeah. And that's it. That switch with the handling, it happens very quick. I feel like.
Yep. Had to dip out of it there as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, hang on.
Yeah, with 2 full wheels on the
You're
track.
actually on the track.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, iRacing.
Why
Be
there?
fucking better.
Why there's a slowdown there anyway? I couldn't tell you. Most stupid thing. Well,
I know
that's
it's
a hard car.
I know it's a dumb thing, but I'd like to take the repairs.
If they will bleed off. Well, how much was it? A minute?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, 2 at the line.
Pulled away from the guy behind you. Little chance. Right. That will be 8th. Next lap, because Manzini is still in. It's 14 minutes so far. Green at 21.
Bloody hell. It's all good. It's all good. Jesus Christ.
I've timed this really well again. I'm gonna get happier.
Dick.
It's my master plan. I'm not going as fast as Jimmy now.
Nah, don't worry about that, man. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't.
I think my key thing right now mainly is the nerves are starting to hit, the endurance nerves.
Yeah.
Is I'm just going to try not to do what I did last year, which is spin it in Vietnam. I think from memory got on the grass on the outside and looped it. into the wall on the right. So I'm just going to not do that.
Yeah.
That's my
Fair
big
enough.
plan.
Ease in. You got time. There's no rush.
Mm.
At all. Absolutely none.
Am I in the slack or?
One a line.
Yeah, you got another one.
You right?
I was just saying a little while ago. I wish I'd taken the repairs.
Yeah.
I'm like I know that I'm sure it's the same,
Yeah.
but like taking the word of someone that's driven it for 4 hours
Yeah,
and
I
driven it
get
with
you,
the damage,
absolutely.
it's just like I don't know what's the car and what's not.
How much was left on it when you left the
Minute.
picture? Might be worth taking that the next stop then.
I would say it's up to you, and I'm not going to try and press you to do one thing or another.
It's clearly working quite well. So it should theoretically take care of itself over time, right?
In
I thought
theory,
so.
depending on how hard I hit some of these curves. Anyway. It'll be about 6 minutes of repairs now.
Given it's actually in the pits. Yeah. I've only had 2 people in the car so far.
What's wrong with these diamond? Again, they're over, well, the green cars now.
Oh, it's the green.
It's 30 minutes. The Melanzani now is at 21, so they've both been in a fair chunk. But that TCR that Jimmy scared off by flashing his light, they've been in the pits 25 minutes at the moment.
Oh no! So that's a separate one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I still can't believe they were 2 laps up on the field at the point.
They're now 2 laps down.
Oh.
Plus, whatever this is going to cost you. One more to go.
In this lap. Man, what a shame, mate, to start, isn't it? Oh.
Absolutely. Next time I'm not listening to anyone about damage boosting whether I want, just for peace of mind.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. I'm impressed you got that turned in from there.
On this channel, chatto. Tomato, tomato.
Oh no!
Faster traffic approaching. Right side, clear on the right.
It's great.
Steering is, but nothing else is, I don't think.
Okay.
That was a bad time to
Smash
come back.
bits. Absolutely no confidence in it.
How dare you? You can't blame me for that. I was even using my whisper chat. I wasn't saying anything when he Was that the race at Alton Park, MJQD, where Nicky team got DQ'd in the race? That feels like a million years ago, and partly because it's just been so long since Nicky team was streaming, right? His life has changed. I don't think I've seen someone be so good and carefree at the same time as Mr. Team. Singing songs, just being super silly. Well, I'm back. It's great to be here with you again. I don't think we've really chatted much since the Zolder 23, and unfortunately, the radio battle has begun with a crash there with Oscar at the wheel. Jimmy's looked like he was zapped after his last stint, didn't he? So, I mean, no matter what happens, even if we were like stuck in the pits forever, you're going to be stuck with me until Jimmy wakes up. So I'm sure we'll have plenty of things to discuss. But we'll see what's like when we get back. I can't believe I say this. I don't know. Every 2 or 3, 24 hours of like, well, we'll see what the damage is like. It's a long haul back to the pits. Whatever Oscar's carrying. Although he said the steering was straight, and that's probably the only positive thing we can say about it so far. But in my experience, these GT4s do bend back into place. I had a chance to drive the 718 Cayman GT4 a lot in the last 2 weeks, and I had quite a few crashes in them in practice and tiny ones in the race. Yeah, I've got 2 chats to look at. Divided it up on my screen for the pop-outs with the Twitch side on my right and YouTube on the left. Happy to discuss anything that you guys want to, or whatever pops into my brain, and we'll just try to keep it rolling here as Oscar's doing the same for his now in-lap as we're doing the clown car here for Nurburgring. It was a rough start to begin with for Jimmer's 2 stints, where he had 2 crashes on his own, and then Sam had one in a very similar spot, but as Nate said, they happened in different ways, which kind of relegated us back to 16th. We were able to claw back a few to 12th due to other people's mistakes. As you can imagine, in any 24-hour race, but this one, most of all, it doesn't get more grueling than this in sim racing. Maybe the Bathurst 12-hour. And we'll just see where we're at, Try to keep it as positive as we can. They're not saying much, obviously, just kind of waiting and seeing and hoping that it doesn't get any worse on the return. Phil's here in the background, and Bailey and Hodge and Sam Winton. No woes, stress as not driving, yeah. And that frees me up too. I thought about doing this race. It's on my sim race bucket list. I've never done a Nurburgring 24, and Bailey is doing it. Has already done some of his stints actually, and had 0 X's in his, which is awesome. Someone who claims that this isn't one of those circuits that he's practiced to death. I think he only really learned it in like 2016, 2017, and actually did a lot of practice in the last few weeks, as you would expect from Bailey. And I'd thought about it. I drove the 4-hour NEC race last week solo, so 27 laps, 4 stints on my own, and I know a piece of what Jimmy's going through.
The front split is gone. It's tracking maybe a smidge left. It'll be left front suspension, but like a smidge, it's not much.
It didn't actually look surprisingly too bad to drive after all that.
I've just not pushed. I've not tried to go quick because the first thing I want to do is steer off at the next corner.
So I just slightly top speed again, isn't it?
Yeah, it's down 10 k's. So. Felt alien, didn't have the confidence, and just made a mistake.
Ready, Phil?
Yeah, I'm all good, mate.
Let's get you in.
I thought we were the other way around.
No. Christ.
You're taking the wife thing.
Oh no, I find it just really funny. I don't know what it is about it, but just like.
3, 2, 1. Right here.
Yeah, lucky Oscar. That's
344.
going beautifully till then. That's...
I'll keep it to myself, but yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I get that.
Because we were really in the fight for the win. It was going to hurt us, but whatever. It's important to.
Yeah. I know.
My fault. I just pushed on too much.
Is it
Not
worth
that
me?
much.
It's got to do the driver swap thing, but is it worth me getting out for like the engine?
Yeah, just remove. Just take yourself out. You know, you got like three minutes
Yeah.
before you get back
Yeah,
in.
it's,
Yeah,
it was 3:44 as I got out. So if you give it 3
Yeah.
minutes and hop back in, it should be about good to go.
All right. Well, given the pit stop time as well, probably closer to 4.
Oh, that's a point. Yeah, I hadn't considered that.
Fuel's in.
Okay.
I've got the pit stop timer on Grizzle's chat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think about 10-20 laps time, maybe slightly before then. Get back in. Yeah, I mean, that should be good.
Plus side is that I think we'll be sort of like back and forth for the 8th spot, but I don't think we'll lose the 9th or 10th with an additional 4 minutes because they were sort of stuck in pit lane for a whole chunk longer, if not still there in at least one of the cases. So
Yeah, I think they're all moving again now. Oh no, yeah, Melanzani is still.
They're still there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just it'll be Red X and
Yeah.
Enzo says who yes. Who have been and gone out the pit lane already.
Yeah. On
Oh,
GP
blimey.
circuit. Yeah, they've been fun.
Yeah, coming to 3 minutes. I can see little bits on the car moving.
That's something. It did say all the damage was repairable when I got in. So
yeah, it was just cosmetic stuff. I just think I've pulled the split like from driving it. The splitter fell off.
Yeah.
So it's just that'll be the time really. They'll like the panel's going on. There'll be a couple of minutes. It's just the extra couples from the splitter. Yeah, wasn't applying any force to the ground anymore.
Nope.
I got up to flood plats, and that was the point where I'm like, I'm just not even going to push. And I'm not trying to drive it quick anymore now because I'm just going to understeer off somewhere doing something silly. The front did get away from me. The corner before carousel.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd gone in there that quickly, but it rolled way off the apex from what I was expecting. So yeah, front was hurting. Everything else was fine. It was tracking straight, so I don't think we had any suspension damage
4
really.
minutes now, Phil.
yeah, I'm gonna jump in a second. Yeah, it's got 30 seconds left.
Nice.
So if you're just joining us, Oscar had a little bit of a mistake, ended in some damage. We're hoping that it's just superficial and all
Fuck's sake, Oscar.
fixable. And I can hear him already. He's gonna beat himself up
I
about
know
it.
you'd be frustrated with yourself, but
You did all your laps though.
yeah.
I mean, it's not like
That is a plus.
as in you've done the whole stint, so you don't need to
Yeah,
jump
yeah.
back in for like 2 laps.
Weirdly, there were corners that I was struggling with in the daytime with warm temperatures that I suddenly was able to do at night, and then there were corners that I was fine at during the day, and I just couldn't. Like the number of curbs I was just clipping, and just never expecting it to turn in, even late in the stint. Like, I had a couple of big moments, and it's just clipping inside curbs.
Yeah.
Turned in twice. I just-
Yeah, bloody horrible, aren't they? When you clip those inside ones.
Yeah, like the thing is that a lot of the inside ones are just very sort of abrupt and tall.
Yeah.
Like there's a few where you can hop the nose over, and I know it's bouncy, but it's all right. Like the car doesn't kill you off immediately for doing it. But yeah, there was a few where it was like clicking inside it. Moved around a lot. And again, that's with all the stuff back to default, so it's just not anything I practiced. Even when I practiced earlier in the night conditions, I don't know what it was, but it's just been warmer or something.
It could be rubber as well.
That's the point. Yeah, I wouldn't have had the rubber in at that point.
And
So
yeah, it's the annoyance of all the practice sessions this week would be between 39 and 33, as in they all start at 39, they all end at 33, and then you get a track that's half that, practically. And it's like, how the fuck am I supposed to know?
Well, it's like we got into this race session and the temperature never once was anywhere near the practice temperature. Which is fine, you know, as weather can be sometimes, but it seems to always be the case. Like the practice is always at this sort of set cycle, rather than actually giving you the variety that we used to get.
yeah, one of those just frustrations where you go in and it's very different.
Yeah.
Like you're simultaneously trying to not be just as slow and also adapt to
Yeah, there's that weird pressure
what
of
it's
like,
doing.
you get in, you're like, okay, in my practice sessions, you know, like the zone where you were comfortable, and it's now different ballpark. So it's like where I'm comfortable now needs to be or should be 2 or 3 seconds faster than that. So it's just a case of you just easily, as you know, the car reacts more than you expect it in places. Or for me it was too sharp, so hence why I put the brake bias forward just to try and mitigate that a little bit.
Same with that the 963, wasn't it? When we got into when it was so much cooler, it was so much. My God, this thing is like, it was edgy anyway, but it just highlighted everything.
It did feel really twitchy.
Yeah.
In a way I hadn't really experienced.
Yeah. I'd sort of got used to it being a little bit slip-slidey, but progressively doing it in the warmer temps and the less grip. You get here, it's like, oh, okay.
I didn't get a clean lap, but I was expecting that really.
Yeah.
Also, that slowdown was horseshit.
Oh, it's moronic. You literally had your right side wheels had chunks of it inside the white line.
I know.
It's
Like visually, I'm just on the track.
Yeah. And again, why there's a slowdown there anyway? Who the hell knows?
What? Or rather, if there's going to be one, at least make sure the cars are off the chuffing track.
Yeah.
Like, oh well.
It's not like making much of an advantage. Because you would have lost like the bouncing of the bloody curve.
What's it? You're out there having an accident, aren't you? Really, like mostly. Very strange. What's the munchies?
Yeah, what you eating?
Munchies?
Posh sweets. Because I'm annoyed at myself. So
What brand?
Marks and Spencer's. So I'm angry at myself for having a crash, and so I'm dealing with that anger by eating sugar.
Emotional
and getting
eating.
fatter. Yeah.
Phil,
It's the best form of eating.
it's not gonna fill the hole in your heart, all right?
Oh.
Well, it might actually. I guess. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, now I'm sad. I wasn't expecting that. No amount of sugar can cure your cold, dead heart.
Yeah, that's basically what I said. Believe me, I've tried. One handful of Skittles at a time, mate.
Well, you've been trying for as long as I've known you.
Yeah, and now I'm out of Skittles. And now I have diabetes.
These are like, what's it say? Nougat chunks.
Oh, yeah.
Packed with almonds, hazelnuts, cranberries, and forest fruits. I am.
Look,
Posh
fancy.
bitch.
I thought Phil was supposed to be posh one right now.
Or I might
Like-
sometimes let a bit of this northern slip out, but remember where I'm from.
It's true.
Where on the scale of posh is a hobnob? Because it sounds high, but I
Not
don't
at all.
know.
It's a
Not
very
at all. Okay.
northern biscuit.
That sounds quite common to me.
It's a working person's biscuit.
Okay, to my American ear, that sounds like ooh, fancy.
Fancy would be like a shortbread or something. Like if you've got some Scottish shortbread, that'd be fancy.
I do like how much they charge for the stuff when it is 3 ingredients. And the
Oh, yeah,
cheapest
but-
ingredient.
Doesn't it taste fucking good though?
Well, butter, flour, and sugar. Yeah, of course it's gonna fucking taste.
Exactly. I think they should be able to charge whatever they like for that. They've figured out the golden code. Put those things together. Ooh,
I have the same liking for flapjack as well.
Or a good like artery clogging blackjack.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I go to England, I don't want to just like see the sights and oh look at this
You
castle.
want
or
to eat
something.
all
Like,
that crap food?
yeah, I want to eat the shit I can't eat at home.
I'm not sure there's Kinder Egg. You're not allowed those because you might choke on those. So
No, yeah.
you can try one of them.
What I'd say,
But I
in the
die
UK,
instantly.
You would get food that is better regulated in the US, but it
Less
is-
chemicals. Yeah.
That is all beige.
We do good beige food.
Well, our beige food is top tier.
Okay.
So everyone's favourite colour in the UK is beige. They might not admit it, but it is true.
Yes, I gotta have the battered Mars bar, you know, just to get it out of the way. Just
There is
you know.
nothing like chip shop food.
I never tried it.
It's not.
I
It's
don't
not the
want
ticket. It's not. They're not good.
The deep fried Oreo appeals more to me.
Do you know what the issue with them is? That the battered stuff, the battered sweet stuff, is that they just use the same oil and batter that they use for all of the fish and chip stuff.
Oh.
So it doesn't taste good because it tastes like fish and chips. It's not that battering a Mars bar would be inherently bad. It's that you need to go about it in a sweet way.
There's a chip shop place in Farringdon that when I originally moved, when I first moved here, Ben was like, do not go here. They are the type of place you could go, you could take anything, like a child, could you batter this for me? And they would.
I also have to be aware that like my system is not used to the same kind of ingredients and other things that you guys have, and you know, if you've ever been traveling and then you get ill, it's just the worst when you can't like be at home. So be mindful of like, well, I can't jam all these terrible things in my body because what if it just rejects them and I spend the next week just like kill me now.
I think you could go out and have like a nice, like local cake from a bakery or something. It's not going to hurt you. Just be lucky.
Okay, I gotta start easy.
Yeah, just start gentle and build into it. Would be the trick. Although speaking of chip shops that are just horrendous, when I was at university, I forget where. I think we've been out to Pembrey or something. But me and my flatmate went to a chip shop in Milford Haven, which is, and I hasten to add this, and even if you're from there, it's true, a complete shit tip. And my flatmate went in and like just decided to order a fully battered double cheese beef burger. I
Well,
was like, but why are you doing this to yourself?
you hate yourself.
Why? Why?
The only, I think the last battered thing I tried that was different was halloumi.
Yeah.
But it was like one of those things like they give you like 3 pieces. Like, can I just have one? Because if I like it, I will eat all 3 and probably feel quite ill.
I love
but
cheese. I hate the squeak.
It's brilliant. But it was really really nice.
Halloumi tastes very good, but it's too squeaky for me.
Okay.
I don't like squeaky cheese. I feel like it's the spirits of the mice mocking me or something.
Did you have bad experience with squeaks?
No, I mean my rig squeaks, by which I mean both my chair,
Your chair,
desk,
your desk.
wheel, pedals. They all squeak. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it'll be okay.
Now, Phil's off the mark.
Yeah, you've got an hour and a half, Phil, to get 5. And we're halfway with halfway, I think. And it's going alright.
No chance for rain in this. It's dependent on the cars having rain tires.
We remain, I think, 10th, were they even? They haven't pitted. But they must be behind. Oh, there they are. So 52.
So some of the GT3s had the rain tires, but
Tell you what,
TCRs don't.
I'm still on cheese, sorry.
Extra mature,
yeah.
Chen.
What? Yesterday evening I made tea for me now. And I made fried chicken burgers. And I have these like applewood smoked mature cheddar like cheese single things and just melted it over the top of the chicken, and it was amazing. And some proper American barbecue sauce. Admittedly that joke. You Americans, fucking wonderful at barbecue sauce and hot sauce. You're really good at it. Well done.
Yeah, dressing up steak in a certain way is important to us.
Well, I now will actively, for barbecue sauce, spend more money on stuff from America. Because it just tastes really good.
I know some people that adhere to the if the steak is good enough, it doesn't need something like barbecue sauce or steak sauce. And I kind of get that, but I also just love the flavor of the sauce.
I think it surely, with cuts of meat, it depends on the cut.
Yeah.
All of them can taste nice and can be prepared well and be enjoyable. But some just will have more cracking on. It's like you see all the fancy stuff with the beef Wellington that Gordon Ramsay's made popular again and all that sort of stuff. The beef in that doesn't really taste of very much. There's not any fat in it.
Yeah, needs a little of something.
So that's why they put all of the other stuff around it. So all of the flavour comes from everything else, and you get the texture. So I think it probably depends. There's probably cheap cuts of meat, putting some barbecue sauce on it,
You just drown it.
cooking it slow, putting some,
The slow part is required. Otherwise
Yeah.
it's just tough and chewy.
when I make bolognese at home, which typically, to make it fairly healthy, I'll use 5% beef mix. You won't taste any beef, so you just need to get as much tomatoey goodness in there as you can. Because 5% is just going to taste it not very much. It's adding protein.
It's that low, you may as well go for turkey.
Yeah. And particularly if you're doing it over a long period of time, you wouldn't know the difference. Because, if you slow cook it for 6-8 hours, it's just going to be a texture. No, glass eyes. The beef you had was really tasty. Beef you could not if it's done. It was good beef.
Good steak that you just literally show a pan.
Yeah.
Really nice.
I mean, in fairness, some high-fat Aberdeen Angus stuff into a burger. I don't think you can go far. Still my favourite burger that I had was in it ever. Which was nice. It was Aberdeen Angus beef burger, and then it had a haggis patty on top of it, and whiskey mayonnaise. 10 out of 10. If you don't like haggis, you're missing out. It's great.
Never tried it.
Have you tried black pudding?
Nope.
I've tried that.
It's like that, but it tastes more things because it's full of spices and herbs.
Oats, yeah.
It's just
what
more to it.
What I would say is, with black pudding, I sometimes find it to be quite irony.
Yeah.
So I'm not super keen on that. Whereas, because they do the other stuff to haggis, it's not irony at all.
No, you wouldn't necessarily know how much offal's in it because it's just got so much other stuff. It's very much an old-fashioned of we're just going to use everything type of thing.
It's Honestly, it tastes more nutty than meaty. When you eat it. But you know, it's inexpensive and lovely. Go to Scotland, haggis patty, bit of bacon, tatty scone, lots of brown sauce, put it in a bun, happy days. You're winning. Sit rep, we are in 9th. I did my best to make sure that we were about 20th, but the car held up like a fucking tank. Phil is driving for this stint, which is on his first flying lap of, I think. And we'll be in for 2 stints, then it'll be Jake Witcher for 2 stints. Phil might pick up another one somewhere there, and then Chris should be back in the car at what, sort of 7 AM UK time?
Yeah, somewhere in 7 it should be.
And then we'll...
sorry, Sweden. Yeah, sorry,
So
Sweden.
it's 5. So in 4.5 hours.
That should be 6 here. It's only 1 hour.
Quick point
Yes.
that I wasn't prepared for is how terrifying it is when the purple lights flash at you in the dark. They're so much brighter, I'm noticing them so much more. So whenever I hit a bump, I'm having a mini heart attack, going like, oh god, I'm gonna lose it.
Wait, are we meant to worry about the purple lights?
Yeah, that means
kind of
it's
do tell you
slipping.
that it doesn't have much grip.
Oh, I was reading it as them telling me that I was pushing hard enough. Like I should have been getting them on everywhere.
If you like the car slipping, then yeah.
Full on rave in the cockpit. I think I did like it slipping when the track was warmer, because it sort of like it allowed for more slip before it got sketchy, and I was probably wrestling elements of that as well.
Faster car coming up quick.
The Stappen team is in a different split. Go and have a look at the iRacing broadcast for that one, because he's in one of the 2 red line BMWs in that. I don't know if he's driving though. I don't know if the red line stream is going or not. I have no
I feel
idea.
like I'd be surprised given
Yeah, I think he's gone to bed to focus on getting rest for tomorrow.
Why is he
day
worrying
job.
about that? The sim race is significantly more prestigious.
I suppose this will be finished before the start of F1, won't it? So
Yeah.
hopefully, should be.
If anything, he should get all of his racing late tonight, have a nice long sleep, and just wake up in time for the drive of parade.
I'm going to go and double check what I've just said, because I'm not convinced now.
I think the red line stream is up now as well.
Oh, okay. I know that someone mentioned it wasn't earlier, so...
I think it went down.
Oh, it is earlier.
The race F1 starts at 2 o'clock tomorrow, so it should be just finished, I think. It'll be close.
Have they called it quits?
They're grey on the timing now.
Yeah, neither driver's connected.
It is one of those things where I reckon if, like, Phil and Jake get through the night, I say unscathed, just relatively unscathed, like you could probably take them another 6-7 minutes being a bit late and it not hurt you dramatically. But it is going to be through the night as other people's teams thin out. Like, that's the thing that I keep forgetting, is that we're in sort of this privileged position of having 9 people.
Yeah.
But like, if someone else was to have a bigger crash than I just had, it's like you're in the pit lane for 20 minutes or...
Yeah.
It's easy just to go.
Yeah, there's no one here, I'm fed up, I don't know what the car's doing, and then you just go to bed. And it might come back early in the morning, but they'll be 10, 20 laps down on it by then. So I think that there's, if we keep it fairly clean, then there'll be another 3 or 4 spots through the night.
I would agree.
Again, that's more of a speculation there, but like, everyone could be smart then
Yeah, I think we're up to about 15 minutes pit space. 15, 16 minutes or so in the pit lane.
but at this point, like, it's pretty good going to be in the top 10. That's not where we started out, so. And like, barring anything going horribly wrong, the guys in front are much quicker than we are. So, let's just pick up the pieces and take wherever we end up. It's worked to now, anyway.
Yeah. Let's just keep doing what we're doing.
Faster car coming up quick.
Very sticky this evening.
Yeah, bloody horrible.
Faster car coming up quick.
Yeah.
Right. What I'm going to do is take a quick shower, so I'll not be long.
Right side. Clear on the right. Faster traffic approaching. Car right. Clear.
Terrifying.
Yeah, I did not enjoy the start of my second stint. I think I had like 4 laps of just annoying traffic.
I think it's just after that incident I had on Bailey Stream the other day. I'm not interested in the moves in that section of the circuit.
No.
I'm just backing out of them. I've given up.
Yeah. But just straight on the pace anyway, so losing 2 or 3 seconds of that is nothing.
I'm shocked that it's going this quickly already, right off the bat. Doesn't feel like I'm doing like much different to practice. Like I'm on the brakes a bit later, and that's sort of playing into the turning point, like Oscar was saying before. But I can't like tell where the 5 seconds is coming from.
It's just rip, isn't it? It's just because the track is so long and it's now so rippy. It's just a bit everywhere, a bit everywhere.
Having to do engine checks at North Wilkesboro for the trucks because many of them were submerged over the sides of the doors in water in the pit lane.
Oh.
Water never does anything bad to an engine when it gets in the cylinders at all. It's fine.
Yeah, we rate.
Just need to turn them upside down. Let them drain out. Has the flood subsided?
Yeah. The water seems to have drained away. Like once it stopped raining, at least. But there won't be any racing today.
Just hope for a long, good day tomorrow. And see what they can squeeze in.
The race going, you say? Well, we're through.
That was
Back
just obscene.
in 9th. Got Phil
I'm
in the
scared
car.
to push it through there, given how sideways I was getting in practice. But
He's just talking there. Took over from Oscar, who unfortunately just had one of those weird accidents where you think you're on the track. He said he thought he had 2 wheels
fairly sure
within the
I don't
white
have
line.
a brake to pitch it in anymore.
And it's fun. Some superficial damage. What was it, about 5 minutes worth of repairs? I think we were up to 8. And back out. It's obviously a bit spread out after this amount of time and the nature of the circuit. But we were all the way down in 16th at our worst. So I'm still happy to see that we're in the top 10. Hope you're all doing well. Radio Bacho for this weekend, this 24-hour race. First one that I've done for the year, because the only other 24-hour race that Jimmy was around for iRACING because of his busy schedule was the Daytona race, and I did that one with Sam and Nate and Alex. And We finished P7 in that race, and we were in the 296 Ferrari.
He did. Yeah, he came back in.
And then back off again.
Just about all of us have had a go except for Jake Witcher, who's going to be on soon. I think he's going to take over from Phil possibly after his double. And if he doesn't, Hodge is around, and maybe Sam will put in a stint if they have to. And Bailey drove at 0 X's. Most of them had under 10 X's, if I recall, except for Jimmy. Jimmy had a few more. Obviously, he had a couple minor crashes in his opening stints, but when he got back in the car for his last one before he went to sleep, he did the fastest lap of our race in our team, and he looked really on it. Very few mistakes from what I saw. Maybe a jump across the grass here and there, or a scraping of a wall, but this car can really take it. And I've noticed something changed in the iRacing damage model in the last year, where there are some skips you can have, or glances with the walls, where it doesn't really do that much. And I certainly think he benefited from that, as I've discovered from my own racing in the past 9 months or so since I've taken up iRacing again. I've really had a fun time with it, and wanted to do this race, but I just did not feel confident enough with the traffic and more classes than what I experienced last week in the 4-hour solo. It's my split, which was like 9 of 17, was with just GT4s and GT3s, and that was enough to put me off for the very scary nature of the GT3s coming upon me. And I drove that whole thing in this same car, thinking that I needed to get ready for it if I could do the Nurburgring race, and decided to pass. But if you're watching on YouTube, throw us a like. This is a new section of the broadcast of part 2. So obviously, if you gave it a like in the first one, make sure to do that for this one if you are indeed liking it, and give a follow over on Twitch, where you can get updates for when Jimmy goes live on both of those platforms, to be able to hang out with us when he's live and the moment it goes live, so you don't miss a thing. Because I can't tell you how many times I get to the end of a broadcast and people are like, "Oh my God, I got here and the stream's ending." Like they feel all down about it, and it's, as you know, you watch live streams, it's always more fun to be there when it's live, so you have some kind of input. Always love to have more people around, and I seeing a lot of old names today, and some new ones, of course. We'll have many more hours here to hang out with DHR Red and the GT4 Cayman. Thank you, Pox. Appreciate it. Hey, Python, and Cox, and Joshua Jacobs over on YouTube, and cuties that we know. There's different. I don't know if it's the same pot or not. There's Pot Boo over on Twitch. MJ Cutie, I've known for quite a while. Jimmy. And Opacus 13. We're 9th in class, yes, with GT3s, Porsche Cup cars, GT4s, and TCRs. There are no GR86s in this split. That if you don't know how the split system works, a certain amount of teams want to do the race, but you can only have, what was it, Bailey said, 52 teams / cars per race. So if you got 2,000 teams or something that want to be in it, that means it's going to divide all those by average of iRating, your ranking overall for the driving you've done, and then between your teammates, and then that puts you at a certain number to put you against other people of a similar number, so that you're not completely out of whack. But that doesn't mean you can still have teammates who have a much lower iRating, and I have to say that was one of the factors, in addition to the uneasiness that I had of racing.
I've caught them 7 seconds since I got the car. 7, 8 seconds.
49s, 48s.
Yeah. It took a long time. The main important thing is you basically doubled your lead over 10th in 2 laps.
Seems to orange.
We were 15 seconds when you got in, and now we're 32. So your pace is perfect.
Hey, oh no. Good to see you over there in Twitch chat. But my iRating is only 1.5k, which is, average. I think it's right around average. Average is 1.3, if I recall. But all my mates here, like Haji was just talking, and Phil, and Bailey, Oscar, Sam, they're all like 3k plus. So that would mean I would end up dragging them down to a split with a lower overall drivers, and not that it means anything about the quality of the driving exactly, but it does say something about the pace and maybe something with the experience. It is a catch-all number. It doesn't say everything about your overall skill, but they wouldn't have been in a split like this if I were driving with them. And I know Bailey would refute that immediately because he would want to have me in the car no matter what, and I understand that, but I can't help but have it be something that goes through my head when I think about doing some of these. And my experience at Daytona earlier in the year in January with DHR, we were definitely up against some cars that people like Nate and Alex and Sam wouldn't otherwise be driving with if I wasn't in the car. I'm not saying that as a self-deprecating thing, just being above board about it.
Car stops on the right. Go left.
Yeah, we came in and pit immediately, and Oscar got his laps in order to get his minimum drive time for us having 9 people in the car through the exclamation Stints and I think exclamation team. You can see who all the drivers are in DHR Red today, and the more that you have, the less duties that you have for minimum driving. Welcome back, Sam.
That was a good idea.
A needed shower. A shower is always refreshing me.
Would recommend.
Always gonna waken me up. Well, sometimes I can get so relaxed from the shower that I want to go to sleep afterwards. But that was too relaxing.
Witcher spotted.
He is coming.
Is he?
Yep.
All over that team.
Babies who joined your channel. Hello.
And there he is.
Hello, hello. It is the witching hour.
Yeah, it comes upon us because he's here.
Yes. It doesn't matter when it actually is.
Whenever I arrive.
Yeah, exactly.
Way.
Watch all of our competition crashes.
Is it about 2 more laps after this one?
Yeah, 2 at the line. You wanted to hop straight in, or do you want Phil to do one more?
I can go ahead and hop in if it works better for everyone to stick to the schedule.
Well, you got like another 18 minutes or so, at least. Oh, probably 25 really, with it being part where it's like.
Yes, 9 drivers. I was wide-eyed when I saw that they wanted to do this. They had a charity race 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Rainbow Road charity at Le Mans, and I think they had 10. And I think my initial view is like, well, I understand that for a fun race, but I started to understand as time went on and Bailey explained of how some people like Oscar don't have the I know he wasn't feeling super well, and Nate also expressed that maybe if you could do any amount of laps, it would probably be a stint or 2, so the more we could pile in, which we didn't want to actually degrade from our seriousness, right, our approach to the race, but it would just allow some to have a go and maybe free up the schedule a little bit for those that want to drive late at night or whatever they've got going on this weekend. And I think so far it's been a success in terms of like no one's really being asked to do maybe more than they would normally, or staying out later because of trying to fill in. And again, I drove 4 hours straight last night, and that was really tough on me. I think if I drove 4 hours in this race, that would be it. I wouldn't have the capacity to get back in the car. It just drains the life right out of you.
Just that corner is like my least favourite on the circuit.
Yeah.
So just
It's tough.
variable line, the difficult entry. It's just a nightmare.
One thing I regretted is I didn't have more like sugar in my pit stops. Water alone wasn't enough. I think my brain was going right through the carbs and sugar that my brain required. So by about lap 26 out of 27 in a 4-hour race, I was not starting to hallucinate, but getting kind of goofy in the mind. You know, things just not quite what they seemed.
Yes, get the flashes on. Because it's really difficult to just drive by in a straight line.
Or to notice somebody in this, you know, you always notice the headlights.
Mm-hmm.
Even I noticed the headlights.
I suppose the plus, at least with a couple of cars, when they do flash, they don't, like, it doesn't take away all of the light, unlike on our car.
There's always.
Smug, we don't use 6th gear because it would actually slow us down. I know it seems like weirdly counterintuitive, but the way this car is geared for the ratios, it just tops at 5th in Kesselchen, and I think you can use 6th like onto Schwedenkreuz and up the hill on the Dottinger Höhe, but in that midsection from Bergwerk to the carousel, you just slam it in 5th. You don't get any engine damage from it. I think the spectator view shows a slightly different, or has a different sound and graphical bit to what's occurring in the car, so that you just keep it at the top rev range of 5. It is very silly. There have been so many iRacing events where it became a meme about like, how come you don't use 7th gear? How come you don't use 6th gear? And stuff like that. I'm not sure how Max did. We had a bunch of people come in from Team Redline because I guess their stream died, but I don't know if that meant anything about their success. I can barely even concentrate on what we're doing. So I don't know what the trials and tribulations of their team exactly, other than obviously they had a lot of drivers in their car, right, and in a GR86.
Redline are still running. Their Twitch is back up, and I think they're still running one too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess they're just having stream issues.
I'm sure the iRacing stream is still up there.
Yeah, they're showing the possibility. Yeah, I guess their personal stream went down. There were a bunch of people in Twitch chat that were just flooding in.
Yeah, that one too still.
I think anything is possible in this race, honestly. Like, even though we're a lap down and a 9th in class, but this is, again, as grueling as it gets. You're really never that far away from having a huge amount of damage that takes many, many minutes or beyond.
So, okay, mate, 11:30. Alright, lovely.
It's still early yet for evening.
No, I was just saying when I was next, what time I was supposed to be in next.
Oh, for tomorrow. That's right, it's almost 1 there. Oh, right.
Lovely.
Just to comment on what I was just answering in YouTube chat. With my minimum drive time is about 5 laps for us. There's a quarter of an equal share.
Finally done. I've uninstalled iRacing from my PC.
Else we just need to drive.
Farts is cancelled. Special event
Yeah, all
cancelled. This is all
No,
done.
those things are. By the way,
Good.
did you know that at Stroll we're running a special event and a short championship soon? The special event will be week 13 coming up, which means the event, which will be on Saturday, will take place on the 8th of June. That will involve some types of sports cars, to be
Can't do
determined.
that weekend.
we have to reschedule for.
Yeah.
So,
Yep. Pick
I
another
can't
one.
share
House
your
can't be there.
farts that weekend.
yeah.
I got
That's
barbecue.
not farts. That's okay.
Oh, okay.
That's the week 13 special event, so you can appreciate holding it on week 12 or week 1 would be.
Yeah, no, I
Even less.
understand.
Anyway,
Still can't do it though.
that's cool. And that'll be at Navarra. That's Saturday the 8th of June.
Sorry.
Practice starting from about 6 p.m. in the evening UK time, or 5
And
p.m.
that-
GMT.
And that'll be a free track, by the way.
Yes, Navarra is a free track, and the sports cars will be some combination of, not yet confirmed, GTP, LMP2, LMP3, and GT3. Some combination of those. So most people probably have something to go and play with. Following that, on Thursdays, starting week 1 of the next season of iRacing, Thursday evenings, again about 6 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. GMT, we'll be running farts, which will effectively be a 3-week, 6-race stock car championship where we'll be driving the street stocks at 2 road courses and an oval. Each evening we'll have 2 races. The second race will have a top 10 reverse, and the rules are very in the vein of Mushroom Trophy. It's about having fun while still racing properly. More information about both of those will be available shortly. The Sim Race Online or Stroll, as I'm sure everyone refers to it anyway, Discord in the coming days.
Where can
Those-
people join that?
Yeah, where can they find that link there?
Where can they find that link?
That's a bloody good question. One moment. I'm going to go need to. I'm going to
yeah.
the admin section.
You know, that is the
You
most
said
important part
questions,
of
but
this
not
plug.
difficult ones.
Where is it? Oh, there it
Can
is.
Hodge do that though? That's the real question. Can Hodge make it?
Link is incoming. At least to YouTube. Join us.
I put it on Twitch.
Go on then, do it.
Python. It's all
There.
All right. I like to think she'd be sub
When you go on,
840.
make sure you read all the rules and select the roles for the different racing sims you might like to come and play with us.
With.
Incoming!
Whether you want it or not, it's coming. There we go. We got one taker.
Yes. You are the winner. You were the first.
Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Problem is, most of these people are already in the Discord. I suspect.
Well, that's okay.
Oh no, there's another one.
Because hopefully some of the people on the Discord.
We gained an
listening.
outrageous octopus.
So my intention here is just, this is more to give warning to the folks that are
Yes.
watching that are already on the Discord. The information is not yet available on the Discord, but these things are happening.
This will be the place to find it. And for other stuff that we do too.
Is it Corsa events or the AWRC?
WRC.
Yeah, it's a good way to get
Those
involved if you've watched Bailey's or Nate's streams and the stuff that we do, or even Jimmy, who's done one of Nate's races in the side of course of this past year at Riverside. And you can find out more about the stuff that we are up to in that as well.
Yep, the one coming up next weekend at Kyalami. So,
Yeah,
Jimmy should be
Saturday.
doing that one.
That event is all full up as it stands, but my understanding is that the frequency of the second course event should see an uptick after the fact. So
We got the Mon 2.4 coming in June as well. In
There we
AC
are.
with 1960s cars and track. Ooh, Phil.
So that'll be June for another AC event, right at the beginning of June for week 13, and Thursdays through the middle of June for farts. Don't worry, it's just a funny acronym. It's actually proper stock car racing, road courses, and
I will tell you how we go about organising our schedule. One moment. Hang on, no, you mean our driver schedule, don't you? Not our race schedule. Damn it, I was going to go and take a
oh,
picture
for
of
that
my
exclamation
spreadsheet.
mark Stints.
Yes,
Bailey is always
Ah,
happy
cool.
to share a spreadsheet.
yes.
And all we did was like, Coin made this spreadsheet, where we fill in our hourly availability. And then I think it was Coin just randomly filled it in. He's like, yeah,
Yes.
we'll go with that.
Yeah. Even though Coin isn't taking part, he's here in spirit.
Providing us with RNG.
Yes.
He's very helpful. He's very helpful. And what I like as well, is everyone put in their availability. Coin just generated a stint plan, and everyone sort of looked at it and went, "Yeah, all right." Just didn't question it. Just like,
Pretty much,
okay.
yeah.
As I was telling him before, having the
Well-
9 of us, it made it a lot more flexible.
We were available, so
Yeah.
I must admit, I never put any availability on that.
No.
Because someone was just saying, we'll just put Jimmy down for the night. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we know he has more experience with it now. I think he did his best driving in this race in the dark.
Yes.
He
He's
crashed,
now,
yeah.
he has no excuse left anymore.
Yep.
That's it. They're gone.
It's racing at night if comes up.
Yes.
Faster traffic approach.
Oh, so when Bilstein came used to do it, you're not too good to do the night stints. I see. Say paying, not paying. Allowing for partnering, is probably a better word.
I know people with normal vision say that seeing in the dark is easier in real life than it would be in this game.
Yeah, you're in the environment, so it's not so
And the lights-
jarring at times. So
The light scatters and
Yeah.
does things that it makes it easier for you to pick it
Yeah.
up, right?
your eyes refocus where they can't in the game.
Well, that's it.
That's where
adjust.
people then stick up the gamma on the screen. But I think as soon as they do that, the car should get like 120 kilos added to it. Like, if you want to drive at night, drive at night.
I turned the brightness up and not the gamma. Is that cheating as well?
Yep.
120 kilos for you in the bin.
What's the point of driving at night if you then make your screen as bright as possible so it's not dark?
Well, it is still dark. I can't see. Like, there's dark patches between me and this Porsche, for instance. Like, I can't see.
I think the problem is that your eyes won't adjust to it in the sim. Like if you're racing around here at night in the real world, your eyes will adjust to the lower light levels and do a better job of seeing things that your headlights are bouncing off of. Whereas on here, your eyes don't adjust because it's just how much light the screen has. So like, basically there are just pockets of darkness that the light will never pick up because that's just where the settings are in the game.
Sorry, Oscar, to interrupt, but Jake, are you ready to go?
I'm just like, hey, I normally just bring it up because
Yeah, at the end
iRacing's
of
auto
this lap.
exposure isn't too great, really.
Yeah, Witcher.
Well, got a little time.
Yep.
He's on the server. He's joined the server.
Gonna go and post the SRL schedule in how we plan that in the YouTube channel.
Farts.
Yes.
Farts. Yeah.
If I didn't know better, I'd say that the sun is starting its ascent.
I suppose it should be.
3:30 in
I
game.
can see some very faint pink in the sky. Coming from my left now as I run up to the North Loop.
Not on Grizzly Street, it's not. It's still
Bloody
just
pitch black
grey.
here, but oh, no.
grey and dark.
How much have you brightened it up?
No, I'm
+5 in game, that's it.
Okay.
oh, piss. No. Ruin my camera trying to look for things, goddammit.
Take it easy, Python. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Those pointing it out and saying it's fake, which it is. FARTS stands for Fast Annual Racing of Terrible Stock Cars. Please join in.
Thank you, my friend.
Please.
Please click the link.
Please join in. It's just 3 Thursdays.
It's just one oval.
If you win, I'll give you $10.
Really?
Yeah, genuinely.
iRacing dollars.
iRACing dollars.
Yeah,
They're
you can't
actually
go.
worth
Can't
it.
go
That's
buy
not real.
Skittles with them, Bacho. It's,
I can't. I don't. I'm out.
I demand Skittles as my prize.
Hey, but Bacho, two of the 3 rounds are on road courses, and all of the content will be free.
I'll
So you're
think about
fresh
it.
out of excuses.
I've never driven a street stock before.
It's like
it's a joy.
it's like an MX-5.
Sounds like it.
It's just like an MX-5.
Except not at all.
No, it's rear-wheel drive.
Okay.
It's got gearbox.
A gearbox.
It's got
Yes.
4 wheels, and you can and you can drive it on tracks.
Wow.
And it's
It
quite
helps.
it's quite similar speed to the MX-5.
I was trying to keep my iRacing career like a gold star road racer, you know, where I never touched an oval in that game ever, and I don't know if this is quite close to it.
If
and
you
just-
only do the road course rounds, you still would keep that up.
Yeah.
That's true.
You could be a ringer, Macho.
I could be the Boris said of
Yeah.
Hmm.
You there, Witcher?
Jay.
Yeah, he contributed to the chat like 10 seconds ago.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't hear him.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
Oh yeah, it says idle time's only 1 minute. On
Whatever.
Oh,
There you go.
Oh, there he is.
there he is.
Jake,
Hey, Jake.
Jake, you ready?
Yes.
Lovely.
Lovely. Sorry, I literally got up just to turn on my overhead light, put it on dim.
And yes, Mike, I did say we did say eSports WRC. We do the WRC.
Yeah, always more the merrier for that, right? You know, I just pile in.
Yeah. I mean,
And
Mike will absolutely crush us, but yes.
Oh, we don't want to invite people that can beat us. Ugh.
Yeah, no, Mike, sorry, no, we don't do anything. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the point
All
as well,
events
actually.
cancelled.
If you're good at iRacing, you're not invited to farts.
Yeah. No.
Oscar has to win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oscar has to save his $10 somehow.
Oscar, what just made you more mad? Like a 23 hours older officiating, or any of the stuff you ever did for OISM?
Oh man, that is such a
Like which
difficult
one? Which
question.
one generated the most hot rage?
Some of those OI sim races, Oscar was literally like steam out of the ears.
Like where you didn't get very many green flag
I would say-
laps in.
I would say probably OIC. I had flashes of rage, and only in the most recent 23 hours. Well, in the 2 before I didn't. In the 2 before it was fine. I didn't have any issues. The most recent one was problematic. But running OIC, yeah, I mean, they weren't flashes of rage. They were
Fast the car coming up quick.
periods of rage, if you like, for any number of reasons. We had a particularly bad season, which is a mixture of people thinking that they had talent and not having, and driving the Gen 7 NASCAR as it had come out, so it sort of experienced 3 or 4 updates through a 8-week season,
Clear.
and that put everyone through a loop, really, because you never knew what you were going to get week to week with the setup, and like it was always just really, really tricky to deal with.
Yeah, and I can't see myself being like a particular shitter in your league, because I do respect you. I think you have good rules. I've been in other leagues where I've been kind of problematic because I maybe thought the admin was a douche, and I couldn't help myself. So I don't know.
Give it a round, actually. You might
Okay,
see
yeah.
differently about.
Maybe we'll see. Yeah, and maybe if I feel that that jerk-like behavior is starting to emerge, all right, maybe this isn't for me.
No, like with all of it, really, it's not aimed to be like the rules should be things that people understand fairly simplistically, and like particularly for the oval stuff, like we developed, me and a group of others developed rules for that over a long period of time, and then when their development was getting in the way of my vision, I developed it further from that point. But yeah, it's just like when we did the Formula Ford Cup thing, there were no issues there. Like the rules were good, basically was good. So,
And my
like,
stats would never show that I did an oval race, right?
no, not if it's supposed to.
Okay.
Not if it's in the
You really want to keep that?
I wanted to be
zero.
zero. Yeah.
no, it's never going to doing any of the league stuff or host stuff won't show up on your licenses. Or if someone like looked at your profile and your stats,
Right.
they wouldn't see the league and the hostess.
Yeah, I don't want to be judged.
No.
That's right.
Yeah.
I would know.
Yeah, that's true. If someone's gonna stream it. Hmm.
Mike, the stuff that we're talking about would be on Stroll. There's not any championships Oh, I see what you mean. There's not any championships going, but any of the EAWRC clubs will be in the EAWRC section into the info channels.
We're currently sort of just doing events. We've been waiting for various fixes and things to the clubs before we do anything else. So
Fill into the pits.
now that they've done a couple of other bits, we might do some. We shall see.
Lovely job, Phil.
Nice job,
Yeah.
Phil. Well done,
Yes.
Excellent stints.
Phil Baldwin,
yeah, I think
phallic
it's just-
Batman, handing it over to Jake Witter.
Crashed less.
Phil. Yes.
Yeah, crash.
Yeah, you are net about 13 minutes.
I think with the EA stuff, because there's all sorts of things we did in the background that basically just rely on them, I don't know, developing in any fucking club's functionality.
Yes.
And I'll say that from a sarcastic place as possible because, I mean, just Dirt Rally 1 club's functionality, stuff they've literally done before.
Yes. Now then, Jake, do you want us to shut up for a bit, or be less chatty?
Yeah, if you don't mind, at least
George?
when it gets started.
It marks a good point for me to go and have a shower and go to bed, really. So I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and I will be
Yes.
back in a handful of hours to see how it's going.
Good night, Oscar.
Good night,
Bye,
Oscar.
guys. Bye,
Bye.
chat. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
User disconnected from
Like
the
Jake.
channel.
Like Jake.
No joke. Thanks.
Cool. Just to note, the brake bias is more rearwards than it was on the default setup. I just spotted that.
I adjusted
Because-
it when I got
Oh,
to the
you did?
car.
Okay, gotcha. Alright. I thought it might have been something Phil did with ace. There is a lot of grip. Very fast.
Yes, the Witcher. Henry Cavill, get the fuck out of the way. We got Jake. Maybe we can make the Netflix show continue.
I will
Jake.
apologize for all the time I lose.
Oh man, honestly, don't worry.
I've crashed
Cool
it.
about
It's
it.
fine.
Jimmy was first but crashed twice, so, you know, it's...
Oh.
Like, yes.
That's the second time.
That's why we are where we are. The second one was a little bit bigger. I shall shut up for
People had issues searching. Good to see you again, by the way. Long time name from these broadcasts. But like we saw one person where I think they had a hardware failure because they were stuck in second gear, and they spent like the entire lap at full throttle in second gear. You can imagine the speed difference between all the GT3s, Porsche Cups, and that compared to them. They seemingly burned out their motor and got back to the pits, sat there for a while, and then disconnected. So there's one way. Another, I think it Fluke Plots or something. There were two GT4s that had a crash at the same spot, but not together. Like one had an accident, and then moments later the other had the same crash, irrespective of the other. Hard to know if like the yellow flag or something triggered it, or there was a banana peel down or something. But for whatever reason, they both I think they had an accident like into each other from that. So that was bizarre. And there's just been a couple other like weird things. So no like on track overtakes, but no, that's just the nature. That's how this race goes, doesn't it? I mean, we don't see a lot of our own class in these things. A lot of just the faster ones coming by and just keeping up with what our competitors are up to from the kind of own individual slices of time that are out there. But good to have everyone here. And the 718 came, and someone asked before, why do we pick this car? And I don't have a good answer. I guess I have, like, why I wanted to drive it, and I think why Bailey did too, is that it's just quick enough to keep your attention, but not slow enough to get bored. Like, the GT3 itself, where I'd say on like a Grand Prix track, pretty easy to drive most of the time, as long as you don't have like some knife edge setup and you're trying to take everything to the millimeter everywhere you go. You can push any of those cars pretty hard, but this thing is very smooth. I find the envelope grip quite wide, and I haven't driven any of the other GT4s, so I can't compare. But for this one, the tire model reminds me of iRacing from a few years ago, for the more modern cars, where it is great, and then once you cross over that threshold, the grip coefficient, there's almost like no give in the slip angle to be able to correct it. I think I've had like one mini half spin that I was able to save in the 30 hours of practice I did in the last 30 days for this race, and it was on my run to the right-hander before carousel. I always forget the name of that one. All the others where it would happen, like Schwab and Schwantz, and where else would I have spins? Up to Adenauer Forest, or through Miss Hit Miss. It's just like once the fronts would go or the rears would go, you were just a passenger into the wall or the grass or whatever. So I like how easy this thing is to drive overall. Supposedly the Mercedes is the best car to drive for whatever the BOP is, and not that I give a shit about BOP, but you can't drive that in this series. And I have heard a lot of people say, why not the BMW? So that must be the next best or the best in this current crop or something. Yeah, right. MJ knows too. Like, there's just a certain level. Yeah, like NASCAR 2003, it feels old school in that way, and I've never driven a Cayman, never driven a car in general, but there's that stigma about Porsches, right? Certainly for the 911s, but this Cayman has that characteristic of, like, once the rears want to overtake the fronts, you just hope and pray you don't hit anything. And fortunately, we've had 4 bonks in this race, 4 self-imposed ones, which has relegated us a little bit, but we're still in it, and this thing is very repairable from what I've seen. I don't know if all the other GT4s are as easy to put back into place as this, but Oscar's hit was pretty hard and knocked the splitter askew, and it's all back up. And we just watched Jake go through a particularly tough spot on cold tires. This section here on an outlap with the track temp, which has been in the low 20s, is just going to make it a little difficult. You have to be slightly more careful into the high-speed bits.
What
The BMW doesn't crash as well, you say. Interesting. You did an 8-hour stint in a GT3? Damn, Jason Taylor. Of Jason Taylor Racing. I'm proud of you. That's amazing. What was your routine in the pit stops? I was talking before about how I just had water for my 4-hour solo, and that was draining enough in something that's not quite as fast as a GT3. But, like, did you have any snacks, energy bars, or like Gatorade or something in between just to keep your levels kind of even or something? Can I tell Jimmy that you want Maurice back? He's clearly the best driver, and he'd be huge with the Stints. I haven't seen Maurice in a while. I obviously Jimmy hasn't been streaming as much lately. His life's pretty busy, and he talked before about how that sort of pull for streaming and stuff with YouTube is maybe evolving a little bit, and we'll have to kind of wait and see how that changes. Don't want to speak to it exactly. He talked about it like after his first 2 stints. But yeah, I haven't seen Maurice to know like where even that fella lives to be able to jump back into the seat. And it's cool to have people that have been around enough to remember those streams and see all that stuff in the past. Maurice is a good penny. Very repairable is an essential quality for us. Yes, I'm for anybody. You can't. It's hard to have expectations in an event like this when there's so much that's out of your control.
Always nice to get that first run around most of it.
Yeah.
Just done.
I always found myself giving a big exhale when I hit the old ho.
And dirty dotty ho.
Yeah, I'm actually having a pretty good day for being able to read chat, and I've divided up both YouTube chats and pop out, and I've made them pretty large, and I'm not struggling too much to read, at least today. But remember, every time you talk to me, if you don't know, my name's John Bacho Grande. I've been Jimmy's friend for over a decade now, and doing streams like this, where I get to talk to all of you and host through the night.
6 to go.
And I have extremely poor vision. I have this rare disease called retinitis pigmentosa. And there's other people on YouTube that are really famous that have it, that make a lot of really great content, that do a great job of normalizing what that disease is. And for other people who have vision issues, people like Molly Burke and the like Matthew and Paul channels that I've really gotten into the last couple of years. And the latter one only recently, honestly, and I really like some of their content. But it means I have extremely narrow vision, like a pinhole, like 7 degrees. But I only have vision in one eye right now because I have cataracts that have fogged over in my left eye especially. And it makes driving in iRacing quite difficult, but it's actually one of the last games that I feel confident to play, partly because of the accessibility options that I turn on for iRacing, and another because I'm just super confident in driving. Something I've done for like 20 years in just about every sim that's been out there. And not every week, not every track, or every car or lighting condition do I feel comfy enough to do races, but sometimes they line up perfect. You know, like driving in the dark at Nords is great. I mean, sometimes I even kind of forget that I have an issue with my vision that makes it so narrow, and how all the colors become really weird and bleed together, and the sort of options I have to use inside of the game and NVIDIA control panel to make it work. And so that I had a great time in the GT4 here during that week, or at Portimao in the same car. But when like Suzuka came up for Super Formula this week, I couldn't do any of the races. There was no color that I could turn the driving line to, or brightness or contrast that worked where I felt safe. And in those instances, those conditions, I just won't drive. Right? I only want to drive when I feel like I can do it properly, as Bailey often says. And so yeah, sometimes I just have to pick and choose. Like, okay, I'll do MX-5s at Lime Rock or something, because that's pretty easy. The rain aspect has made things a little more challenging in some ways because of the how the clouds can roll in, and so maybe the conditions I set at the beginning of the race work for me, but once the bank of clouds or the rain showers start, maybe the line isn't as visible now, or I can't see the cars in front. So I really have to be on my toes and be dynamic for it, and realistic about what my chances are. Just like walking around in real life, if I'm not confident about what's in front of me, it's hard to take that step where you think, oh yeah, I got this. I know there's something in front that I can put my foot on, and no different for being in a racing car. And so like in the rain races I've done, where I have to follow behind somebody with the amount of spray, I'll start backing off from them quite a bit because I don't want to run into them. I don't want to crash. I don't want to ruin someone else's day. So I'm still managing to have a lot of fun inside of iRacing, but a lot of other games on Steam I basically had to put on the back burner until I eventually get an eye surgery, which has not been confirmed yet, but I have an appointment coming up in 2 months, and that should be the last appointment I have before the actual surgery. And I can't wait for when I come back on to do one of these and can just tell all of you who maybe don't keep up with any of my stuff on Twitter or on Twitch for the streaming that I do there, to hear like how it's gotten better or something, or like what changes I've been able to make in my life to increase my ability, because a lot of you have been extremely supportive and helpful and just giving me great messages, encouragement along the way for like the many years we've been able to chat together, and to let you know along my little journey how it's all gone. And in doing that, so many of you had told me about your stories and similar things with maybe vision or hearing or physical things, and it's amazing what we all can relate to each other for and hold each other up to be able to do something that you feel that you can get some meaning out of and some joy at the same, and feel useful, or you know what I mean. And I feel so fortunate that Jimmy gives me the space to be able to chat, keep things moving, share a little bit about my life. But honestly, the connections I get to make with all of you, if I end up seeing you in one of my Twitch streams, or just the little exchanges we have back and forth, means the world to me. I can't tell you how that stuff has helped me along to this point, and hopefully beyond. Also feeling half blind, but the size of the text, it's all blurry, and I'm only 45, and yeah, Cloudman, I'm right there with you, obviously, and there are some days where I get that same, like, everything's blurry and I can't make it better. It doesn't matter how huge the text is, and I have to start thinking about text-to-speech programs, screen readers, other tools that are out there that I've become aware of because of some nonprofits that are available to me in the United States. I live in the state of Oregon, and I think it's just better. Every state has a commission for the blind, and if you can go to them and talk to them, they should have a budget to be able to accommodate you for like your day-to-day life or your work life, anything like that. Like they've got the funds to dish out for those things. Like I was able to get a device that helps me invert the colors with a camera to invert like my mail or other items I get for being able to read certain things in the physical world, right? Because obviously it's a lot easier to blow things up on the screen, which reading stuff through a browser. But sometimes I get sent a thing, snail mail, and I still need to read it, and I can't look at a white background thing. So if you're not already looking at those resources, or you just haven't been sure about that, and you live in the U.S., I know that stuff's there. I know Canada has that, and the UK, and I would hope a lot of other countries too, if you're able to reach out or look through what services are available. And if you don't have that in your country, I hope that there's some other organization out there that can provide some assistance if that's what you need. Love you too, Aaron. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You too, Marty. Quite eye-opening. I appreciate it, Ambient Mike. and now I honestly cannot drive Targa Florio anymore. I put that track to bed at the end of 2023, and it was bittersweet. I gave it one more drive in R Factor 1 for the thousands and thousands of times I've gone around, and it sucked to think like, okay, maybe I won't be able to drive this anytime soon, and maybe after my surgery I can get back to it again. But like there was that big event that GP Laps and others were doing in R Factor 2.
But
Getting around the track, I guess.
Yeah. All good. It's all good.
And I was able to peek in on some of that stuff for GP Labs was driving and go like, oh yeah, I still know pieces of this track and remembering all my memories and the times I did well and the bazillion times I didn't, running into some trees that were solid and some that weren't, or down endless pits of green into areas you'll never be able to pull yourself back out of. Like even all those crashing memories are still really warm to me because I love that track so much.
Lovely stuff. 5 to go.
My favorite go-to
Good start.
Yeah, man.
Very nice. Happy with that. Good benchmark.
The track
There
is
a
just
corner in there somewhere in the dark. That's bloody horrible.
the part I have a hard time with is the exit here, like knowing
Yeah.
like how far I can push it.
I was saying earlier, for me, the GP circuit is worse than the night in the North Slopers because there's just less landmarks to see.
Mm-hmm. Hey Tim, Johnny Tim, good to see you, mate. Got 9 drivers? Yeah, well, we got a lot of people in DHR, and not everyone wanted to drive 4 to 6 hours a piece. Some only wanted to do a stint, maybe 2 stints, and we found a way to accommodate for everyone. And now that I'm in it, I'm really glad that we did. The energy in the chat for the TeamSpeak and the chat for all of you has just been super chill the whole time, even though we've had a couple hard luck things that have occurred from just little mistakes that we made. It never felt like, the people that made them are gutted in that moment, but for the rest of us, it's like, this is just gonna happen. It's hard to avoid. Having a clean run at this track is extremely difficult. That's why I'm super proud of Bailey for getting 0 X's for someone who doesn't drive this a lot. But my favorite go-to combo is Targa Florio and any Alfa Romeo inside of the Historics mod. But second to that, more realistic, would be, anything at Bathurst, honestly. I would run a lap of Bathurst if I could, but MX-5s, GT3s, I would drive anything at that circuit. There are so many. That's why I was upset that I couldn't drive Suzuka this week in the Super Formula car, because damn if I love that Super Formula. And that, Motegi, Fuji are fit with that car for obvious reasons. And I like just having a piece of a real world schedule. That's why I hope that they can add Sugo and Topless to this game, so we can complete our whole set of Japanese tracks, and then maybe one day they'll add some GT500 cars.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah, that one.
There was a person in town that had Braille newspapers delivered back when I was a postman. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there's still a lot of Braille out there. I do not know how to read Braille. It's one of my regrets now that I'm in my mid-40s that I didn't learn, and obviously my brain becomes less elastic over time. It's hard to pick up new tricks, old dog new tricks, etc., etc. And I don't know if I'll ever get to it. I read a book by someone named Andrew Leland, who I think he had a different. No, he had the same disease as me, retinitis pigmentosa, and he's about the same age too. And he described how he taught himself Braille, and then he's just very slow at doing it, but he's very happy that he can do it when he needs to, or just one of those skills he wanted to have in his tool set, and it inspired me a little bit. That book was called No Country for Blind Men, I think. I get it confused with No Country for Old Men, which is obviously very confusing, not the Cormac McCarthy book. Give me 1 second to look up what it was. No, it's called No Country for the Blind, and probably not going to be a popular book. But if you really wanted to know more about the experience on a literary level, you know, more depth than what I can give, because he did a lot of investigating into the communities, the history, why the laws in the U.S. are the way they are, the different groups like Foundation for Fighting Blindness, the different schools of thought for how you train for mobility and blindness, whether it's like basically like SEAL team training, right? Like they want to be able to drop you in a city at a random location and you can tell by the way the sun hits your face what direction you're pointing and where you need to go, right? Like you're given like all these tools. It's like being in the French Foreign Legion or something. And then there's other schools like in Connecticut where they train you like how to memorize stuff, how to do routes, memorize steps, so you know, have those routines in your head for how you're going to do your life from day to day, as opposed to that hardcore just deposit you in the middle of the Amazon and you have to find your way to safety, right? Like, I have not quite decided which of those I'm more amenable to just yet. The prospect of like a get yourself out of this jam obviously causes a bit of stress if I think about it. But it would be a great thing to have in your back pocket. I got shot at once at my neighbors. No, I don't think that counts. It's like, you've not been to Bud's train. I wanted to visit Oregon for years. I was really into a bunch of Portland bands. Nice, yes, a lot of great bands have come from there and still are there. The Wipers being my favorite in the late 90s. We never managed to get there. I still encourage you to. That place feels like time doesn't really evolve, and I mean that in a good way. You know, you still like record stores and thrift stores, and all of that that you might have seen in shows like Portlandia, and that there's a lot of truth to that show and things you might have learned even from 20, 30 years ago about the place. And it's a really diverse state for biomes, you know, where a lot of it is desert, some of it is very green, it's a nice coast. And if you're elsewhere in the States or another country, we always love to have people come and visit and see how beautiful it is here. I know. For some of you also, where I just go into a mode where I just give soliloquies, I apologize, but I get on a certain topic or something and I just kind of keep going. That's basically how Radio Bacha goes a lot of the time. But I will pause and read your comments, and you always have an ability to steer it in a different direction. I'm also just trying to fill time because like Jake's here driving. He said he wanted it to be a little quiet while he's doing his thing. Bailey's watching, and it's great being able to witness as I'm on the server live for once, because a lot of these races I was never able to pay attention one-to-one with what was happening in the moment, and I can, having iRacing and some of the content here, to see Jake getting more and more comfy as he drops down into the little carousel and spits his way back out up to the right-hander, which is just a little crack of the throttle, especially in these temperatures. In the low 20s, you get a lot of grip. You just have to have trust that you do. Made a little bit of a mess coming back onto the Donegal. That one is really challenging as GT4 because it's not flat, and knowing when to just give it a lift and ensure you're gonna get through. Oh yeah, that was another one. Yeah, that Bailey talked about. Sometimes you never know if the pit limiter is going to turn itself off on a driver swap. I've seen that happen in our team more than once. Just one more thing on our list of 10,000 things to remember. Thank you, Jay Bennett. Love you too. Thank you for being here.
Bloody pit limiter.
Thank you, Bob, for not feeling it. I just didn't feel it. I like to think that, no, I'm not going to use that as an excuse, that my guitar playing is calloused my fingers so much that maybe I'd have a hard time reading braille with my left hand. Honestly, I've never even attempted, and perhaps I memorize stuff fairly well, and maybe I could get all those bumps seared into my mind's eye and make that connection through your nerve endings in your fingers. You know? I've had to transition to just doing audiobooks. I think a lot of technology has come to me in a way that would have been, that my life could have been more difficult if it were 20 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever. Because different apps for phones, again, those screen readers and other devices, the accessibility stuff through Windows, different programs to turn every website into a dark theme, which I try to do. I cannot read a web page that has a white background. A lot of that stuff, you know, I've had to figure out on my own, and the majority of books being turned into audiobooks is a godsend for me. I'm glad that there are more people who love audiobooks more than those of us that have a little vision. Does AMS2 have historic Bathurst? Never driven there. I watched enough footage. There's one specifically from 1967 for Bathurst, and it's incredible how the layout's the same. It's just everything around it that is highly, highly dangerous, as you would expect from anything in the past, where it just being like dirt runoff walls. There's like a really low wall in between Reed Park and McPhillamy. I know that there was some disastrous, fatal crashes there in the past, and you don't truly appreciate. I like to think that there's a lot of tracks like that you don't really appreciate until you actually drive it in a sim, because we can't go back in time. You know, you could see it as, you can understand it intellectually when you watch old film, but you know, flying past there in an old car that's always slipping and sliding underneath you with bias-ply tires, and you look at that outside wall and you go, oh shit, I really hate to remember that. That's some of the best things that sim racing can bring in that historic content. No, yeah, I've never tried that old mod either, MJ, for RF2. Classic Le Mans layouts, there's AMS and AMS2 have a pretty good one, I think, from 66. And there's a scratch, I believe it's a scratch made one, I can't remember honestly, for Assetto Corsa that I know we're going to run in Sim Race Online Stroll event in a bit. We're doing Kailami next week with Nate. I know we did a plug for that league and the Discord for Oscar's series that he's coming up with that's called Fart. With the super stocks around a couple of road courses and an oval, but there's other leagues in there. And one of the races we were going to do was a 2.4 hour at Le Mans, and that's one from the 60s. And yeah, same as I was talking about with Bathurst, the incredible perspective that you get for that track. And there's a lot more footage of Le Mans from back then, obviously, for it being one of the biggest races ever, even especially back then. And yeah, Project Cars 2 as well. Yeah, one of the few games in the pantheon of racing sims that I skipped, the Project Cars games. Remember, you can do exclamation stints and I think exclamation team. See all the drivers that are alongside Jimmer, the 8 others for this 718 Cayman GT4. Got Jake Witcher, a longtime friend. I've known Jake for at least about 10 years now, from racing in virtual online races, VOR, which doesn't exist anymore, and old sim race online, through our mutual friend Garth Ken, who's not with us anymore, but we've stayed friends ever since, and some of the other folks that we've known from there still hang out with us from time to time, and we like being able to keep our connections to all the people we met along the way, you know, even before we met Jimmy, and what all of our lives transformed into, you know, with the rise of the channel and Jimmy getting to do so much stuff. I say this every few 24 hours, but I can't believe I'm saying it again, of like, he's one-upped himself in the real world again. He said he doesn't like things to remain static. He's always looking for the next thing to do, and he found another one. And being in the Bilstein M4 GT4, not just doing the NLS, and I cut a handful of NLS races last year with Misha and Steve Super GT, but doing the granddaddy of them, this race, the 24 hours of Nordschleife, but next week with the same people. It's incredible. I watch Nords 24 like a lot of you every year, and it's going to be a particularly special one for me to tune in and hear Heinhoff call out Jimmy Broadbent at some point, or maybe he'll just call him James Broadbent. I'm not sure, but it's a real. I'm just so proud of him. I can't say enough about how ecstatic. I haven't really even thought about how exciting that's going to be until this moment, and I'm getting the goose flesh just thinking about it. Yeah, Phil was saying that. He's seeing a little bit of the sun poking out. It seems like it should be about time, doesn't it? Petition him to call him Jamble Wankelborg. It was about 4 years ago that somebody approached Heinhoff and tried to get him to say, I believe this story is true, tried to get him to say, no Punterino, please no Punterino Jimmer. And I believe Heinhoff at the time said, I'm not saying that. And honestly, I don't think he knew who Jimmy was, and that's no, you know, why would he, right? The Heinhoff is going off to a different race every week practically. I don't know how he keeps it all straight, but I know he knows them now. I think it was on video too. I have a small film in my mind that plays of him being like, "What are you talking about?" That was the expression that I saw on his face. The pride of Somalia, yeah, that was a fun moment too. That's in the Wikipedia, isn't it, G-Hammer? Whatever other stream that was during COVID that somehow thought he was Somalian. We ran with that for a long time. Gonna order your first direct drive wheel. I'm excited for you. That's gonna be great. Everybody talks about like what a big moment that is in their sim racing life, and there's so many of those, right? You maybe your first wheel, and then your first wheel away from that, maybe a rig, but getting a direct drive wheel, that kind of shows like, okay, I'm super into this. I want to be a little more serious, spend some serious money on a peripheral. You know, all the other gaming we do. When do you spend that kind of cash on a game? And
This is strong stuff, Jake.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good to go.
I wish you luck with the DD. Yeah, he's really doing it, Go-Go. Obviously, sharing with teammates and
It's
that,
definitely nicer now. Straight into purple.
What a jump, Harrison. G29 to Moza R5. Congrats. When they think that the Jimmy Wiki is for real. Yeah, let's not put a disclaimer on there ever. Let someone else suss out whether it's true or not. Whether or not Joe really does have a head or not. I was going back through my notes the other day. I have like 100 pages of just notes I put in a Google Doc, and I saw the original sentences that I came up with for Joe's backstory. I must have typed that in the middle of the night during a Le Mans or some other 24-hour race years ago. And how all those things become part of the lore and stuff that we just continue to talk about. I love all those through lines, connective tissues to the past. Yeah, Pot. See what you're saying there on Twitch. It's wild. All the SRO stuff. My life goal is to make Heinhop say it. Just imagine the Ireland crew asking, this is from Fernando, saying, Jimmy, did you really learn Spanish on Midweek Motorsport? He was on there like a few weeks ago, wasn't he? He was on there after his win in NLS. Yeah. That's what you want to ask Heinhoff, when you're going to do more Pro Street racing? I wonder what memories he has of that. It's such a random thing of hearing him in a Need for Speed game. And part of how I know that is because Jimmy streamed it. You know, in all those years of just coming up with ideas for content for the streams, not just, you know, the Gran Turismo stuff, which is how a lot of folks came to find him when he really hit big with Gran Turismo 3. But he'd be like, "Oh, I'm going to play Need for Speed Carbon, or I'm going to go through all the Pro Street games and Hot Pursuit, etc." There are a lot of those games that maybe I kind of knew about, but I almost feel like I played them just because I sat here and watched Jimmy go through them. I get it's such a service from so many broadcasters for playing games that maybe I wouldn't touch, or that I don't have the nostalgia for, and they do. You know, like a Rhino GT4 and playing Gran Turismo 4 or Colin McRae Rally 2 or something like that, where it's like, oh, I get to see how much you love this game. Bailey and Toka Race Driver. I never touched those because I was a PC gamer, but I was doing a lot of Grand Prix 3, Grand Prix 4, Grand Prix Legends, GTR 2, and I just didn't have. I don't know, it just wasn't really something on my radar to play Toka Race Driver. So when I watched Bailey go through the game, I'm like, oh man, I would have loved this 20 years ago. Why didn't I play it? I think it's really hard, though, to go back and play a game that's retro that I don't have a memory for or an experience. If it's something I'm already kind of like in my past, it's an easier sell for me to give it one more go. Let's try this one more time.
Halfway.
Nice. Just another 12 hours.
Yeah.
Basically a sprint race at this point, right?
Absolutely.
We'll wait till it gets to 6 before we say that, right?
Oh, okay.
Red flag it and then time extend it.
That one, I like you, Bailey. That was the more surprising aspect of the Spa race. You know, I understand it was in the rules, but for you and me, who've been watching it a while, I just couldn't remember like when they ever had time extended a race before.
No, never seen it. Never seen it.
I'm used to like the Fuji 2-hour, you know, where it rained too much and most of the 2 hours was behind the safety car, and they said, well, that's it. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, no, that was. I think it was a really good call in the end.
My only complaint is that they
If you got the
didn't say it
option
earlier. I know some
Yeah.
people might have left, and I think you were saying when we were watching the race, it's like, well, how come the people in the booth weren't talking about it? Yeah, it felt like they learned it pretty late into like, oh, this is a thing we can do? We can make the race go on longer?
It makes me wonder if the race director sort of, oh, actually, yeah, this is an option. Let's do that.
Yeah. I mean, what, it was an hour and 40 minutes of red
Yeah.
flag, so.
Yeah.
I know not everybody was happy about it. Ferrari, for instance, but yeah, it was a great idea. I'm glad they did.
Yeah. I think, I said either way in that situation, someone had been screwed. But there's no perfect solution to it. It's impossible to have a perfect solution.
Yeah, with the amount of energy that some of them had left.
Yeah.
Right, and they got running for a lap or however it ended up, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and for those that, you know, it's obviously, you know, now we know that pitting before the red flag turned into an advantage with what they did. But had they not resumed, those that pitted before the red flag had been screwed over. So it's like,
yeah,
there's no, again, it's just how it is. Someone will get screwed somewhere.
If you don't know, Chad, we're talking about the latest WEC race from Spa, the 6-hour race, the second one of the championship season, which I encourage you to watch the rest of them because they've been really good. Third race, sorry, because there was Qatar, 1812, and Imola before that.
Yeah, it's been really good. I want them on now. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, another month, and the popularity of it just seems high. You know, more people watching. Obviously, the Valentino effect, like Jimmy was talking about before, is a big part of it. But the amount of hypercars, the variety, the talent, and having cracking races too. Yeah, it's been great to watch.
Yeah. We're glad to get this race over and done with. I can focus on Le Mans again.
Yeah.
Bring out the old games again.
Oh yeah, which one? Oh, would you play like the that 24-hour Le Mans game, or what's it?
PS1, PS2, yeah, both of them. They're both going to come out again over the next month. Le Mans Ultimate co-op sometime in June.
Yeah, Le Mans for Bailey is
Hopefully.
like the Super Bowl and the World Cup, like all wrapped into one for him. It's like this is it. This is his thing.
Yes.
You're pulling away from the car behind.
Gonna last
Gap
all
is
June.
7.6 seconds.
Yeah.
God damn right it is. And then I'm going to be sad when it's over. 2 to go.
Used to host Choco 3 races with friends. Nice. Do you still talk to any of those friends, or do you know if they kept up with motorsport? Like, when people get into racing games and then that further extends them into watching real world racing, that really warms my heart because that's kind of how it worked for me, too, right? Like, I was able to get my hands on the thing and understand it on a deeper level. Like, I don't know how I would ever memorize a circuit if I didn't drive it in a sim. If I just watched it from the TV, I'd be like, oh, all right. Like, it'd probably just kind of bounce off of me. It's like, no, I know how the corkscrew goes. Sure, it looks kind of dramatic on TV, but it's not quite the same as the blind drop off to that left and that funky right as you catch the camber just so, you know, and then I get just a little piece of what it's like to be a driver. Yeah, GTR 2 was great. It did not run well when it first came.
Shaky. You wanted to do a double now, or just a single and then Phil get in again? Go from there.
I'll do a single for now.
Okay. Right with that, Phil?
Yeah, I'd honestly rather that.
Okay.
Get mine done, and I'm feeling very weary.
Okay.
So I'm happy to stay up with Jake, but I'd rather get the actual driving done sooner rather than later
Yeah, got
for
it.
concentration purposes, especially around here.
Got it.
Jim, yeah, you're just in the NASCAR. Yeah, I got into more racing games. Okay, yeah, that's awesome. took it to as my gateway drug into racing. I like the way you put it. No, Indy 500 is going to be taking place in iRacing the same weekend as I'll be at Nurburgring 24. Can you imagine he's not going to do the real life Nords 24 and then jump into his hotel room or whatever and do Indy 500 with everybody else in iRacing? I know he's loved doing him in the past.
Just noticed there's Mr. Pittock over.
Yeah, he's back again.
F197.
No.
Another game that Jimmy's played on stream a lot. He's hit the Canadian.
I think Jimmy said he won the, what was it, the Nurburgring 24 Hour last year.
Yeah, he won last year in the Ferrari with freaking early.
Not won the performance.
Didn't like the way the cars spun in Gran Turismo 4. I played a lot of Gran Turismo 3, but one thing about the Gran Turismo games, it drives me nuts sometimes. Like, even if I'm just listening to Nate play it or Jimmy play it, is the sound of the tires. And I mean, the sound of the tires in Grand Prix Legends scrubbing is also like nails on a chalkboard, basically. Unless I'm driving, then I can kind of tune it out or use that scrub sound to give me some, some idea what the car is doing in games that didn't have much or very good force feedback. Yeah, whenever I go back to watching streams of those Gran Turismo games, it's always the scrub.
Still there. Clear.
Millimeters.
I kind of get this is how they have to drive, because obviously they've got to get on with their own race, but it is spooky.
Oh, it is.
And they
Yeah,
come
it's-
through every time. Even when like you facilitate it, you're worried that they're just going to overshoot the corner and drive into you, because it's
They're just
really
really
little
scrubbing.
margins. Yeah, exactly.
Look, that move's going to always happen, but it'll always be a bit, even at low speed.
Yeah.
Bones over on Twitch saying Daytona USA got me into racing. Turned off the game and the 97 Daytona 500 was on. I've been obsessed with cars that go.
The worst one I had was through the left-hand kink just up here. I had that one twice, cars coming through at that kink. And it's just, you can't stick to one side of the circuit.
Yeah.
Like, their car can do it, our car can't do it. You'll always bobble to the middle, or have to take the middle one. It's even more spooky. Go right.
Yeah. Still there, still left. That's the out that just passed us.
Yep.
And he's towed.
Ooh. That's an interesting one.
Hardware
failure?
Yeah, I don't know about hardware failure. I just lost it a little bit. Oh, maybe actually. Yeah, the wheel like locked into place a little bit and then came back. Of course, he's trying to correct it and he's looped it.
And it's like locked itself in the barrier.
Yeah. It's done the iRacing. Hello. That is a dead Share Esport Red.
That's a shame. Let's see that one.
Yeah, I mean that was hard one. Just the way the wheel locked for a second.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Oh my god.
No, I never played the grid games. Yeah, I was just in The Sims by the time those were out. Because I gone from Grand Prix 3 to Grand Prix Legends, GTR 2, and then R Factor, and then I was held on R Factor for a long time. Kind of like if you play Assetto Corsa or know about the amount of mods and the content manager, custom shader patch stuff for Assetto Corsa. That's
what the actual race for the overall lead in this split. Bailey. I don't know if you paid any attention to
No,
it.
I'm just watching Jake at the moment with the 10th place right up his ass.
I've seen it hover around like 10 to 20 seconds.
Just hoping he's going to be sensible and wait for the straight. He looks very aggressive. Oh god. Alright. Well done.
Yeah, you're all good, Jake.
Yeah.
That looked like Jimmy's earlier, didn't it? It just went so late.
I think of the touches you had with the wall, that's about the best you could ask for.
Alright, guys.
That's alright.
That's all right.
It's in one piece. He did. I was concerned about. He was looking so aggressive. Just.
I think it's just kind of like those side.
Straight, Lucho?
Yeah, wheel straight, or same as you got Damon on the left side. That's it.
It was just a little brush, wasn't it? Really.
It was
Yeah.
extremely light, yeah. But just making sure.
Given what it survived from Jimmy's last stint, right?
Top
Fair
speed is
enough.
actually fine. It's 1.1,
Yeah.
so. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure if he was packed up underneath me and just got very deep.
Yeah, he was just looking aggressive, wasn't he? Ready, wanna go?
I was gonna say, I'll say it to you, Chad, but if you're like being able to just kind of glance the wall
Oh, yeah.
that way,
We're at
with, like-
exactly. We're at 50x with 11 hours and 44 minutes to go.
with that kind of slide and slip and hitting it flush but not hard is like it doesn't really do anything. And I've unfortunately had way too many moments like that. Just just fucking around and practice and trying to learn the limits of the car, and those are the ones where like you'll hit the tell me the damage button and I'll go, no, your car looks fine. Obviously, the same kind of hit in the real world, you probably have something that would break. But to iRacing standards, I think they've relaxed that that kind of impact.
But I napped my DC off button last night.
Something I should really do.
Especially with these cars.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
No rain coming. That's arriving in the first week of June. And they would still have. I can't remember the P-Cup doesn't have wet weather tires, right? All the tracks inside of iRacing have been modeled to have the rain. Even the ovals, if you can. There's a weird, hacky way to make that happen. I've watched a few streamers who've had some wet weather events on ovals.
well,
So now it's just dependent on the amount of cars all getting a tire that can work in the rain, and they kind of front-loaded it with the more popular ones like the GR 86, the IMSA cars, the Super Formula Lights, stuff like that. I think one of the Formula. No, that's right. It doesn't need it. It can run in the rain. It doesn't need wet weather tires that are already pretty cut through anyway. So there's quite a few that have them. I can't wait to see what something like a MX-5, like the Advanced Series of MX-5, or what the Production Car Challenge is going to be like with wet weather. Oh my god. I mean, the people in that series are maniacs in the dry. Heaven help them. Same with the IMSA Pilot Challenge stuff with LMP3 and GT4s, it is mayhem in those races. Certainly if you're in like middle or bottom split like I am, and add a little bit of moisture to it, well, I don't know, maybe I could win one of those races if I could just keep it on the tarmac. I want to win a wet weather race so badly through attrition alone. That sounds like something I'd like to check off my list. No, there's no karts in iRacing. There's a few other games that have them, and like Kartcraft. That came out several years ago. I don't even know if that's on the horizon or not. Yeah, I know Tim here in chat, and we talk about PCC quite a bit. And Tim drives a Mustang in that series, and often doesn't have to deal with a lot of the PCC drivers because he's at the front, right? And maybe he would catch some stragglers. But being in the MX-5 and maybe in the middle to front pack of the MX-5, when I end up racing against broken or maybe some slower Toyotas, the racing gets really complicated for the very subtle differences in your speed, and then you wonder like, well, why is this GR86 back here with me anyway? Why are they racing me so hard? Wait, which of these cars has a higher top speed? Oh, it's me in the Mazda. You know, you just have all these like strange questions and trying to get to the bottom of like what is happening in this race. And I've pretty much sworn off of ever doing a PCC race again. I had a handful of an Okayama that went so poorly that and Rutskogen too. Those two tracks for PCC were nightmares, and I thought these are terrible for my rating, terrible for my safety, and my state of mind. Anybody that sticks with it and has a good time in PCC, bless you. I wish you well. It's a little too hectic for little old me. I love the mix of cars, but they're too close in pace in some areas. You know, even like the Mustang, it's not better than those cars on the brakes exactly, and even through mid corner, it needs to get up the fourth and fifth gear to really pull out any kind of a distance. But yeah, but like the Clio GR and the Mazda together can share the same space, and depending on the skill levels, you know, who knows who's going to be faster than another one or where they're going to show their speed. It just makes the racing very complicated.
Faster traffic approaching.
This is the Night Podcast. Yes, Renar, you've made it to Radio Bacho. John Bacho Grande here, as I often am on these 24-hour races. Good to have all of you here. Cool if you want to hang out while Jimmy's asleep. And got Jake Witcher in the car, and our 718 Cayman GT4. Got Bailey hanging out. Kind of keeping it a little bit quiet. Sounded like Jake wanted to concentrate, and as you see that car whiz by, you know, really got to keep all your wits about you. Driving the track isn't enough. Trying to figure out where the faster cars want to overtake you, even irrespective of where you wish they would overtake you, is a lot to handle, a lot to keep your mind on. So I'm just chatting with all of you while they can't hear me, so we can continue doing our thing while Jake does this work. I got Phil Baldwin getting in the car next. Jake just doing this single to start with, get a little warmed up. And Phil said he wanted to get more of his stints in sooner rather than later, and as it continues to get later and later in the UK. And one of the advantages to having some folks in other parts of the world in your racing team, like Jake, that his hours are going to be very different.
How
So
about you just
you
worry
can own the
about
night.
what you're doing, and I'll worry about what I'm doing. You don't send me a message.
Yeah, I literally
Go straight away. Don't worry about it.
we're basically pitting anyway.
Oh, come on. No.
Got it, you got it, you're good.
It's really tough to manage, John.
I think team earlier.
I don't know. People watching, if you're doing an endurance race, don't message cars asking them to get out of the way. They'll do it. I feel like if someone asks me to get out of the way, I'm less likely to do it. I don't know if that's just me. Or I'm less willing to.
Especially if we're in the third sector and we're getting to this bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're still running our race.
Yeah. Ready. Into the pits, please. Nudging.
Oh, did someone respond to that message?
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Lazy spin there. Let's take a look at that. Learn
No
from
harm. No harm, no foul in the end.
3, 2,
And it seemed like it was really easy to do in this car.
right here.
It's always the thing when it gets grippy as well, is it? When it goes quick.
it. Got 30 seconds of optionals.
It's all right.
Really not affecting the car, but
It's like a UFO, Lunar
Sort
Weasley.
itself out over the stops. I should think.
I'm gonna try running with a bit of a lower brake bias this time because I found myself getting quite a bit of front locking and scrub on the last run.
Locking?
Not
Oh, you meant the
I was going to say.
the lights that I was in the TC
Right.
were,
Okay.
were lighting up. And
I had it at 25 negative.
I've
One click.
I moved it to -1.
Mhm.
I don't know if
I was going to say it might be worth starting at your usual and then working from there, given you don't seem to have done it before. Is all.
maybe.
How you feel? and
Especially
then
the
sort of-
first lap.
Yeah.
I wouldn't touch it the first
It won't.
lap.
It won't have a problem turning on the first.
Yeah, I'll just have to remember to do it on the straight, just because I don't have like
Yeah.
a mapping for it. I'll
Yeah.
gotta do it manually.
Yeah. No problem with giving it a go. Just sort of ease into it. I'd say.
It's not that sharp.
We're still P9,
If you
Shadows.
practiced it, it would probably be like a roll game.
Is that just me?
That happened here as well. I had a black flick as well.
Yeah, okay.
So you would
Remember, if you're watching on Jimmer's stream and you see the standing sound in the corner, that the first number on the far left is the place that they're in, and it's going to be different for
I think I said it earlier.
the classes.
Thank you again, Tim. Now that I know you're there, because the compression sleeve thing I would not be racing without it. At
Oh,
all.
that's cool. You got a little help for something.
Yeah, I had this problem around my right elbow and muscle, forearm muscle. It's been there for the last 2 or 3 weeks, but it's just been getting worse. And yeah, without it, I wouldn't be driving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good work, Tim.
Yeah. I think it was Tim again that said it anyway.
And Lunar Weasley had a comment about just looking at the pit entry, like the situation of the walls and the narrowness of it, and thinking it's kind of dangerous, right?
Oh yeah.
Just kind of comes out of nowhere. And someone else said Watkins Glen is another one. I was trying to think of what are some other particularly nasty pit entries.
Yeah.
Spas is a little weird, right?
It's slow at least, but it's horrible to drive Spa's entry.
Yeah, narrows and the walls are close to you.
God damn it, Phil.
Both ends of Spa's pit lane is horrible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Coming out the source, and if you do the 24-hour layout going up the hill is kind of weird.
Oh god, yeah.
Coming out with the cars going almost top speed.
So on second thoughts, the entire Spa pit lane, 24-hour or GP, is horrific.
I think Bathurst pit entry is is annoying. I don't like the way the chicanes through.
Yeah.
It's like a chicane to try and slow you down, but it doesn't. You just drive straight over it.
Yeah.
And the button
so
to
it's
get
just-
on is really late too. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. You go around the corner and then you accelerate again. So they'd just be better off bringing the pit lane speed limit before that chicane and then get rid of the chicane. Just bring the speed limit forward.
And as we know, that country's like crazy about pit lane safety, and meanwhile the entry to that is diabolical. Road Atlanta's pit entry I find particularly dangerous.
Yeah.
Well, especially given you got across the track as well. You've got multi-class situations. And then
I remember being murdered trying to get into the pit lane.
I've seen enough just in iRacing where someone comes out 10B on the left and they go, "Oh, I got a pit," and then a faster car is coming up to him. And Kyle Lami's entry is weird. It's fiddly. Adelaide's, well, David Coulthard isn't a fan of the pit entry.
Silverstone's current one is probably one of the better ones.
Oh yeah.
Straight line in, you're on the racing line anyway. So
I thought the one even at the old pit complex. Was
yeah,
pretty easy too.
Yeah, the Luffield exit is fairly straightforward.
I really hate Daytona's pit exit,
Yes.
where you have to lift to go around the left.
Well, since at least now the limiter isn't till after the left. Previously, it was you were going in there off the limiter, and oh god, I've got to brake and downshift. I'm going to look like an idiot.
Who said Austria? L3 Clark. I agree. The pit entry for Austria. I always felt like it should happen earlier.
Well, it's either earlier or later, like it used to be. The earlier one, where you got to hold that tight line around the second last corner, is horrible.
Yeah, but where it is, I feel like someone might slam into me, or I don't know.
Yeah. At least with the you remember how it used to be, where it's just that little bit later before the last corner. At least there you had a bit more speed, and it was a bit more open. I'm sure they didn't like it because of proximity to walls and all that.
Actually, the more that we're talking about this, I'm like, my God, there's a lot of dangerous pit.
Yes. Is there there's no worse exit than pit exit than Sebring. Sebring is pretty terrible coming out. Another one of those where you got to cross the road to get to the pit entry as well. Oh my word! I never had the pleasure. Bloody hell! I suppose that would make probably, from a driving sense, probably a little bit more sense because you haven't got to get off the racing line to get to it. I suppose.
I don't mind Le Mans pit entry, but I know it catches a lot of people out.
I quite like it because it's one where you can make a difference.
You have a lot of run up to the line, yeah. But people, they overcook that first one and they're off in the sand.
Oh yeah.
You know.
I think it's one, rather than you can make a difference, I think it goads people into think they can make a big difference.
Yeah, true.
Oh, China's exit, yeah. Much like Le Mans exit too. Anything that has kind of a quick turn one entry, where you never and like you were saying about Sebring.
Cool. That was a great.
Oh my god.
That just into turn one. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh right, it went parallel out. Yeah, before they made it go all the way out.
Just spat you out onto the race. Anything that spits you out into the racing line is a pain in the ass.
And into Lagos as well, the old pit exit to turn 2.
Oh, in the middle of the S.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Beautiful.
Brands Hatch? I've never had a moment at Paddock Hill coming out, but I could see where it would be.
Awful.
That Seoul International Circuit's pit exit was shocking as well. That was basically like a slower version of Sebring. You just ended up in the middle of the double apex one section on the outside where someone is always going to be.
Well.
Brands' entry has a chicane in it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Donington exit?
Yep. Which brings me on to the Valencia exit.
Yeah.
I don't.
My word.
I don't mind Montreal's exit, I guess.
It's okay now.
This one.
It's a slower. It's into the middle of a slower corner, isn't it? So the person on the take in the corner shouldn't actually really be anywhere near.
Yeah, and it's slower than Magny Cours because that right-hander, you're going like 4th gear, 3rd gear.
Well, pretty much daylight now, Phil.
Yeah.
You turn your brightness down.
He's looking.
They're like putting sunglasses on
Putting
if you
his
haven't turned the
retinas
brightness. Yeah.
Oh, no, a good shot. When I first did IMSA at IMS Road, the exit for that one, I always thought I was going to get tagged.
There's nothing good about that circuit.
I don't mind it.
It's fine until you get to the last 2 corners. Basically the 90 right and the 90 left. It's a bit. They should have just carried on using the bank.
Yeah.
If it had the older turn 1, like not the 90-degree piece of crap for turn 1, and then went around the bank, that could be a fun little circuit.
On Twitter, I saw some overtakes from the 2000 race of F1 at Indy there, and there were some great moves into that. And I was like, oh, I'm kind of missing this layout a little bit. I don't miss the middle part of that old layout though. Those slow corners.
Yeah, see, the only problem with that layout was the hairpins, really.
Yeah. Even at the time, they called him Mickey Mouse.
Oh god.
They're a little bit clumsy. Yeah. But it was funny, just like the difference in performance of cars through those 2 corners where
So flashy.
probably saying hello.
Zolder's entry, yeah. That the 2 tough right angles.
Well, the main problem with that is like you could be in a queue of people. If you're pitted and everyone in front of you's not, you're screwed. You just have to brake where you don't have to brake otherwise. So Pang's entry was awkward.
Oh
You
yeah,
have to
you just fire
randomly,
off.
yeah, just randomly find it 3/4 of the way around the corner.
I love when the camera would be at turn 1 and looking back, and you see a car in the background look like, did they
Go
crash?
flying. They go flying off. Is that Mark Webber again? Nope. That's.
Is Kimmy's seat on fire?
Oh god.
I hate road. The more I think about Roadlands, is probably the one I hate the most for entering and exiting. It's because the pits are on the wrong side.
Yeah.
They used to be on the other side.
But then you'd enter.
It's safer this way.
Well,
I suppose it's the bit like I was just gonna say, the pit exit on the old one straight into turn 1 racing line.
yeah, I know. Yeah. Where I'm like, can't we make it go all the way to 3? But I think that about Sebring. I think, can't you just make it go all the way to the next left-hander?
Well, the truth is, the Road Atlanta pit lane is in the wrong place on the track entirely.
Yeah.
It needs to be on the straight. Like,
Yeah.
a bit like Mid-Ohio's actually, as well. Like it's in such a cramped space. Ideally, you'd have it on the longer straight, but
Yeah, Mid-Ohio, where you're like side by side with them at the apex.
yeah. Although the actual entry and exit in Mid-Ohio is much safer. Like it's much more defined, at least. It's after turn 1 and the exit, and then see the entry is off the racing line.
What about Barber's entry? It's been a long time since I've driven that.
Kind of similar to Mid-Ohio, actually.
Because
Bit
kind
quicker,
of,
but,
yeah, it's in the second to last turn and kind of flips out.
very similar to Mid-Ohio, just quicker.
Long Beach pin entry, diabolical.
Not so tricky. That's what you got across the track, haven't you? If
Yeah.
it's a class race, but yeah.
Weirdly, the Long Beach one reminds me. What's the second name? Another short one that they don't go to anymore.
Oh,
Line Rock. Line Rock. Is another one that you just arrive at high speed and go, here's an entrance.
Yeah, it is.
I'll have one that we don't have a lot of experience with, but I get to watch a lot as a topless. It just angles off the last corner at this like severe angle, and whoa.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That is an entry. I thankfully only ever did it in that 1 6-hour race.
I watched an NSX in our rewatch of Super DT from like 2000 or 2001 that hit the sign that said pit entry because they fucked it up so bad.
So I remember the Knock Hill pit exit.
Oh yeah. Algarve's pit exit from I did the GT4s there, and I thought this could be really bad. I never had to do a pit stop in anger at Algarve,
Yeah.
but it really dumps you into one of the most critical corners on the track. That is that
Yeah.
first right hander. I do not like that curve.
Very tricky corner. I suppose the thing it's an interesting exit because it creates conundrums at the apex when, especially if you're close to other cars. It's sort of, how am I going to position myself here to not lose position?
Sugo's is it's okay. I mean, you're going up the hill, but it's another one like we were saying where the racing line dumps you on one side,
Yeah.
and you got to get to the other side.
We got a comment from Grizzle's chat, like
Oh.
from Trudis about Watkins Glen. Why didn't the pit entry start before the last one?
Tradition.
Yeah, because it's another one where you're just at an apex, but you're then
Yeah.
keeping tight. And the
Like
person behind
bring
you
it
could
in.
just run you over. Go.
Yeah.
You have to really show with your body language
Yeah.
what you're trying to do. Or like coming out of sunset, right? At Sebring.
Sunset at least isn't quite as bad because you're going slower, but it's still awkward.
I really like that. I never really thought about like how shitty all these pit lanes are, and I'm like, I could do this all day. Like,
Yeah, it's like an endless list so far of like, is this good? And like, no.
But I think it shows like the evolution of racetracks that have existed for a long time. Where if you look at newer Tokadromes and stuff, they generally have okay pit lanes. Although, like Hamilton probably isn't a fan of the Chinese Grand Prix pit entry, but
Yeah.
Probably doesn't mind
I
now
would-
it's no gravel though.
I would say
you're right.
there's a mixture that you got a few that have like a decent both in and out, but some are like you're okay going in, but it's shit like coming out, or it's shit going in but fine coming out. It's like it shouldn't be too difficult to. I think because obviously I mentioned like Seoul International pit exit, their pit entry was another one you just kept turning.
Oh yeah,
And there
It
was a
really
massive
fast
accident.
at the end.
Yeah, a massive accident happened there once. I can't remember what it was. I think it might have been a caterer or something
John. I have not seen John in a very long time.
I think that one just happens right at the exit. But it's been a long time since I drove Dijon.
Yeah. Christ, last time I've done that been at Champion Motorsport in RF1,
You and me
I
both.
reckon, yeah.
We drove 908s there.
Word.
That been fast.
I did a 908 right now. I remember doing the GT1 vet right there, like maybe a year or two before that. I didn't.
Yeah, I did 908s with Schumann. I think I finished like
my
third in that race. It was mad, especially that first sector, how it S's through.
It's so narrow as well. Oh.
It was the full track, right, with that extra boot they added.
Yeah. Oh.
Project Valorous have been in the pits since.
Oh. Well, my key is disconnected.
Oh, Kate's car.
Is my Customs to the city again.
Oh, most sports exits just got more dangerous as cars have developed more downforce because they fly through turn one with like a lift.
So fast, so fast. That's kind of very similar to Road Atlanta, really. It's like the speed going through turn one and then swinging back across to take a wider sort of entry point into turn two. It's the same sort of positioning. You can just sideswipe someone coming out of the pits and not even know. But
I think it was
that's
one of the things I told you and Joe when we did the 10-hour
Yeah,
together.
fun.
Was like, just tell me if somebody's coming out.
Yeah.
So I need to know.
So you just like don't accelerate so hard coming out the pit lane. So you're like, I just don't want to die being smashed out the way by someone who doesn't actually know I'm there.
Yeah.
But then there's those sort of circuits like I don't know how you make that any better apart from using the pit lane on the other side of the circuit.
Same,
But then
yeah.
but then it's like you're spat out into the racing line into turn 1.
Oh, yeah, that was just taken straight up this guy.
Oh no.
The balance car.
I think we've got another lap before we overtake them.
Yeah. They are, I mean, that was lap.
Faster traffic
What's the
approaching.
wrong car? Lap
Look at that.
83.
Boy, a bit of a wiggle.
Ooh, speaking of pit exits.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a cup car, isn't
Solid first lap.
it? Yep.
Stay on the left.
Oh, hi.
Clear. Right side.
Net Rex.
Yeah.
Clear on the right.
And then slow coming off the corner, isn't it?
It's the first time I've seen their name anything to do with that racing.
Yeah.
Obviously, if they're doing GT3, I'm never going to see it anywhere. Oh, I see you're almost taking the Sam line, Phil, into that corner.
That's the Sam.
Oh, he will drive completely on the AstroTurf on the entry to the left-hander and then complaining about it being an off-track. And I'm like, well, you're right.
On the inside or the outside?
Outside.
I try not to go
Oh,
anywhere
no,
near the
I
outside.
I just care about using the Astro on the inside.
I was going to say, you can cut the shed load out of the middle of it, so...
I haven't really touched that green bit gone after that.
Well, when he first did it, he said, "Oh, it's really annoying." I'm like, "Why are you going there?" It's not like it's the last one of. It's not like Young Cow where there just isn't an off track on the outside of that. last
Oh
one.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Fit it
Oh
out.
my god.
You just have to
Ring
hang
it.
on to while it bounces.
I
Strangling the Cayman.
I thought you were going to be rain then, I'll be honest. Sort of.
It took a dodgy bounce.
Uh-huh. Very nice and bright out there now, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be sort of nice calm conditions.
Bill's done it again. got the hours where it's like, oh, it's nice and bright now, but it's also really cold.
I can't imagine it's going to get too warm though,
No, I
considering
can't,
it started mid to high 20s.
Yeah.
It's our happy hour.
Yeah, I can see it, given it'll have longer to build the temperature, I can see it getting into the 30s.
Clear on the right.
I mean, what those practice sessions were starting at the
39.
higher 30s, weren't they?
Yeah.
Actually,
Colin,
have
we
time to build the temp, it might get a bit warmer.
Colin, we try not to think of that happening.
That's
Like,
right,
what-
just in time for me, Jimmy. We love the slippery condition.
Well, you've got Alex still to do.
Oh, yeah,
this
yeah,
time. Alex
yeah.
and well, obviously Sam's
Sam's got his
returned to
little
do
bit.
half a lap, and then
Yeah.
Alex too. I know he's down for a double, so he'll be
Yeah.
he's happy to do that.
Morris is back out.
Yeah.
Please join, not in the car. Then we've had a couple of little bonks. We're just then people are just quite quick. You know. Very like the Daytona 24 hours. Just a few more crashes here and there.
Basically the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you say P10, what happened? And I say P10, all right.
Yeah.
We were P16 at some point.
We were P16 and miles behind anyone at one point.
We started like 13th as well,
Yeah.
so we're getting spots.
Mostly Bean is 8th.
Yes. Yeah, and Oscar had an off and had some damage, a few minutes worth, but it seems to have come right back into place again. I know he'll be upset with himself, but it was a very easy thing to do.
Bloody hell, man.
It's fine. Well, it isn't, because you get another off track.
Yeah. I'm gonna. We hit just over 12 hours. We hit 50, so we need to just keep an eye on it a little bit. Because you know, yes, Ratchet's
You know what I'm about to say?
Yep.
Jimmy is going to get in the car again.
Yep.
Yeah, but he's only got to do half as much driving as he's already done. So
He's
got
got
one
the
and a
vast
half
majority
stints,
of,
yeah.
yeah. he got
So
the
12
vast
X's? We got to leave him 12.
Where is the car? What did he get? Jimmy got 23 in the end.
It is a bravery. It is a bravery going into that left-hander that Phil went through.
Which curve?
Hey, it's one of those ones, because it's like really fast, it doesn't actually make too much difference to the lap time.
Fair share isn't even a 5 laps. Don't know.
I doubt it, because like, it just seems really a small amount.
Yes. Well, it's like close
It's
to a
asking
stick.
Alex to do 5, so I shouldn't think it would change.
No, but it's adapted every time it's sort of people have gone in and done laps, hasn't it? So we'll see. Yeah. 'Cause it's initially, I think it was like the last time I looked at it before then was 7. So. Why is it already light? Because it is 8 minutes past 5 in game, and it is we're heading towards June. In fact, the server is set up to be the 2nd of June. There you go.
I think sunrise is like 5:40 officially according to
Yeah.
Yeah, the in-game time and German time are a little off.
Would have been neat if they actually could have synced it up.
Yeah.
Alas. Really shouldn't be something like. It really shouldn't be something that's too hard to do.
No, but then you think about the other
Yeah.
times they start it, and they probably just say, we just set this once, not make this like the preferred 1-to-1. I don't know. Yeah, I'm with you. I like those little touches. I looked out my window, and the sun was coming up at the same time.
I think Daytona matches up pretty well for you guys.
Yeah, I think so.
Not us over in the States.
No.
Yeah, it's enough of a mood when I'm watching Le Mans or something, and it gets to this time of day, and I get that like extra bit of excitement. I'm like, man, I've been in the night for so long. I can't wait to get a little bit more color to these scenes. And you get that awesome shot at Dunlop or something with the sun coming up. Yeah.
Get sucking wind.
Real life is pretty good graphics.
RTX is always on.
Always on. It does not hurt the frame rate.
It depends how bloody tired I am.
I've moved the brake pads back half degree, just because it's starting to scrub a bit in the front. See how it goes.
Thank you, Klausenberg. Sounds awful good. There really is a trick over that bump in there with the brake pedal. If you just sort of ride it a bit, it seems to soften that bump.
I find it's one of those ones where if you get the speed going in right, you don't really have to do too much.
Nothing. No, I don't.
Well, you float through that.
I'm enjoying the precision.
Every time I go through that bit after fluke plots, it's sort of different. I rarely take it the same way twice.
I love it when I get fast just so. That's what I'm always aiming for. Just smoothly gliding from point to point. I don't try and rush it, which is the opposite of some of you guys, so some of these setups don't serve me very well, but that was good.
Wow, congrats, Minnesota Highlander. I feel that. Where alcohol has become it's a difficult thing for me to handle, and something like weed feels a lot more manageable for things. And if I'm still looking for that ability to get a little bit loose, relax in another way, but like alcohol ain't it. And, always proud of people who get away from it if they think they can't, if it's not something they can keep in their life or stay in moderation with, and maybe you find something else that can, give you that feeling you're still looking for, but might not be as damaging or to your life. It's for me, all spirits, wine, beer, or anything. It's 50-50 whether or not I'm just gonna feel deathly ill. And sometimes I still get that pull of like, it'd be nice to have a shot or something. I always like how loose I get.
Say 10 cups of coffee like it's any sort of positive, Noah. It's no.
It's one of those things that people boast about, and it's like, well, you're only doing yourself harm, but fair enough.
Yeah.
I want you to have a heart attack.
Seriously dangerous. Like
only physical harm. Imagine the faces you must pull drinking 10 cups of coffee straight. It's so bitter.
Well, I drink 2, and it does enough to my stomach. I feel like even that's too much. How much energy do you need?
You drank 10 after you couldn't sleep.
Because for long form endurance racing like this, water is what you want.
Water and moving.
Yeah.
Getting up and about. If you can go for like a 10-minute walk or something.
But I think more than just the caffeine, you can kind of get to you become addicted to the process of making it, or just getting it all set up, or thinking that this is, I'm going to change gears with this or something. And I don't know. It's an interesting thing that you've hooked onto with that many cuts a day.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things I'm quite thankful for. I've never ever gone near that sort of stuff.
I've tried.
Yeah.
You see people kicking back energy drinks like that.
Oh man.
Hi, I do that occasionally.
I've been there, but like I don't like that I've been there, and I try not to do it nearly as much now.
Yeah, but you're also not drinking 4 a day, or are you?
Oh, I
Well,
used to be able to go through like an 8-pack of Coke.
Oh my god.
That was at like peak.
Oh, yeah, so does something else. I'm talking about
Oh, right,
Monster,
no, yeah.
Red Bull.
Oh, no.
Looking for that pick-me-up.
I once did an all-nighter at university, and I drank, I think, 3 cans of the mango monster.
Oh my god.
It's good though.
Bennett.
And I was having like the next day, I was having like almost like looks bad.
I just enjoyed the fact you were holding conversation whilst the car was sideways mid-air. Your voice didn't miss a beat. Like, I don't even bullshit. I'd say no. Hopefully not a regular thing, right? You know.
Yeah, we're not ones to judge on what the health of things are, or what's for you or whatever. But it just sounds like a lot. That's all.
More like concern more than anything. Like, it's not
For me, it's not something to be impressed by.
Yeah, you're not getting any credit for it. And...
Wouldn't know brownie points.
or like, yeah, and I've had friends who are like, oh, I drink 2 cases of beer. Like, all right, that's a lot of liquid. That's a lot of peeing.
Yeah, you mentioned, and you get to a limit where your bladder's full, so everyone you drink, you then piss out. So you constantly just backwards and forwards. It's the same as what I've always had with when I used to go out drinking. So I drink quite fast. So you'd have like 3, and then it didn't matter from then because I wouldn't get any more drunk because I'd always then just be going to the bathroom. So you'd just be this constant situation of like, this is just meh.
Liquid goes in, liquid goes out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go take a stretch and walk about.
Oh no. It's got 3 laps. I think that the truth of it is for Noah is more that there's not a 963 available for this race.
Yeah, I think I've only seen Noah in GTPs. You're right. Flow City seems to think you might need your beauty sleep there, Bailey. I'm amazed that you're still awake.
My sleep time is not good at the moment, but gradually sort of getting a little less sleep, so I'm probably about ready to collapse soon. I've been doing this stupid thing and find as I tend to do, is find silly things to do at stupid o'clock in the morning. Oh, I can just do a little bit of that, or a little bit. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. Great. I'd done so well. Actually, no. I know what happened. Nate came on TeamSpeak.
Oh yeah.
Always, honest. Always, when he comes up, we always have at least. There's a couple of nights we're up until God knows when.
Well, yeah, for all of us, we have things we can natter on about. Yeah, when somebody, like maybe 2 of us are thinking about sleep, and then then Nate appears, and we're like, well, here's the next 2 hours. We got things to talk about.
So I and Oscar had an evening of the week chatting about the things that had happened and brought up in Discord the last few days that we hadn't been a part of because we were part of working and stuff like that. I think we were up to about 3 just chatting shit. I think it was the day of the 13k thing, man with the rig.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I didn't see it until like 10 p.m.
that's one of those things that really gets under my skin. That superiority. Right?
Yeah.
I hate that I'm still thinking about it, but as soon as it comes up, it's like, right, feel it again.
It's
Oh,
daft.
it really is.
Because when you like when you have that sort of attitude, but you don't have anything to back it up with, you just look stupid.
It just becomes a hilarious copy pasta for a text-to-speech is how I view him.
Like, it is. I mean, it sort of broke down to Oscar was like, well, that's like a second part of the sim racing. Is like the equipment side of things is a hobby amongst itself.
Yeah.
It's like he was like, well, I play Warhammer, but there's people who just paint. They don't
Yeah,
play
they never
game.
play the game.
They would just paint.
Like the models or whatever.
Yeah, it's just that side of things. It's an expensive. It makes the hobby more expensive if you're into the rig stuff. I still don't quite understand how he spent 13k and got what he's got, because I think he's probably spent $10,000 too much.
Or I don't know if you watched Jimmy's video where you watched the video, or I watched the thing about Joe Rogan's 80k rig. You know, and he had a lot to say about like. There's a lot of cheaper ways you could do this. And, you know, obviously, someone like Joe Rogan has millions and millions of dollars. Then it's no big deal for him.
But that's when I think companies take the piss.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you don't. You just like there's a name, or let's just say that people that are more affluent just go looking for big brands, and they don't really care for a deal or actually what's worth getting. They just see a big price tag and oh, that must be good.
Yeah. And I can see it has an effect on the industry that the rest of us look at it and go, well, you know, do I need to spend that much? Do I need something like this?
And then that just filters down to everything. I mean, if you're looking at buying sort of an 80-20 rig, the material they use is all the same. There's no difference from buying one that's 300 to like 600 because it's just got a name slapped on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I bought mine from Holland, but unfortunately you can't buy them anymore, and it cost me like 270 quid. And it's like, I can't see where I would spend another £500-600 to have Swedish rig design slapped on it. It'd be like, oh, what are you buying? And the answer is it a solid platform? It's like, yeah, it's just metal bolted together.
Yeah, that's all I needed to be. And that, well, Jimmy was pointing out, like they kept mentioning like the certain color that was matching with the like monitors. And I love Jimmy saying, I have a monitor, it's that color. Like they didn't have to do any crazy color matching thing. Like how much does that cost? Every industry has that, right? That markup for stuff that makes it seem like it's custom or it's super special for what the person's getting.
And then I think what was the other thing? Seats are my favourite thing about sim rigs. The FIA grade seats.
You need to have a 5-point harness to it as well. I like that serious by saying, and here I am upgrading from a G25. Upgrading from a G25 to a G29 after 12 years. It's going to feel great. It's going to be worse in some ways. Your G25 has more function than the G29 does, but it'll be new.
yeah.
But it'll feel new. The motors will feel the belt
tight.
stuff in there will be new and tight until you slacken it again. But
yeah, I've noticed there's a little bit more play in my wheel now, but
yeah,
I've used it for like 10 years now, so you would expect that.
It probably contributes a little bit, doesn't it, to the some of the lack of feed you get in places as well.
Yeah,
just not being as taut as it maybe once was. I'll probably get the same at some point with this thing.
And so I had to like, talk myself into buying decent pedals.
Yeah.
But it took like 3 months to buy, to get myself to buy them. But it's like, can I justify spending twice the price on what I'd spent before? And it's like, as soon as you get them, like, oh, okay, they're just not. They don't feel like a toy anymore.
Yeah.
But then I think what, the T5 only when it was out was about 400 odd quid.
It wasn't cheap at
Yeah.
that time.
Yeah, at that time, and then you got
Pre-DD.
Yeah, and then the PC Racer is 540, I think.
Let's have a look.
It's around. It was around that. So when you're looking at should I really spend that much on a DD? It's like, well, that's what you spent 6-7 years ago on your previous wheel.
Yeah.
You just it's not in your recent memory type of.
Thrustmaster TS win. Okay, that's a TS PC Racer. With the 488 Challenge wheel on it is 330 quid on Amazon.
Good deal.
2 left in stock. Then you've got their various TS XWs and things with Sparko wheels on them that brings the price up, obviously. Yeah, pedals will always remain I think, if you want to rank importance of kit, pedals are big.
Yeah, the precision you get from them.
The wheel is, I'm not going to say it's not important, but it's it doesn't add as much as what the pedals would.
But I would say that technology-wise, they've just freed up with the DD stuff. It's just the chat itself and ask us like, well, if mine broke tomorrow, you just buy a DD because you can't, unless you sort of downgrade, you're not gonna get a decent deal on anything other than a DD.
And now there's more competition in the market, so it's gotten the price not as silly, in my opinion.
But even if you remember the lowest power Fanatec one or the lowest power Moser ones, you'd still be
Better off.
doing better, yeah.
I'm not obligated to do Moser plugs on here, am I?
Your name's not Jimmy Broadbent, is he? Not getting paid, so
John Moser isn't putting any money in my bank account. No.
Hey, John Moser, if you want.
I will say that I respect that Jimmy will obviously say that as a sponsor, but he does add on that he will recognize that other wheels exist, but he can't give the same recommendations as he would normally.
Just take a moment to enjoy that Phil has done 2 848.9s in a row.
For me, I don't know where I'd find 14 seconds.
I was stunned when I saw a 52 earlier on.
No, man. That's blazing.
Conditions helped a lot, I gotta be honest.
Yeah. I was certainly worried about getting in the car with the temperatures being what they were and still just doing 54s. And I'm like,
But don't worry, I haven't forgotten the Abruzzi gloves or the NordVPN. I'm gonna turn into a NASCAR driver here and thank all my sponsors.
Just to humanise Phil a little bit here, the car that leads, their fastest driver, just looking here, in his last little run, did 3 844s.
Not
Their
right,
current
mate.
driver just did a 45.3.
the people that running last are doing a 46 last time.
It's what I mean. It's quick people in here.
Yeah, we're out of depth.
Yes. We are paying for LMP1 success. It's no, the class leader is in the cane.
Oh, wow.
Always
Yes.
has been.
Yep.
Was on pole.
But I thought it was the shit car.
That's what we were told, apparently, Phil.
The
As
meta.
far as I know.
Think of the meta.
What do you mean that we're the problem? We really are just paying for our success from years ago.
Yeah.
If I will go and ask Greg West, hey Greg, can I just reset my account?
Yeah, I think I can do the same.
Yeah, that should be an option.
Because this is like, I mean, yeah, we've obviously had a few incidents in this one that take us back a little bit, but the speed that is around us is so far beyond what we're capable of.
So you're saying I would have done you a favor if I was in the team because my 1.5
Well, yes.
would have yanked you down.
Yeah.
I was a bit afraid of that because I was like, I know the quality of driver would change a bit, and plus then I would be up against people who are way quicker than me. And...
I think a lot is just it's the depth of the fields now. That's the more than anything. There's so many people doing it now, and it's just there's so much more consistency across the board.
I'd say as well, this event is somewhat unique in that you get drivers who are Nurburgring specialists.
Yes, you will as well.
They're like magic around the circuit alone.
Yeah.
And this is their sort of event, so even though they're rating may portray that they're not as good as they are around here, they bloody well are.
I think it also helps that there's now the series that goes for 4 hours.
Yes.
It's practice.
Yeah, because I saw some times quicker than 44. You burnt the motors out on your G25. You should frame that thing. That's incredible.
And that was physically possible.
Me neither. That was a robust wheel. It was for me.
Yeah.
You quit sim racing when you bought a stick shift car and realized that having sim racing experience really helped you. I mean, that makes sense. Jimmy's talked about that for his like heel and toe stuff he learned in sim, but I'm surprised that you just quit for sim racing. You don't get the urge to fire up a car you don't own that you wanna throw around the corner.
I find it odd that if you can afford to keep the equipment, you just would. Just in
Yeah.
case that one day you do fancy it again.
Yeah, even
So
if it was
we've
kind of
got-
crap, you know?
Yeah, like we've got other sort of people that are still in and around but they don't, there's nothing they want to do. A bit like Coin, I guess, where you kind of like nothing really takes your interest. It's not like he's going to sell his wheel because there's always going to be something every month or two to do.
Yeah, but you can't use his wheel for trains.
Not yet, he can't.
No, I was going to say, no, actually that Le Mans that we won is a really good example in that, yeah, we were in third split, and the performance that we put in, yeah, when you look at lap counts and all that, we would have won second split, and we would have finished like 7th overall in top split that year. One, obviously, the iRatings weren't as inflated, there weren't as many people competing back then, and we were also like, basically, that was as good as we got.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Really? That was, yeah.
Of how much you practiced, how much you drove that into the races.
That was us at flipping. We're putting in a lot of time. We ain't doing that anymore.
Then we got to watch this.
Not in this time, am I?
No, next one. You won the line. Just checking.
There were some 6-hour races as well that, through various combinations, we had really strong performances in.
Yeah.
Jimmy was talking about it, and obviously Bailey alluded to it before. He's just watching the field itself get better. You know, whether it's just more people getting into it, the skill depth getting further, deeper and deeper, or more younger people coming from consoles. There's a lot of people in the chat. I didn't read those comments out loud, but people being like, I grew up on consoles, I jumped to PC stuff, and it shows for what all those driving games did and led to this. And I can see that you want something a little more. Maybe you got a little more money. You got quick at those things. You're like, well, I want to, you know, I gotta try something more difficult. I can't put it all on age because, you know, I get to drive and watch Joe. I had this Joe drive every now and then, and he's a little bit older than us. And man, he puts the time into something. I'm always blown away by his pace. It's awesome. So don't think that, oh, you've hit 30 or 40 and you're washed or something. Like, there's so many more people playing, so many people doing sim racing from all ages. And what I like about this service, specifically of iRacing, is even with my skill being lower now, I always find someone to race.
I think for like we're quite bang on for some of us that have been around a while longer than like Mr. Baldwin's career.
Basically a giant.
Where we're not quite racing as much as we used to, or driving as much as we used to. It's sort of maybe not quite as up to the absolute pace we used to, but we do have the experience now. It's sort of easier to jump into things now than it used to be.
I was technically being, I was getting into sim racing when DHL was at its peak. So while Bailey and Jimmy were, like, that's partially how I got into it. Was you'd see me, my name next to chat messages from their title-winning season, and the Le Mans 24 Hours that they won, and I think the one before that as well. Like, it was just sort of happenstance and fate that sort of brought us sort of together. But like, it's you can get started at any point at any time and end up anywhere. Like, it's really is kind of like a magical thing.
I think when we were doing all that, that's pre-COVID. I think what COVID brought in was so many people. It changed the game that period. And while there's probably not quite as many people doing it now as there were in that period, because it was the hot thing, there's more people doing it now than there were before it. You're talking about over 1,000 teams signed up to the Nurburgring 24 Hours, which, you always got a good few people in it.
It was a niche event.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's been any sort of downturn a little bit for the constant month-on 24s that now happen in ACC around here.
Christ, I hope so. I don't know. I mean, I say I hope so, as someone that's not doing it, but just watching it happen, it's like, my God, you are going to burn this out, but badly.
It still needs to be special. It happens once a year. You can't expect your player base to do 3 in 3 months or whatever.
Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a bit much.
Well, they did it the first weekend it came out.
Yeah. Then, what was it? LFM announced another one for like 2 or 3 weeks later. Huh?
Yeah, they want to capitalize on because it's new, right?
Yeah. No, I'm sitting here like, I know we'll have there is a Le Mans 24 Hours in iRacing later in the year, or we assume there will be. But we've done one already. Well, I don't know. Do I want to do another one later in the year? I don't know.
Weirdly, that has made me want to do another one.
Okay.
Because like, that car was
fair. Yeah.
Was crazy to drive, and I'm like, if we had more time and put more, not effort, but a little bit more in terms of setup work, let's say, I think it would have been even more enjoyable. So whatever can happen again in 4 or 5 months' time, might be good.
Yeah. I'm actually dragging myself away from LMU at that point as well, depending what's in that game.
Well,
By
yeah,
then.
you've got whatever happens with that.
Yeah.
It's a
Who
big
knows?
question mark.
Yeah. Who knows? I'm not gonna bloody make any assumptions it's going to be a miraculous, like, this thing is a completely finished product. It's all wonderfully stable and all.
It's on the path. We
Well,
just have to
I
hope
hope
that
it
they have
is.
the time and the money to do it.
I hope it is.
It's the dedication and actually they stick with it. I mean, luckily they've got to the point now where they would have started to receive the money from the sales and stuff like that. So there would have been something coming in, and they just need that player base to grow. And probably should hopefully do when it comes out of its current test phase. But I think, like Oscar said about it, it was like they need to have a bit of a roadmap. I know they've mentioned stuff. I don't know quite what, but you kind of need something more.
Yeah, target.
Yeah, because 7 tracks is not many.
Sorry to quickly interrupt. Is Jake ready?
I am here.
Lovely.
Sorry. Carry on.
That's alright.
Yeah, you always get precedence.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Don't apologise. Whilst not yet announced, at least if the earnings call stuff comes to be true, that the aim appears to be to get the 24 stuff out, all of it out before the end of the year. Which is a fair amount of work, because there's a lot of cars for them to do, and what's it, like 4 or 5 tracks, given they're doing quite a lot of new ones this year. And the laser scanning tracks, and we've seen how long it takes for iRacing to do some of those as well. Hopefully though, and again we've still got all sorts of multiplayer features that need to be added, or maybe the co-op for next month. Which would be a neat thing. Like, quite a unique thing, too. Well, yeah, no, it's a niche. Well, look, let me put it to you this way. Look at the numbers for ACC versus AC. Now. Oh my god. Le Mans Ultimate is a early access title that is unfinished. It's not going to compete on a regular basis with things that are out as a more finished product.
I remember ACC was released the same way.
And it took ACC. I mean, let's be honest. I think for ACC, obviously, it took a long time to get a lot of content out for it. And you look at how many years old that is, but I mean, the thing that got ACC going was LFM.
It gave it a bit more of a reason to play it.
Yeah, it
People
gave
were
it
looking for it.
a second life, yeah. And it had a pretty good roadmap too that I think they stuck to.
Oh, lights gone out.
Change it well.
State change.
I can get out and turn the brightness down.
Look at obviously
Bill's now sunburnt.
Well, it's very brief before they changed drivers. Like, you look at ACC in its early access phase, and the player numbers were in the hundreds, because unfinished
Which is what
title,
LMU is
2
at.
cars
It's
and
like 500 odd.
yeah, limited content, took time to build up. Whether it'll ever get to those like the ACC numbers, I don't know. I feel like I'd be surprised, but hopefully it's only can go forwards. I hope. I really hope.
Fucking lovely, Phil.
That was
I mean, holy shit.
magnificent.
Phil.
I loved watching.
-40% for you, Jake. On the brake bias, minus a quarter.
Yep.
Cool, I've said so.
3, 2,
And now that Jake is going to get in, I will not yap as much.
I ran him over. Sorry. Thank you.
Oh,
That was really fun.
I'm glad Phil's getting out.
That might have been good timing.
Your internet connection just went to shit.
You're live, Phil.
Who mine? Yeah,
Oh, there
no,
you
I
are,
think that
okay.
was just as I was getting out the car, it was
Gotcha.
doing something a bit funny. But I'm all good.
Lovely.
I was just saying that was really, really good fun. Really enjoyed it.
I'm going to run through your times from that stint. 850.7, 850.4, 848.9, 848.9, 848.3. There you
Fuck.
The leader's just on the fastest lap. 44.
Piss off.
Yeah, oh yeah, 444. Just
Cheers, mate.
What a dick.
Oh dear.
He's literally just done it.
Yeah, that lap. Hey, look, does it pop up?
Fair play to him.
Yeah. Good luck, Jake.
Yeah, good luck, Jake.
At least you can
Could
see
be-
a bit more now.
could give me a good opportunity to introduce the stream again.
Where are my headlights?
Just have to constantly press the flash button.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
It's totally,
What is he, angry? No.
Just trying to see.
Can't bloody see.
Can't see.
Welcome to my nightmare. Welcome to the stream, anybody that's been sitting around. We've been
I
talking
love
about
the way that the game's given me the fastest lap. When
Pit
Jimmy
lanes.
actually did a 48.1 during one of his stints, but he off-tracked on it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
doesn't
legal.
count. Cheats a lap.
Which is why I was happy when I did a 50.3, because it was a legal lap. He done a 50.2. He goes, I've gone quicker. I'm like, mine is clean.
So is Adam Hodgkinson driving this? Adamo Hajusimo from Mushroom Trophy. Phil got out of the car, Phallic Batman. Stephen Bailey, otherwise known as Stefan Bergstrom, hanging out with us. And Jake Witcher. Actually, can't remember what Jake Witcher's name was in Mushroom Trophy all of a sudden, but we're at the Nords 24-hour race. iRacing in the 718 came
I
in
wonder
at
when the sun's
GT4.
going to come up.
Running in P10. It has been an adventure.
It's already in the sky.
A handful of bonks.
It's always in the sky, Phil.
Jimmy with the first two spins. Sam with one at the same spot where Jimmy spun.
Phil says something dumb again.
Oscar with a spin of his own. I think somebody
Phil tries
tagged
to be a
us
bit
too.
different. He tries to be pedantic.
Oh yeah. I really held back earlier. Failed to correct you on saying less instead of fewer or something.
Oh god.
I will punch you in
That's
the face if I
that's
see you
one,
in jail.
Bailey. That actually it actually is something that my mum does to me all the time. I'll say, "Oh,
Yeah.
that's something," and she'll go, "Actually, it's fewer," and I'm just like, "Shut up." That one winds me up, but I know that I'm like a massive pedant.
Thank you for not winding us up then.
But now I know.
Yeah, do it to me. Yeah,
There you go.
I think it's fair game though, Bailey. I'm sure for the amount of times that I've annoyed you, you can annoy me a few times in return.
Clear on the right.
I'm gonna let that silence just kind of ring out while I continue to talk to chat. We're P10. Having a good time in the GT4. We picked this car because it's the one that we all owned. And oh man, the tarmac turns so orange in these times of day. I really hope that changes sometime with the new shaders that they are developing in-house for the engine upgrades. If you saw the their own roadmap that iRacing put out the other day for future content.
So Phil, you're going to stick around, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna sort of chill here.
okay.
I'll stay in the session just in case Jake has any issues.
Righto.
And wait for Grizz, I think, is due back at some point.
Well, in that case, if you're wrong, then I will head off. But I will actually turn my machine off. Are you alright taking over the Discord stream stuff just so people can see?
Yeah.
So just in
Fine.
case.
Am I in the chat? Yeah. Let me do it. Yeah.
Because if I leave it, it'll leave 2 open spots in the game and such as well. So.
Yeah.
Leaving the game.
That's what he does, Blackbird. When he sleeps, he's still thinking of you, but menacingly, and maybe a bit bald. Well, excited. Good to see you, Blackbird. Crazy Doge, Mage, Tim's still here, Caleb's here.
Wait, do I need to hit the withdraw? To actually not take the slot?
No, that just removes you from the session, so you can register somewhere else. But
Oh, okay.
you can stay registered. I haven't before.
Going good. Lovely. Right, I'm gonna go and catch you guys later.
Cheers again, Samoyed. I know you gifted some subs in here, didn't you? Gifted 5 a few hours ago. I remember your name from before.
He's wonderful, isn't he?
He is quite a gem.
Pleasure.
I mean, I've known him since 2008. He's always been great. I've always loved talking to him.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever have these moments back, Joe, but I've definitely been having one of them the last sort of few days or so. But just a real sense of how like blessed you are with like the people that have come into your life. I don't know if that's like the right way to put it, but just this group of friends is awesome.
Well, yeah, you said something before, like happenstance of how we met each other, and you also used the word fate, and like I don't believe in fate, right?
No,
but some people do, and I don't mind. But it's like, oh, I'm always fortunate for like the people like all of you and Bailey just left, and Jimmy and Schumann, and all the people who can't even be in the race today. But like, I always love to meet more people. All the people in chat, like I was sharing stuff about my own life, and then some of them were in turn sharing back, and I didn't feel like I had the space to be able to respond to them all because they were all being so lovely back to me. And I'm always thankful of the people around me that are positive for us.
I think as well, like some of the friends that, and I'm sure people in chat will have the same, of like making friends with people through the communities of people like Jimmy. I know I've made a bunch of friends through Nate's community, having been part of that for quite a long period of time.
Yeah, Nate's Melon Mates and those people that were just chatters that now are racing in this race together. Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah, like the M-Plower people with Skids and Kuhai and some others in Gingerbread. What are some other ones?
Their liveries though. We can't.
Well,
love them.
They're a bit one-dimensional, their approach to what their delivery is.
They have a brand of curse and they just keep hitting it, that's alright.
Come on. No. Yes, no, yes.
You're having my luck with traffic. It's just fucking awkward.
Yeah, it's the worst part of the course to like come across a slow car.
Because we need all the road. It just not like we need to use it. It's just like the car will just use it. It bounce. So you have no control.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. We were talking about energy drinks, pit entries, wheels, what else? All the things and 10 bazillion things in sim racing. Oh, there was a great discussion about cheese before with Oscar. That was lovely, and all the foods that I don't have access to. But I've been having a great time. I hope the rest of you have too. Give a like to the stream here on YouTube, and you can hit the bell as well. You can even have it send you a notification on YouTube and give you push notifications through all your devices to know when Jimmy goes live or when he uploads new videos. Similarly on Twitch, you can hit follow, and there's a bell on that will send you an email if you like. Oh God. Or just always know when he's going live, so you can pick the stream right when he starts and be there for the fun. Always nice to have you. There's the ad-free viewing experience on Twitch. If you sub, you can use your Prime. I'm good at this. I can get my words together. You can hook your Amazon Prime together to your Twitch account. You can give one of those Primes away once per month. It doesn't do it auto-magically, which is a real world word. Look it up. But you have to do it manually each time.
Yeah. Whatever happened to Dave Station?
I think you'd have to ask. You'd have to ask Jimmy. He did it that one year, and he went absolutely ham with it. Right? It was ridiculous, and I don't know. I think, especially from a vibe that's picking up from today, like he doesn't want to do the same thing a lot. So there's like a certain energy to it, and it probably existed for that time, and he just thinks of something else.
It doesn't work out the shed.
Yeah,
it was a very shed thing.
with like the bed right there next to the rig,
Yeah.
it sort of worked quite well. Yeah, that's
Lead
true.
and fitting now.
I was just curious because I guess I'd never thought about it, like, but I've not seen it in so long now that I was just like, curious what happened to it. But I guess yeah, but like the logistically it doesn't make much sense.
No, and there's the vibe's different, right? Like,
yeah, that's true.
and what you think is funny or what you think people are gonna enjoy, or I don't know, like I get that too. Like I do different voices or things, right? But sometimes I don't want to do them, or I don't feel like it, and I get that kind of impression about the Dave Station stuff too. We used to chat a lot about it before because the voice he does is based on someone that he knew. Who was like a know-it-all about things, and I used to love to prod him to be like, you know, give me the lowdown on this concrete, or you know, or something. And I didn't know the channel either, so he loved explaining to me what that was in UK television. But yeah, some things just run their course. I'd love to see it in chat though. I mean, so many people loved it that they're like, "Oh my God, it's the real Dave Station hours," you know.
Yeah, it's just that's what prompted it. Is I saw someone mention it, and I was like, you know what, I haven't seen Dave Station in ages. But
so
like,
now when
yeah,
you get it, it's like a treat. You're kind of like,
Yeah.
oh, he's doing a little bit. You know? He is definitely a person that reinvents himself, and I'm sure we're bound to see even more of that from, you know, with the race car driving and what he wants to do next. And I never try to anticipate it. I just like to see what he cooks up, because he just has one of those creative brains of like, well, what haven't I done? Or what's everybody else doing? I'm going to do something different. And those are the kinds of creative people I've always rallied around. Like, not someone who's like looking at the metas on YouTube, like, oh, I'll just do one of those. Like, he's always kind of setting his own path. And I've always loved that about him.
Something that I've always really admired about Jimmy actually is that ability to like self-reflect and then implement change as and where necessary. Because like I often find when I think about like either myself or about other people in my life, it tends to be just one or the other. They either tend to be sort of really good at like taking action and implementing things, but they don't really think about it, or they think about it a lot but then struggle to actually get it done. I think I definitely fall into the latter. Like, I think a lot in things that I've said, whether seriously or flippantly, but then when it comes to trying to make personal improvement, I'll often struggle in terms of taking actual action. But he manages to do both with ease, seemingly with ease. I'm sure it's harder than it looks.
Yeah, I think we're left. I think we're definitely left out in the process, and the part that's difficult, right? Like, because anyone affecting change for themselves takes a monumental amount of work, and some of us, we almost never do, right? Like, we form habits for things, and we just kind of keep doing them. But you know, he's talked about his mental health stuff with Mind, and I think a lot of that he focuses on for what's happening in his life, and tries to make something change if he thinks it needs to happen. And it's hard to speak to about it because, you know, we don't really, you know, I can only know so much about him, but what he puts out there with that heart on his sleeve like approach, you always feel like you kind of understand. Yeah, he was being super honest earlier in the broadcast about like what he was thinking about YouTube and maybe why he hasn't been streaming as much. And yeah, you should watch it back if you want to get more insight.
I definitely will, because I missed a few hours.
And he was just talking to chat when he did it.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get away from streaming a little bit and trying to find a job in the real world, which has not been easy. I've been kind of hitting some brick walls lately, but yeah, I mean, like, I've also noticed that my approach to life, because of streaming and talking about myself and probably oversharing about certain things, just, you know, the nature of what this is. If you're doing social media, you're making yourself a product in a sense. And then when I'm talking to people who don't do that, they're sort of like the person I've been working with for looking for a job has been a little put off by my honesty. It's like, no, I'm putting myself I know, but that's not what people do, right? I lead with my worst foot forward, and meanwhile, it's like, you're looking for a job. There are certain things you shouldn't say. But to my mind, it's like, well, I want people to know. You know, I want to...
Selling yourself is
Yeah.
one of the hardest things to do if you don't do it very often.
I would say I've been in a similar process, Batcher, with like I've been talking to a close friend trying to work on like career development, because I'm now like heading towards late 20s and I've not got much of a career to speak of, and I don't do the social media and streaming thing, having been around it so much, and sort of I guess sort of you are sort of like the product of the people you're around, I guess. In much of a sense, being around people who, like yourself, like Jimmy, who sort of wear their heart on their sleeve and are really quite honest and open about themselves in quite a public setting for so many people. Like, that's rubbed off on me to a degree where, I mean, I had my first like therapy appointment the other day. I'm not going to go into detail, obviously, what we talked about, but they were shocked, this therapist, about like just how immediately comfortable I was being like talking openly about how I was sort of thinking and feeling. But just, I think I'm just so used to being around people who do that so often that it sort of inadvertently becomes second nature to just be like, when asked seriously, like to just sort of respond with the truth. And yeah, it's really, I feel like maybe that's a setting where you should be doing that, but I suppose a job interview, that's a little bit...
Yeah, it's not. Like, what's your greatest weakness? And you want to like pick one that's not like, well, I just care too much. You know, but you want something that's not like, well, I'm really, I'm really shit at this. You know, like.
It's sort of like, how do you say? It's sort of like selling yourself, isn't it? So it's sort of like being sort of open and honest about your flaws is sort of like not something that as you were saying,
you're also promoting yourself too. And you want someone to think that, especially for the job interview thing of like, I want to work with this person. I think they're confident. I think that they're competent. And so I'm struggling with that part a little bit, because I'm just knowing the time and place to be that matter of fact, to be that genuine and honest. And it's not every day in the corporate world.
Yeah, honesty comes from, I guess, more of you, Boncho, is that from the West Coast. I'm from the West Coast, and moving south, quote unquote, everyone was off-put by how direct I was. But it was normal to me.
Did it disarm anyone, or did they just think, oh, like, that's like too much?
This guy's an asshole is pretty much general gist of what I got. They won't tell you. People in the South won't tell you that.
Because there's that polite culture to it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know, trying to find that right fit where I can still be myself, do as much good as I think I can do in the community, and make a buck or two. I think it's going to be hard for me to have all those things align, rather than, I don't know, just go work this regular 9 to 5 and be yourself somewhere else. Like, we just want you to do a job. Like, I don't need to hear your feelings, but I don't know, still finding the balance somewhere. I do still love streaming, but it's not super lucrative exactly, like in the level that I'm at, and I think I do a lot of good for the people that watch, and I love my community, but it only kind of grows so much, and I kind of do a lot of the same stuff every week, and I like Jimmy, I'm always looking for another challenge as well, something else to push me forward. And maybe I'll crap out on all that, and I'll find a new way to reinvent myself in streaming, and we can try that again or something. Yeah, it's definitely more prominent now.
It is up there. I was just going to say, Batcher, in terms of like looking for a job, I had a great little like checklist that that same friend I mentioned sent to me, that I've sort of been using to gauge looking at like job opportunities to apply for. And like 4 quick things which are like, is it interesting? does it pay a worthwhile amount? Will it be enjoyable? And is there a greater good that comes with it?
Yeah, very
You're
simple.
hitting the nail on the head. I mean, some of them are really difficult to gauge. Like whether it'll be enjoyable or not is
You won't
really
know.
difficult to- yeah. And I suppose the others are like subjective, right? Depending on your personal morals and ethics and your what's interesting to you, I guess is really specific. But like, it's been a nice little checklist to just have and check up against things, because obviously you don't want to. There's nothing worse than starting a job and then being like, well, this is just shit.
Right.
I remember my first job when I was like 16 or 17. I got a job working as like a dishwasher in a pub, and I basically ended up getting like bullied into doing 5 people's work, while other people just stood around and did nothing, and I ended up quitting after a month. It was so bad, but just like.
But you learned a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And then you definitely take what you can get in terms of like learning from such opportunities, but to have that sort of like list of things just as like a bit of self-protection on the way in, to sort of quickly root out the bigger red flags, I think has been quite useful for me, like in a much more recent setting.
Oh, good.
So I'd highly recommend to people just to think those things.
I was gonna say, and you try a lot of stuff, and I think that's great. I'm much more like risk averse and afraid, like, what if I go down this hole too long and I can't get out? And
that's very relatable to where I am now. If I'm brutally honest, like that's where I've been this past sort of like few months. But I have tried a few things in the past, so I'm not like afraid, I guess, to go back to try new things. But I can definitely understand where you're coming from in terms of like risk aversion. Being right about like sorry, I thought I cut you off there.
No, that's good. I appreciate it. I was looking through some of the comments too, and like people in the chat are responding really well. People with their own stories, and I'm trying to catch up on a few of those.
I need to get the chat
I got Duel in chat too.
Oh, I've got a nice advert on Chewie's Twitch broadcast.
That's right. Endurance races turned into real life talk. When you have this much time and space to communicate.
And it's 4 in the morning.
And it's this is when the real stuff happens.
Not skill YouTube chat. I feel that one with like the art and music. I
Yes.
had when I was in secondary school in England, we do GCSEs. Obviously, that's why I know you're not, so you've got a different like schooling thing.
No, I understand it then.
But like, so I signed up to, or I was encouraged by the tutors to do an art GCSE. I really loved art when I was like young, I was sort of also pushed for science to do additional sciences, and they were my top 2 choices on paper. And but when it got down to it, due to the scheduling of the lessons, I couldn't take both. I had to pick one, and everyone that I knew was sort of like, well, science will serve you well in the job market, you know, like STEM subjects. But as like an adult, I look back at that and I'm like, I wish I pursued art more like heavily, and I try and find more time for that sort of thing now that I'm obviously like spare time is at a premium, especially in today's sort of world, and like having like not giving up on passions and hobbies, I think is really important. Like and to remember as well that to become good at something, you've got to suck at it first.
Yes,
that's like. So it's really important to not give up on things, but also to let yourself suck at them.
Have you watched any of Pirate Software's streams?
Yeah, I'm a huge like I've watched a ton of his clips, and I try and tune in for his streams. But I'm a huge fan of.
Yeah, a lot of people know him for the shorts, but he is definitely on that vibe of like, you're gonna suck at stuff. Have a side gig, something you can get better at. You know, even if it doesn't turn into anything, it's just like you said, a passion project, something you can work at, and just. I don't know, it's something that you love to do is really important, isn't it?
I'm also jealous of his hair. It's like
He
nice long hair.
I've asked him
like a
several
witch.
questions about his hair, so don't worry. Because he talks about like working for the government and how he like was asked to like do security stuff for the power grid in the U.S. right? And I know about the U.S. government culture, and so I asked him once about like, did you ever? And I was probably the 50th person to ever ask this. I was like, did you have to cut your hair for your job? And it was just so silly. And people are always asking like, hey, what do you put in your hair? And he's always like, I just use Pert Plus, all right?
Head and shoulders.
Yeah, it's just rinse and repeat. It's got a conditioner, it's got a shampoo. That's it. That dude is like a huge inspiration for me these days. His passion for life and just being logical and rational is exactly what I need right now. He's a great motivator too, certainly for programming, but not just for that, but for anything.
Yeah, I think obviously he uses programming as like that's what he's really good at.
Yeah.
And so like that's his sort of medium, but the life lessons learned from within can be applied to anything. Really sort of.
Yeah. Try and fail.
Yeah.
I've heard that too, Zetterberg, and unfortunately I've probably washed my hair for so long it's now fallen out, so I don't get a second crack at it anymore. I can't have long hair now. Impossible.
Quickly, Jake, how you feeling?
You okay, man? Doing fine.
Yeah, he's
not pretty.
I think the traffic's been really mean to you these first couple of laps, but it looks like you're handling it really well. So just sort of keep doing what you're doing. So it's a nice steady pace. Steady hand, Jake.
You've heard a cool hand, Luke. We got a steady hand, Jake.
We've been talking about people's hair. I've only just clocked the image of Jimmy on the fucking street
Yeah.
with the bowl cap on. I'm assuming Maurice is still around somewhere. Maurice.
Yeah, someone was asking about that before. I haven't seen her recently. Our favorite penguin.
It was supposed to be our like nighttime guardian. And the carry that we so desperately need. Maurice would have us in the 30s.
I also like being reminded of that last older stream. Just to, you were saying like what happened at Day Station, but like the antics that him and Annie did, more than made up for it for me.
Oh,
The maid, the waxing, like I can still see the waxing in my head. It was so vivid, and the look on her face of like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna rip this off. This is gonna be so satisfying. And she was streaming at the time when we came up with the boiled carrots thing, and she was just so happy to have thought of like, oh, make him a food he really hates. I got one, you know. And it's hates him, and it's not a thing I would say is typical, right? Like, or like Grizz and his baked beans.
That's exactly what I was thinking of. Grizz and his baked beans.
I wouldn't be happy about eating cold baked beans, but you know, I don't know if I'd make the same face.
It was his fault they were cold. He could have warmed them up. That was never part of like the contractual obligation to eat them cold.
That's true.
Just
You're
said,
right. If you say you have to eat boiled carrots, that's a state.
Yeah, exactly.
And that carrot was huge. That fucking hydroponic carrot. He did. Maelstrom. He owns Goldie. It was his. He had an idea for it as a way to, like, competition thing to get people into racing, and connection to the viewers, and it was super expensive from what I heard. And someone asked him today if he regretted buying the Praga car, and he said no. He enjoyed the time he got with it as a time attack car, and obviously it's an important piece of his racing history. And I'm sure there'll be more of this. I mean, yeah, even looking at like F1 drivers, Berger and Vettel and them, of what cars they held on to. Vettel uses those things as like all the time now. It's awesome. So hopefully there'll be more opportunities for stuff like the Praga to run and be seen in public in that kind of way. You know, people that love it and have had history with it in some way. What about the Bailey watches anime fun? I don't think anything's gonna happen for that. And I also think if we could raise 10K for Bailey to watch anime, it's like that's a lot of money. That's a lot.
there's a better cause that can
I was.
I've got the voice clip. That's about as close to Bailey anime as we'll get it. And Bailey and everything.
Yeah. More than anything, I just love trying to see what the limits of what Bailey would do, you know? What words he would
he's
say.
He's an old man before he's old. Yes.
Yes. He's a curmudgeon. Yeah, isn't he Codex? I think, like, people would say, oh, when's Seb Vettel gonna come back to F1? And I would say, never?
Yeah.
Like, why would you? He's having the time of his life.
The fact that I think the drive with the GTP in Porsche hasn't happened is probably a reflection of
Yeah, because like I read the Mark Webber book, and if he was ever around Mark and knew his story, like Webber really enjoyed getting out of F1 and getting into the Porsche program. And if that wasn't enough to entice him, that like, hey, it's not the same level of scrutiny or media or pressure exactly, you know. If that wasn't enough, then he'll keep driving his biofuel 92 Williams and 93 McLaren around and show up every now and then.
Also talking about like media and that sort of side of things, like the WEC is not now what it was like 10 years ago when Mark Webber left to go do that.
It's true.
It's picked up in popularity enormously with the new rules.
Yeah, that's true. The only thing I counter that with, though, is similar, is that it's still a team sport, and Webber's book brought up that, like, a lot of, I mean, 3/4 of that book was about his adversarialness with Marco and with Vettel, and Webber said that, like, being in the Porsche team with two other drivers where they didn't argue about setup or pace or you know, be competitive about who was faster. It was always about how are we all fast together, and it really changed his mind, his mindset for what racing was. That book is called Aussie Grit, by the way. I recommend it.
I think I've got it on my bookcase, but I've never read it. I'm bad at reading books. I've got like quite a backlog of F1 and endurance related books I need to sit and read at some point.
Yeah, I tackled that one in Adrian Newey's How to Build a Car. I like it very much.
That's a fantastic one.
It's when you really learn about Adrian Newey and the fact that he's a bit of a party animal. It's like, really? Like, yes.
Yeah. And a thrill seeker, you know, losing control of that E-Type at Le Mans and never quite knowing how it crashed. Just wondering what your team name is. It's DHR Red, or Doug Henson Racing Red. got 9 drivers who can do exclamation stints or exclamation team, I think, and see all the drivers' names. We got Phil here, who got out of the car. Yeah. And we got Jake, who's driving.
Hi.
And we got Hodge, who's just hanging out, who was driving earlier, who's done all his stints. He doesn't need to do anymore. And I know we're talking on Grizz's stream too. Grizz is going to wake up 7 his time.
It should be shortly, yes.
Yeah. Get up, motherfucker.
I mean, he's put like short nap, and then I told when roughly he's sort of due back, and someone said that's not a nap, that's sleep. Because it was like
nap.
5 hours. It's like that's not a nap.
This is like Jimmy trying to excuse like his way into not doing nighttime driving. He's like, oh,
He needs like 12 hours sleep or something like that. You need
Yeah.
to beat the shit out of it.
I need a rest, but like on this schedule, and it just that rest happens to be
Yeah.
like 10 hours. So like exactly when the regular sort of person would be asleep. So
That's why I think having those dogs will help him realise that he doesn't always have control over this schedule.
Yes. As I've learned with my own.
he's either got to get used to getting up early or to having to clean up dog shit first thing in the morning. It's one or the other.
Or you can have kids.
Yeah.
Well, that too.
Or you just have perpetual children with dogs.
I think with this race, I finally have all the skittle cutters of DHR.
Oh, rainbow.
Yes.
I don't think I've. Actually, no, I have. I was about to say I don't think I've raced in the blue car, but I think I have. I think we did a Le Mans 24 hours in the R18 in the blue car.
Possibly.
I don't think it went very well.
Probably.
Yeah, after all this time, I bet. Like, I can't even remember a separate 24 hours that I've done this. You know, they're all the same to me now.
There are definitely a few that stick out for various reasons, like individual 24-hour races, but a bunch of them I've just completely forgotten through time for various reasons. I would say I remember having raced with Coin in a non-DHR car before joining.
Like your own team.
Yeah, I think we did 6 hours of Le Mans under Raven West Motorsport.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, you did.
and I think we got P2. Poor Coin's long string of P2s at Le Mans.
I've just got my history that carries me. It's fine. I want it. It's okay. Don't need to do it again. It's fine. But it's nice to be. It's nice to always go do. I know Bailey's like, I've already done one this year. Why do it? I'm like, yeah, but it'd be different.
Yeah.
Different approach.
It's a very different vibe. Like, charity race, all of us piling in. You got, like, special guests in the form of GP laps and, like, I can't imagine him showing up to, like, a serious Le Mans 24 hours in the same car. Maybe he would, but I doubt it.
Once he gets started, there's no stopping when it comes to it. I mean, pretty much every time I've done it, either with him in the car or driving in the second car, I'd go to work, and then I'd come back home, and there'd be like 6 variations of the setup. I'm like, which one do I try? And he was the latest one. And you do that for like 2 weeks. And when you sort of like think of how like the charity literally does this setup drive okay, and it was like, kind of, I can drive it at a certain pace type as long as you got comfortable with it. It was okay.
Yeah.
And of course, practicing is one thing, but when you then go to do the race and all of a sudden the conditions are slight variations of what you've done, you find the weakness in the car, and it sort of makes it more difficult. But so doing another one that isn't a charity race, I think would quite likely. As for how many people are in the car is another matter. I think we probably end up with a couple, because I find Le Mans is one of those ones where it's easy to do 3 hours and it just goes quite quickly.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And the traffic reads are easier and not as demanding.
Yeah, I mean, it suffers like this race does, where after about 12, 14 hours, you've lost maybe like 10, 15% of the people that are taking part already because they've gone away. So the traffic becomes light, and it just the rhythm just becomes so much more consistent. But then it's also like this around here. It's more awkward because you end up just being bumbled out the way. It's annoying.
Yeah. Oh, I did Daytona earlier this year in the GT3s. I never felt bored by that one because it was constant traffic. You know, I never had a lap to myself. Not a lot of people retired from that race, and there was always something else to focus on.
So the one race we've never really paid too much attention to is Spa 24. And I think that might be potential having a similar sort of higher number of people in one car again. Just because that little threat of weather made that charity race far more interesting than it would have been if it even had no chance of anything.
Will the Mustang be out by then? By the Spa 24?
I hope so. Yeah, it's coming out next build.
Yeah, I think in 2 or 3 weeks' time.
Oh wow, I didn't know it was that fast.
Yeah, it's the Mustang and the Corvette GT3, and Ford is bye-bye, finally. Is the McLaren going as well, or is the McLaren staying?
The McLaren will stay until that eventually comes. So I know there's quite a few people that are interested in the Ford.
Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, I think a Ford entry into the Spa 24 is on the cards. Who it will involve is still open, I guess. But I know Oscar's been planning to do the racing with Burns in the Ford Mustang. I think a few others have expressed interest in that. As much as I think just the GT3 class doesn't appeal to many people in our group.
Yeah, we've always been prototype people for the most part. And Jimmy, you know, he likes saying he enjoys being the bully in the bully class, you know.
I think it's easier to be in the bully class. Like, you're more in control. Obviously, in the car that we're in, we're at the whim of whoever's driving the GT3s.
Yeah, the Sebring race in the GT3 was fun. I really enjoyed it, but it just highlighted how bad people are at multi-class racing. And it's like each one I do in the lower class, it's like these people this can't be their first one. And it's like, how are they still so inconsiderate to other people? And it's just because they get away with it. And there's no ramifications. There's no, you screwed these people over, therefore you're not racing for a day or two. There's none of that. So it doesn't change people. And up until there is some sort of actual penalty system which goes, sort of correlates incident points and says, oh, you've got so many over so many weeks. You
Drop a license or something, yeah, or ban, yeah.
Then there'll be no change in how people drive. And they prefer, like, even for races that we've sort of hosted, I think it was Road Atlanta, that had a group of people from all sorts of skill sets and experience, and the worst people were the ones that were supposed to be higher up on the tree. And it's like, if you're setting the example, because that's what people like that do, people will watch them because people really like watching, well, some people do, watching how the fast people do it, and they're like, oh, I can do that. And the fast people get away with it because people get out their way. But when you get someone who's not quite there or thereabouts, you just have a big accident. Or you end up, what I find around here is you end up having to stop somewhere to let someone by because they're trying to slip a nose in for 4 corners in a row, and all you've done is lose 4 seconds.
You get tired of being harassed.
And the worst person I've had in this race was Citro. And he does GT3s a lot. So you'd kind of like think you should really know whereabouts you can use the car's performance you've got compared to the other people. These people just don't care or don't learn or don't have experience of being the slower car too often.
Have I missed something that happened? I haven't really noticed him much in this race.
I've only seen him once, and it was coming down this section, followed me through these right-hand kinks, and then obviously there's a chicane at the end of this, and he decided to try and go round the outside of me after this section. So I basically had to stop on the apex up here to let him by. Rather than he just wait until there's a long ass straight after this section, he just tried to bully his way through. And it's like, you're just making it awkward for the pair of us.
Yeah, I'd like to let him by here. This is a great.
Amazingly, he could have waited 10 seconds and have got through no problem. But he could. That's just one example of someone who does this a lot and is bad at it. Like, I don't really care for hurting anyone's feelings, but it was bad, and it's like, well, unless these people get told, they will just always think they're right, and then if there's no penalty system for it, then they'll just keep doing it because they get away with it, unless they end up in a tyre wall. But then there's a type of people that,
Well, then it's your fault.
yeah, exactly. But we've seen so many people that do, even like I think we watched one of Case's endurance races he was doing with a colleague, and I think there was like 3 hours to go, and they had an incident, and they were running second, and they just give up. Like, well, you're going to finish 4th or something like that, but it's not good enough for them because they just want to win. But the whole point of it is getting to the end first.
Yeah.
Where you end up after that is luck, or sometimes taking out your hands.
It's harder to relate to that mentality for where we're at and where they're at and what they race for.
I think we're very sensible in the sense that I think a lot of people take their sim racing really quite seriously. And I think we're all very aware that some of us are really quite good, but like none of us are esports level. So
and we're
not racing for money, or we're just sort of enjoying each other's company and the chance to take part in the events, which I think is an approach that is just much.
It's a good long-term goal, yeah.
It's conducive to a positive environment. people talking about like the 13k rig guy earlier. I remember reading that, and something was said about like, oh, I'm going for esports or training for real world racing. It's like, okay, fair play, have goals, push yourself, but like, I think I don't know actually. I don't know how to put it, but like a level of understanding where you are and how to reach your next step first is like good, and then sort of build on it slowly rather than trying to make a huge leap to the end.
Yeah, you need a realistic starting point.
Yeah, is I think what a lot of people in racing miss, and they try and, as you put it, Hodge, they try and jump right to the end. They watch fast guys doing things, and they go, "Oh, I've got to do that because I want to be fast." It's like, well, you can't. Like, you need to take the next step, which is like knowing how to pick your moments, and then and build slowly and steadily from there. Whether it's focusing on like one lap pace, or it's traffic management, whether it's tyre
Consistency.
management, fuel management. Yeah.
Your racecraft, which a lot of that just kind of comes through experience and self-evaluation too.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I gotta make a coffee though, or I'm gonna start dragging over here.
Yeah. Outside of your Le Mans win, Hodge, do you have any big endurance races that you've done that you think back on as like ones that you think back on the most fondly, that you're like quite proud of?
I don't know really. Not had much luck in terms of results. I don't think pace is always on my side for that sort of thing. But we tended to always just be there or thereabouts. But the VEC days were really fun up until the last sort of maybe last season and a half. Sort of back in the day when we ran 2 and 3 cars were quite good fun, because it was similar like it is for this. It's like we just race with a bunch of mates, but you're very much focused. It's not like, oh, it's dead serious as a profession type thing. It's like you just focused on one race per month. Was so much easier than it is these days, because there's a race every fucking weekend you could be taking part in. And I think that sort of waters it down a little bit for some people. But yeah, I'd probably say the VEC days with myself, Kieran, and James Wilson in the blue Audi R18. I think that probably the most fun race that I can remember was Nurburging we did. And it's the race where Bailey had her coming together, and I think it was with Dowie Tapper. And they were in the lead by a lap over myself, and we were having fun out with the yellow cars with Nate and Coy. and the incident happened with like 20 laps to go, and he sort of like came in, got repaired and stuff like that, and immediately was like, oh, can we have a bit of common sense here and not push each other? So like, and at that, so at the same time that myself, I think it was either Nate or Coin in the other car, we were just having this battle of who's going to get second, basically. But it was just a clean teams battle. But that was a fun race. I think that's probably the only race I've ever had the fastest lap out in those cars. And it's like, oh, well, that shouldn't really be a goal. It's the endurance, but it was all part of it. It was good fun. I don't think sort of ever since maybe those days in the early iRacing has been so focused. Coming through, aren't they?
Right, Joe. Looks a bit.
It's dumb, that's what that was. Yeah, I think that's what's missing at the moment is just a little bit of focus on stuff.
Are you good for another one, Mitch?
I am, but I am at the wrong type of weed in this now. I'm trying to drink too much water.
That's alright. Just don't do an Oscar and undo your pants before you. Just don't take your fancy gym down the dogs in your hair.
Luckily, the pit stop's like a minute or something like that.
Yeah. Should have time. And if we lose a few seconds, who cares? At this point.
I think, like, looking at where the state of play as a group, but as how iRacing at the moment, obviously we'd normally prototype things. I think the fact that we're not very active shows that it's not as good as it could be, and hopefully will be getting better.
Definitely the way that those GTPs and iRacing are built at the moment is frustrating.
Yeah, frustrating to add word to use.
So they're super high downforce, which they're not in real life, and then they just don't have any top speed, which they do in real life. So if they can flip that, they did mention that they're sort of fixing.
They're being reworked, yes.
Yeah, so we'll have to see after the rework and the balance of performance. Here's something that I wonder about as well, Hodge. Two things is, firstly, do you sort of what do you think about the idea of people being made to hold on to the same car for a whole season as opposed to bouncing between them? Because I've always kind of liked that idea, but I don't know about it being forced, whether that's like a good idea or not.
I think if you want to go for a championship for that year, for that sort of season, I think you should. I think you should have a choice. It's like, you want to take part in a championship, then choose your car. Or if you want to just do some rounds, you can do all the rounds. And if you choose different cars, you don't get the points.
Or maybe you just like declare a car and then only the times you use that car.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you could just do like the same. You drop 4 rounds out of 12 or whatever it is, and whatnot. But I think that would make variety happen rather than everyone just drives an Acura at the moment. Because, like, to be fair, everyone just chooses Acura anyway. But for like GT3s, when people might, I would say my skill level is probably in the 2-something range in GT cars. So me choosing the meta car doesn't make a jot of difference, because the 3/10 difference between the fastest and the second fastest car, I'm not going to get extract anyway. Which is something that probably needs to be screamed at some people. It's like, it doesn't matter what cars matter, just drive the one you find more comfortable or one you prefer. If it happens to be the meta car, it doesn't matter, because it's probably the one you're going to be quicker in because you've driven it a lot. Like, I know Alex and Sam like to drive the Lamborghini and stuff like that, and it's like, well, that's never really the meta car these days. But they don't care, because it's the one they like to drive, and that's how it should be. Like, obviously we laugh at Grizz occasionally with his love affair with Porsche, but he will always drive the 911 GT3 when he's driving GT3s most of the time.
He's consistent about it.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's not getting worse results because he's driving. Because he's getting the maximum out of the car that he knows the most about. And I think that's what I find most frustrating, is like the people that constantly chase what is the meta, and it's like, are you able to match the times that these supposedly good people get out of them, or are you 4 seconds off their pace? Because if you are, then it doesn't matter. And I think the realism and being honest with capabilities should be at the forefront, as well as, is it fun? But there's plenty of times of going back to the days of the R18 versus 919, where you see so many people go to 919 because it's a quicker car, but you had to have a setup which made the car death. And if you weren't good enough to hold on to it, you would die. And that's
that was one of the first interactions I had with Coin. Was I ran a race into Lagos, and I was in the 919, and might have even been you co-driving. It was you and Joe, I think, in an Audi, and the Porsche setup from one or two of the setup shops that week, and it's so on the run through the left-handers up to the start-finish line, if you were boosting through them, then the car would spin left and hit the wall. And I did that, and Coin reached out with commiserations. That was on the first photo. It's like, I also remember Jimmy and Bailey going racing Spa.
Spa was always fun.
Through Blanchimont,
yeah.
The 919s would just get sideways, like really sideways.
I think, well, pretty much all of us who were racing them at that time, who we just stuck to the Audi, was it just made more sense. And as always, we generally had a setup which was quite sensible, and you'd play around with it, and it'd be like, oh yeah, we can make it quicker, but then you're on the edge. But it sort of got my I rating up to, I think the highest it was like 3.5.
Alright, I'll be back, guys.
Before I basically, before I moved to a place with unstable internet, and then I bled away like 400 I rating in like 3 months. But those were just mostly getting results because of people would just not be able to hang on to a car because they'll download it from somewhere, or they'd get it from friends, and friends would be like, oh, this is really good, you can do this time, and it's like, you can do this time for about 3 laps, and then there's nothing left of the car anymore. But Blanchimont was always the best corner just to watch a 919 hit the ground and then turn right, and you're like, you're dead. And the funny thing is, if they would have been a tiny bit, maybe a bit safer, they still would have won the race, because the 919 was just ridiculous. The fact that the rules weren't applied correctly meant you just always had boost in that car. So you always just had an advantage in a straight line, and having raced so many years against cars which had an advantage in a straight line, it's really difficult to race against that.
I think get Witcher.
I think like at the moment, I think I would hope that the best race is yet to come type thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is very silly, but like, I always kind of, whenever the VRE days that you brought up, I sort of mentioned, I sort of, a part of me goes, oh man, I wish I could be around for something like that, having like multiple cars running in like those sorts of medium form endurance races. But like some of the, should it happen, some of the lineups we could put together would still be like quite strong. And obviously, in any variation, incredibly enjoyable. Potentially, should the car have an appeal sort of soon. I think that's nice, the idea that the potential for that sort of thing. Maybe not with the same seriousness that it was once there with, but it's still sort of there.
I think it's quite hard to put in terms of like, oh, we don't take it seriously, because you don't do a 24-hour race without going, yeah, I kind of need to know what I'm doing. It's,
yeah.
I mean, I've had, for this week I did stint every night, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I did half of one this morning, just so that I am comfortable. I know that I was missing pace, but it's like, okay, I could do a range of times which is fine.
Yeah, you can do your pace.
Yeah, and sort of you apply that, but the more often you do it, the quicker you'll become. So it's like we always tend to be starting from zero. So let's take that charity race for an example. It was a tricky car to get that last 2% out of. So driving it at like 9/10 was fine. So the first couple of stints I had just getting the car was like just getting used to how it was on in the race. But then the stint I did in the morning, you're more confident, you're pushing it, and then that's when you're like finding the trickiness of it. And it's like, well, I don't do that enough in practice because I'm focusing on, well, I've got to do consistent laps, and you kind of work on different areas. But yeah, hopefully we can be a bit more active in terms of bits and pieces going forward once things are a bit better on the service, whether that's here or I guess there's potential in LMU. I don't know. I'd want to do any sprint stuff because it doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, I think this is something as well, actually, like with our group in general, is that we're all, for the most part, endurance races. That sort of sprint race doesn't really appeal to
I do endurance these days.
That's definitely where I get a lot more enjoyment from sharing the car with someone. You know, and I don't really care who. From the group that we've got, it's just like I much prefer sharing a race with someone as opposed to sprint racing itself.
Yeah, the social sort of aspects that comes into play. You know, Jake, you do it a lot with Alex, don't you? It's like your Friday night thing, and it just makes, I think, the race more fun when you're doing that, and then you generally progress together and blah blah blah. I mean, thinking of not minding who you do it with. I mean, we did when we did the Sebring stuff, I did it with Alex and Schumann, and it was really fun. Our result was screwed over by something weird happening in the game, but it was still, it didn't take anything away from the event. We still finished, I think, 3rd or 4th in the end, which was incredible considering Schumann hadn't really done anything for like 6 months to a year or whatever. He'd been away, so welcoming him back in and saying, Yeah, we'll do this with you. No problem. Don't care. Don't care if you're like half an iRating. It doesn't matter. It's like, let's just get in, have fun, encourage the practice, and talk about, I guess, the car and setup and stuff like that. I guess that was more of a case of testing the weather more than anything else in that rate.
I think as well, like in terms of like the team race, if you have an amazing solo race, it's amazing to you.
Yeah, you don't really have
That's
anyone
as
to
far
share
as
it with.
goes, yeah, but if you have an amazing team race, even if it's like 1 in every 5 that like maybe you don't win it, but you have like a really strong result, and you're like, well, I'm proud of the effort we put in there. That went really well. You've got someone to share that sort of joy and that pride and that effort with, and I think that makes it more special. That's a nice feeling.
Looks like we might get 9th again.
I saw one car was stopped in the pits repairing, but I think they might be back out on track again.
There's the team red have been in the pits 15 minutes 40 something, and it's still
Okay.
go get him, Jake.
Yeah.
I'm on it. Off track is fun.
You're on it and off it, but on it most of the time.
As long as you're on it more than you're off
Yeah.
it, that's what's key.
It's fine.
A lot
You,
better this
you've
go
got-
around.
you got nothing on Jimmy. Jimmy had like 20 on. It's like, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
He was racking them up so fast.
The lead is bidding now. The lead is bidding now.
I think we've just got Alex and Sam to finish their
Sam
laps.
did. Oh yeah, I think Sam was missed a bunch.
I think he's got 4, but yeah, I think he was yellow last time, which was kind of okay, not quite sure, but I don't know, he should have one lost in anyway.
I think the yellow means that you're like on track to meet fair share. So like you've done 4.
Predicted fair share it is with Matt.
But like I think it was predicting 5 laps and you've only done 4. So I think it knows that like should our car go the distance.
Yeah.
then
He's doing it again
we're in
anyway,
trouble.
so
But yeah, there we go,
Ninth.
Boom.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah.
Just like that. I should go get coffee more often.
No.
Okay.
I
Well,
like
'cause
having you around.
go get coffee more often. It's like, what, you're gonna make other people like remove themselves.
Yes.
Speaking of, as the Mercedes in front
Yeah.
disappears.
Out the way. Basically, just had breakfast all over again to wake myself up. Second breakfast later in the day.
I think that car has now left the pit lane.
Certainly looks like it. Well, from what I'm seeing on Grizzly Stream, so
Yeah.
That's right, Ben. The Rudy D-Gen Knights gang squad. We do a lot of channel point gambling in the Rudy Scoot channel in the evenings.
I haven't seen him for a while.
He's had a few days off. He was on last night, but yeah, sometimes he's on like every day, and then other things catch up with him. He's one of the more prolific like U.S. evening streamers.
He's the person I seem to catch the last race he would stream. Because it would be...
Yeah. He's up late my time. He also won a bunch of money playing poker last weekend, so he's been geeking out when he's been on to tell us about this incredible recall, and I think some of the notes that he had for talking about the hands he had, what everybody else had, what he saw on the table, what his thinking, what his process was. And I'm not somebody that would ever gamble. It's not my thing, but I do respect the hustle and the work put into it. So I think he won a fair amount of money. He had to beat a bunch of people in that tournament. But it's just wild to be like, oh, Twitch streamer I watch suddenly becomes a bit famous for winning this poker tournament. Send yes, thanks for the Prime. Really appreciate it. On Twitch, you get an ad-free experience with your Prime. With any of your subscribes with your Prime, so obviously very nice.
Very nice.
I see Dust Guy's still around. G-Hammer, you've been here from the start, haven't you, mate? I mean, how many hours in are we now? 14, 15 hours?
Coming up to 50.
Damn. Camplay is here. Transmog presents like Transmogrifier? It's a really good word. Burns is awake? Of course he is, because it's like 1 in the afternoon in Australia land. Yes, I would love to.
You win, and am I right here for some reason? It wasn't really on.
I wish I had control over that. Especially with my mono mic. That's about right. I always forget how many hours it is from me to Australia. But thanks for saying hello. Going after you sub, mate. Hey, Angus.
Faster traffic approaching.
You've been here since 6 hours and still pretty good stand. Anybody been here from the very, very start?
I have.
Other than you, I knew it. I'm not up to 10 copies yet, but number 3 will do. Hey, Will Ratcliffe. Good to see you. Oh no, I didn't get a chance to do Daytona. All my my driving stints were at this time, and Sam and myself were keeping our DHR Yellow 296 humming, trying to avoid the GTPs. I think I didn't get run over too many times. I got smashed in the kink before the second horseshoe, and I know somebody, an impatient GT ran me over in turn 1, but hey, it's just the way it goes. We finished that race in 7th, I think, by the end. I'm super proud of
That's a great result.
It really was. I think I got out of the car in 13th. So for Nate and Alex to bring it up to 7th was amazing.
When you get Nate going in those events, he is a machine.
Yes. Once he decides like this is the thing I'm doing, like you look out.
He's a force of nature.
I'm really proud of us that we could have had like 12 people that wanted to do this race if we were all feeling up to it. If we had Coin, Nate, and myself to drive, which is awesome. We're very active in iRacing.
Joe did a bunch of practice for it because he wasn't expecting to be ready, having come back from his holiday.
Oh, okay.
His holiday with Coin.
Yeah.
Whether he knew it or not.
But he was like, well, I don't feel quite comfortable. I think more in terms of traffic and like keeping it on the road without spinning than in terms of lap time.
Just a little touch.
The leader is coming up. They're not at high. Right side. Still there, hold your line.
Why is that white one?
It was very light bump. I don't know why it gave you a 4x for it.
It wasn't live on mine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the car moved.
Yeah, what we see and what you feel and what the server sees.
On replay, it looks a lot worse than it. Riz, if you can hear this, you've got 5 laps.
I don't think. What time is it? He's got down as 7:07. But they're only an hour ahead.
Yes.
The car in front
So
is
it's
pitting.
5. So it's coming up to 6. So he's potentially not here for another hour. Yeah.
Well, who wants to get in next?
About 40 minutes ahead of schedule. That was 4 hours ago. 5 maybe.
Yeah, that was brought ahead by well, Sam had basically split a session in half, obviously to get his 4 laps.
And Oscar's earlier. Takes it.
Yeah, Oscar did it on his in lap, so that didn't matter.
Oh, okay.
But Jimmy's first stint was 1 lap shorter than it should have been as well because of the incident that he had. So I guess it all adds up to about 4 laps. So you like to do
Car on your left.
some, Phil?
Clear on the left.
1 second. I reckon I could be convinced, potentially. It's not ideal, I'm a C boy. I'm sure I can get a C. But I've seen that Grizz is awake, because they joined the Discord.
Oh, I see. I didn't realise
He joined the Discord call, which is why I was like, oh, Grizz, if you can hear me, you've got a feeling which is like, you should be alive somewhere, but like...
Yeah, I don't know how awake he is, so...
Yeah, and as you pointed out, the times are not aligning.
Hold on a second, let's see what this car does with Jake. I'm just letting him go.
Car right.
He flashed you at the point that he was given the space.
Clear on the left.
Oh my god. You didn't account for that inside line, I guess.
No.
And chat doesn't get to see the rearview mirror, do they? It really sucks. I wish for spectating that you could see the rearview.
But I also think Jimmy's rearview mirror, his FOV is too big, too wide, so it looks weird.
I did get a lot of questions from chat about what his FOV was, but I didn't know if it was because they wanted to emulate it or they thought it was odd.
I can tell you because I run the same.
Go for it.
For Jimmy.
Grip and park the car and approach.
Shit. Where do I find it? So he runs 87 degrees field of view.
But he just moves the camera forward.
Horizontal. Yeah. I think it. So he runs 87 degrees field of view and then 6% shift horizon.
You're the worst.
And then I think he uses the camera tool to move it forwards and backwards and up and down as he sees fit. I tend to keep it simple across all cars, so I run 87 degrees field of view, 6% shift horizon, and then because I'm tall, I raise the driver height by 5 centimeters, and then just move it all the way forward. I'm using the camera at Edington. Just keep it like that.
I pretend I'm Gronholm, so I always make it taller.
So I'm very used to, in real world cars, having my eye line towards the top of the windscreen and then sort of looking down across the bonnet of the road. So
I always want to see the bonnet.
I'm sort of used to that sort of raised position. But then when I'm in other sims, because I'm like a degenerate who's been brought up in like Gran Turismo Reef Cam and F1 Game Team Cam, like the view that Grizz's stream has currently got is I've won some of our Stroll AC events from that camera view. I'm ashamed to say.
How dare you. I was lucky enough to the last historical video that I was on a car that didn't stop. Is fuel efficient.
Mine, the I just could not drive was that 250 LM or whatever. Or, no, 250p. That is so difficult to drive.
Also, quickly on the FOV thing, Jimmy's camera that you guys are watching from now is not pushed all the way forward.
Oh, okay.
I think it might be the default. No, I don't think it's the default distance. It might be forward a bit, but like mine's forward all the way, and I've got that A pillar, sort of like the bottom of the A pillar, is sort of like on the sort of left hand side of my screen. So the edge of the windscreen is just like the very left tip of the windscreen is just beyond the end of my monitor.
Okay.
Forward, so.
Fast
forward. I'm sorry, I can't tell people exactly what it is, but that's obviously a personal preference thing that he's done.
I try to tell people that anyway. I know some people have like mathematical ways of doing it. I'm like, well, whatever feels right to you. Like, I run a very narrow FOV so I can see more stuff in the distance.
I think it also depends on how your rig set up, doesn't it? Like, the height of your monitor relative to your seating position.
Yeah.
This kind of thing. Sort of seating style, is it GT, is it Formula, etc., etc. Affect the optimal way to set it up. There are lots of guides on it. Are you tall, Batcher?
No, I'm Bailey's height. I'm 5'10", and a half. Pretty average, I suppose. For, yeah, just 5'10"-ish. My brothers are tall. They're like 6'3" and 6'4". I don't
That's
know.
unfair, isn't it?
Yeah, my parents like really fucked up their diet or something. That's not,
What the fuck did you do this?
what were you eating? And I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, whatever.
What did you feed me?
Grass.
Yeah. One for the dog, one for John, I guess. Well, I've had friends that were like 6'7" and that, and I've always felt I'd rather be short than tall because I've watched them have to stoop, bend, knock their heads on things, and like my friend who was 6'7" always wanted to own a 911. It's like I can't. It's too. I wouldn't fit. Like my head would hit the roof, kind of thing, you know. And I know there are some cars that could accommodate for that, but I've just been in more situations where I'm like, you know what? Being tall doesn't seem like such an advantage a lot of the time, but whatever. We got Jake Witcher in the team, both in the team and in the car. Sorry, still waiting for my brain to wake up. You can do both.
He's actually a rogue driver who's just taking control.
So you can see we've got in the exclamation Stints that who all the other drivers are and sort of what we're planning, but it's a little askew, as Hodge was talking about before, because of some things that happened before. And Coin we didn't tell Coin that he had to update the list, so we're just kind of working with it dynamically. Grizz is going to be up soon if he isn't already. Phil's here on standby to jump in if Grizz isn't ready. And then after all of them, Bailey, Jimmy, they're all going to be up again to finish it off.
Sam and Alex.
Oh, and Sam and Alex too, sorry.
I think it's Sam after Grizz, so I would probably say from 7 a.m. our time, you should have some more people there.
Yeah, and Alex is going to be the only one that hasn't driven yet. So with 9 people in the car, it's like still haven't had everyone touch it. It's your birthday too. Somebody else's birthday earlier today. Happy birthday.
My birthday went as well.
I went at the beginning of this.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Actually, somebody else I know whose birthday I need to toast. Thank you.
Victim.
Faster traffic approaching.
All of you are born on the date that Mount St. Helens exploded not that far away from me in 1980. Quite an event here for a volcano in my part of the world. Mount St. Helens is a really nice state park around it in Washington, and it's pretty wild to see where all the devastation is. Oh yeah, what are they doing?
Still there. Clear on the right.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to take over after Rich is done here for a stint.
Okay.
Because thought to myself, actually, he's just got up. Just so he's not going to be fit state to drive by what is going to be like half an hour's time.
Ish, yeah. if it was Benjamin Allison, I didn't mean it to be. So it's just an happy accident, I guess.
Just got to be careful to make sure that Sam and Alex get their requisite driving in before the end.
They should.
With the time offset. I think we'll just like lose that stint that Jimmy's scheduled them for at the end.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that.
Alex's cable
He's bodged his old one, and it's working. the
confidence.
The cable gate conversation that was going on yesterday was hilarious.
Yeah.
Or early, well, yeah, yesterday when Alex was trying to explain the particular requirements of the cable and the fact that how it had to work with Fanatec stuff. Not
His
Fanatec,
USB A to
yeah.
B, his 90-degree angle. He's got to plug it into.
And it's a 90-degree angle down, not left or right, but down. That was the problem. As well as then it needed to be at least 3 meters long. And it's like,
all my cables are back to the grid, so
are they meant to be?
Yeah.
absolutely not. My phone charger's had wires sticking out the side of it for months.
Oh, it's a song. Interesting, Benjamin. Okay.
Probably not safe, I'm thinking.
Maybe not. Might have somewhere Sweden. A little bit bother.
Faster traffic approaching. Right side.
Oh, wow.
Clear on the right.
The speed.
That guy's trying on that curve and it upset the car, and I just come along for the ride.
Yeah. It's like, are you gonna die? I saw him mount it. The BMW next.
Faster traffic approaching. Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear.
Cayman looks so small. Against these GP3s.
It's doing its best.
Yeah, please give it speed.
It's just this section is so single
Yeah.
wide, I'm sorry.
But that and you just watch the Cayman wiggle about and do all sorts of stuff. You're like, you're just gonna have to wait.
Yeah, you know.
Clear.
Very good. They were patient.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. That was good from Augustin.
You got a slow car on the left.
Oh no. No, it's just the GT4.
Yeah, we've got
Previn.
this. Oh, it's Giovanni. We've got the sim race Sweden. They've now been in the pits for 4 minutes and 42 seconds.
So it's that uphill sort of weird, like, left right thing. It's just like the inside curve. Ooh, that came.
That's the
That's
leader.
the leader. The leading cable which went straight into. Oh, it's sure. That was
Did you hit him?
No,
No,
unfortunately not.
the BMW hit the wall. The leader.
Unclear what exactly. Yeah. So, yeah.
times BMW caught the curb and just spun, hit the Alco quite hard, and then the leader came round as they were rejoining and had to slow right the way down. But they did so because
It's good avoidance.
yeah.
We get the place this time.
Yeah, next time. Actually, I think they're racing the first.
No. No.
No, some swings.
It was weird how I was progressing through the pit.
Yeah.
People in the pit.
They've been there
No, we should
6 minutes now.
We should have the position now in iRACING update when I cross the line again.
No, Misha's not in this car. We're just racing with Jimmy's racing with his mates from sim racing from years ago. Yes, no Steve Super GT
that
or
was
Misha.
the best thing. One of the best things that happened. I think it was just randomly on Bailey's stint. Someone just said, "You lot are quiet, aren't you?" And I'm like, "That's a reminder for me to turn the voice chat off," because that was the very first time while I'd been in there that someone had spoken.
Is that aimed at Bailey or just like
Everyone.
Just at the race? Like,
I've kept my comms open and I've hardly heard anyone.
Yeah. Well, it's just one of those things where you're probably chatting with whoever you're racing with in a reasonable amount of time. What am I going to talk to random other people that I don't know or have no interest in knowing, or unless someone gets in the way or you're telling someone, "Oh, you can go through here." That's like, no, it's not just a chit chat.
Yeah, but in the pickup races and stuff, I find people are super chatty about like the most random stuff.
This one too.
It's in twos.
they're moving in herds. They do move in herds.
Thanks again to everyone for joining us. We're still going through the race, 24 hours Nordschleife in this official iRacing event. 9 people sharing this car, and DHR Red Doug Henson Racing. Jimmer's going to be up in a few hours. Hopefully get to finish it off. We're still messing around with the stints and who's going to do what, but we got to get one more person in the car who hasn't driven yet so we can have our fair share of stuff. You have to do driver minimums, and the more people you have in it, the minimum time is lower. So Alex, who has not driven yet, just has to do 5 laps, which is less than a stint. Looking forward to that. Driving the 718 Cayman GT4. There are GT3s in this. Porsche Cup cars, TCRs. There are no GR86s in this split. There aren't enough to go down to this strength of field. We're somewhere in like the 3,500 SOF for this split. And they're having a good time. It's just been really relaxed. Everyone's been enjoying themselves, and we're got P9. It looks like P8 is on the cards here. We'll see next lap because somebody was in the pits for a while. And it's really great to have you all along. Thanks to everybody in both chats for Twitch and YouTube for keeping up with all the information, answering questions when we're busy yakking about other stuff. And I haven't seen as many of the mod regulars around this weekend, but I know that they've probably got their own races going on and things happening, so keeping my eye on it as best as I can. But I know Clark Duffy and Burns and those have been around to help out. And it sure is awesome having people here for another Radio Bacho for this race. And make sure you tune in to see Jimmer next week at the real Nordschleife 24, the NLS race that I'm super excited to see him in. I'm sure all of you will be too. And some of you might have even forgotten, or you might be busy doing Indy 500, but spare a few minutes, whatever stream you can find. to be able to catch a glimpse of him in his Team Bilstein BMW M4 GT4. If any of you have any other questions, just in general, about whatever we're doing or whatever, I don't know. I could take a crack at anything. It just won't be expert. It won't be an expert answer probably, but it's always fun to just see what all is on your minds, and we're just sun's up. We're gonna continue going along, clicking off the laps, hoping for the best. Lazy bus. You know, it's great, Burns. It's like the community continues to get like more and more self-enforced as time goes on. Like when it first got popular in like 2019, 2018, it was unruly, and I felt like I didn't have enough hands sometimes to deal with all the people that would come in and say all kinds of crazy shit. And then some days through the pandemic, we had lots of mods, Mr. Giggs and Scott the Car Nerd and Colette and so many people. Don't want to leave anybody out, of course. Skatura, and obviously Jimmy hasn't been streaming as much, so super nice.
It's an unspoken Jacob code.
I see how it works.
9 out of 10 Jakes agree. That was a wise one.
Yeah, it makes life easy.
I think this has been one of the more laid-back races that we've done for 24 hours, honestly. And I mean, again, having 9 people in the car helps. We're always serious in that we want to finish, and we try our best in that. But we've also had a couple issues, a couple bonks with walls, a spin here or two, maybe a shite move from a faster car. But it's no hard feelings. I think Jimmy got spun out by somebody, half spun, and just about everybody but Bailey and maybe Hodge and Phil have had some kind of issue, but you know, that's all water under the bridge. Just having a great time. How much yak dung is deposited annually on the plains? A fair amount. Probably a yak size per day, I would imagine. Now, I'm not up on my yak facts. I also like saying the word yak facts. And there's also a product called Yak Tracks, isn't there? Or is that Moose Tracks that you use to keep from slipping on the ice? See, there's a good example of I almost know something, but not enough to get myself in trouble. Hey, Yukon biker guy. Just survive, right? And so far, the pit crew's been able to pop all the dents and loose splitters back into place, and not too much time. I think we had like, I don't know if we've had more than 4 or 5 minutes worth of damage at a time. And like Jimmy had a little bit from sides swiping some walls that really didn't do anything to the car, and gave it to Oscar. Gave it to Oscar with like 2 minutes of optionals, and I mean, the car was still driving straight and didn't lose any speed on said straights. Yak back pens? No, I don't remember those. That's true. Oval. The yellows help with that. Like, I don't know how chatty people want to be when it's green, but it's nice to be able to. To give an idea for things, or you talk over like maybe what happened in the last reg, and you kind of discuss the goings on of the race, or just random bullshit in the ovals. That's the only thing I don't get the experience with in iRacing, since I don't do the circle driving, the ovoids, is that random banter. I live for that stuff. I think my favorite part in iRacing is the pre-race banter, because everybody is usually in a good mood and really hopeful. I'm like, oh yeah, everybody have a great race. I hope it goes well. Good luck. Have fun. All those kind of sentiments. And then you get to turn 1 in a Super Formula Light, and like 8 people look like they're trying to fornicate into the exit, and they've wrecked their suspension and wheels are flying all over the place, and it's fuck you, and like the change from like, hey guys, let's just have a good event, to something extremely negative is like a switch. The best midnight snack is water, because you really shouldn't eat if you're planning on going back to sleep. But if you don't care about that, then a donut is an amazing midnight snack, which you should not do that. Because you won't digest it very well and you'll hold on for it too long. But if you just want to treat yourself and you don't give a shit because it's midnight, I do like a good sugary treat. I try not to. I make some cutoffs for myself in the evenings for when I want to have anything to eat. It's harder for me to get back to sleep if I have had something. Tonight doesn't count because I'm trying to stay awake and as with it as possible till Jimmy comes back. Goes from happy days to 5 divorces in 1 quarter, yes. And you can vouch for that a lot. Not gonna lie, often these ultra sweaty people doing races for me, like, in the end, this is a game. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, the approach of how much your pace and where you finish matters to you so much, but just having a race where, like, it don't get killed can be enjoyable for me. How many Super Formula races have I done in a row where, like, I barely made it 400, 500 meters, and the expectations of some can vary so wildly in a split. I just like to be around people who have the same kind of goal. Like, do the best we can. Let's not be too aggressive. If we can have a race, that'd be great. Like, some of my favorite races have been in MX5 rookie races with people that are like 1.1 to 1.4K. We all look like we're about to kill each other. We attempt 8 different lines through every corner, and then we switch them up each lap. And then we get to the finish, and like, I've had maybe a dozen of those in the 600 races I've done of iRacing, and like, we all felt like we accomplished something. We grew, we had fun, we were calling each other by name. Some of them added me to their friends list and vice versa. Like, that was great. I always remember that race we had at Okayama together, you know? How that doesn't happen too often for me, unfortunately. It's usually like, how many fucked up car crashes can I dodge and get a podium, you know? But it's all fun to me, so, whether it's death-defying or loads of respect. Jimmy went to bed a bit earlier, so I don't know. I would guess somewhere in between like 7 and 9 in the morning for Jimmy. He was pretty shattered from his stint for a race, a track this demanding, and his concentration. It was like one of the more quiet times I've heard him, other than maybe at Le Mans in the R18 or Fuji in the Long Boy GTRLM Nismo from many years ago, where he was just in full attack mode. And I think he was, I would have to say, to be honest, that he was a little embarrassed by his 2 crashes that he had in his first 2 stints, and he wanted to get back in and make amends. And he did that by locking down his comments and just going 100% at staying on the road and pushing. And he got some really good lap times and consistency from that. That's a great goal too, G-Hammer. I didn't wreck anybody, I didn't crash. You know, maybe your rating went up, but because getting just smoked from a race is so defeating, and it's hard to get back up and join that next one, you know, if like you just get pummeled. Even like oh no. Well, he kept it left, I guess. I had some at Road America where I barely got out of my pit box before someone destroyed me. I know that. It's the kind of thing that'd wake me up.
Oh, that's such a shame for that Porsche.
Hey, Taiwan. And by Taiwan, I mean you, Pontalava?
Clip the wall, the outside wall, the entry to mid-curve. And the Riz then stepped out as they were turning through it. And slammed hard into the inside wall.
Oh, Pepe, you're asking why I drink water. Like, drinking water for me makes, like, if I have a midnight snack, I'm probably hungry, and I want the hunger pain to go away. And so a little bit of water in my stomach and moving around a little bit helps to just settle it down. So, and it keeps me from ingesting calories or carbs that I don't need, you know, at a time. So it's like, I've had that happen a lot through food insecurity in my life of how to make that hunger pain go away, and that's just what works for me, I guess. I don't drink a lot of it. I'm not drinking like a half a liter of water at midnight, because you're right, I would otherwise be up in a couple hours, and that would be frustrating.
Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Just
Why? Why not wait?
exactly.
Risk both of our entire races on forcing
For
your
what?
cars there.
I was up 8/10 on my TV.
At our critical corner.
Yeah, it looked a nice lap as well.
I was up 1.6 up until that Porsche at the moment. I had to back out of it just to make sure he didn't put that across the trip. I actually got some of that back. Down like half second out.
Oh, I'm sorry I had that effect on you, Exponaut. That crash kept you from racing again, and I do agree with Strappo. It's like getting back on that horse.
One more strong lap. Then give you some rest.
Still keeping. Oh yeah, almost in the
Jimmy told us a scary story earlier about having a.
Track temp still hasn't budged as far as I can tell.
It's cloud cover.
Interesting.
Still opportunities for sniffing.
Well, I'm just curious, because like, the sun's been up for a bit now.
Just got a lot of cloud cover.
What does it say the temperature is as in ambient rather than
20.
20.3
so it's colder than the track. Yeah, they're gonna get
Marginally. And what time did the sun come? The sun came up like 5:30. It's then 7:45, and then 10. It's just not budged.
You have a McDonald's 5 minutes from you. Yeah, and DoorDash and Uber Eats and all those delivery things really helped with that. For it's like, it's too far away. I'm not gonna drive all the way to Taco Bell to buy 9 gorditas or something. And you're like, I can just use my phone, and somebody will bring it to me in like 20 minutes. That definitely aids for that midnight craving. I don't end up doing that because the charge for that stuff in my city, at least, because I don't live in a major metropolitan or something, is pretty expensive. So it'd have to be a real treat myself kind of thing. I mean, the most I really do for myself is ordering a pizza or 2 a month. I try not to go out to eat that much, just because of the cost. Yeah.
It is progressing.
It's happening.
Had a bunch of incidents spread across all those. We're just keeping on plodding on, and other people keep falling off as well. So we keep getting positions.
We're falling off less than we were before.
Yeah, so now it's P8.
We got all that out of the way.
We're not really on the raw pace of the good people, so we're just sort of taking advantage of other people fucking up. We're now into the top half of the field. And we're all just having a good time, so it's positive. I'm just going
All right. Yeah, would you believe I used to live right next to like a Taco Bell and a Subway, and I never ate there? I couldn't. It's tempting. I mean, you can smell a Taco Bell from about a quarter mile away, but I never budged. I think because I lived so close, I was like, no, don't do it. It's just and I think I've also had a lot of time since I've eaten at Taco Bell, and I was never sure if my stomach would be able to handle it. And those of you that live near one or have had a bad experience with that kind of food know what I mean. You find out pretty quick whether your system is equipped to handle it, shall you say. How fast it moves through your body, if I could put it that way. So Jake's coming in this lap, and Phil is going to take over, do a stint. And Grizz should be up and about. Our German, who's lived everywhere but Germany, who streams on Twitch, twitch.tv/Grizzle, GRIZZ or ZZLE. I'll clear everybody because he's been streaming this whole time.
Jesus Christ. couple of hours.
Ah, Hutch. Thanks for joining us for so long.
Alright.
And for doing your driving.
Yeah, I should be back in a bit.
Bye, mate. Back. He's having a nap. Is that a long nap or a short sleep? Morning at book back marker. Gosh, I can read.
Looking at some optionals from that ramming I received.
That'll be fine. We'll just take what's there and do it. Can't be that much.
Can't be that much. It doesn't unaffect the car.
I doubt we're going to be sat there for it's going to be like a 10-15 second job.
Remain in the race. Good question. Give me a sec. See if I can figure that out for you.
When it's all said and done, this lap was identical to last lap.
I think there's 41 in total that are still running.
255s in a row.
And that's out of 52 that started.
I think it's going to do with the records at work.
And from my count, there are 12 GT4s, and we are P8. Let's see who's retired the most.
Awesome job.
Great job, Jake.
Truly wonderful.
Can't complain about that.
Hit box in 10,
I feel like you really got the
5,
the
3, 2,
not so nice times with traffic.
right here.
and you
Yeah, a lot
did
of
it really
pairs.
well. Yeah, lots of like groups and pairs and people sending in aggressive places, and
And
you handled it really, really well.
Good. Yep. That multi-class experience. Imagine.
Looks like there's been 4 TCRs that have retired. 3 Porsche Cup cars, and 1, maybe 2 GT3s. So, I mean, all said and done, for how many hours we are into this, not a lot of DNFs.
The repairs might be done before the fuel here, actually, which. They
Happy
are.
days.
Happy days. We lose 0 time. Yeah, I think it's probably kind of a nice place to be. Like a bit more aggressive, but not too far from the baseline to start with.
A lot of people chatting about Gran Turismo games, and made me think of a question, which was, everyone has a favorite, right, for Gran Turismo series of the 7 that are out there, but like, which is the first Gran Turismo you played your favorite? No. Or no? Like, which one did you guys play first?
be 3, I think, for myself.
Which one's your favorites?
4. I've got so many good childhood memories playing 4. Me and my family did this like super weird thing. We were like, we had just one shared profile for Gran Turismo 4, like with the cars on. And for each of our like birthdays and stuff, we'd give each other individual ownership of some of the cars in the garage.
Oh,
Clean them up and do like an oil change for them. And stuff
that's
like
so
that.
cool. It's like a little bit of like role playing or something, right?
Yeah, so I think gave my dad like a Lister Storm, and I think I got the Nike like special car, and we gave one of my brothers the Daimler motor carriage, and like you just like would pick one out and then just like give it an oil change, give it a wash, then go right, that one's yours to no one else can touch it.
That's so cute.
Kind of like well, yeah, when you're like kids, but it's like those sorts of like little things that you do. I think in all the little things is what sometimes you understand that. And it's little things like that, and then sitting up watching the AI drive with the 24 hours is and bits and things like that. Made it super special for me.
I remember it was kind of my stepbrother, if you will, in PlayStation 1. Gran Turismo 1 and 2, and for some reason, the disk drive was going out for it, so it would stall out loading. So you would open the cover, spin the disk, and you close the cover again, and finish loading whatever was loading.
That's so cool. That's such a fun, like, you know, like the old Nintendo take it out and blow on it kind of thing. Like you had to do some kind of physical action to make it work.
We had countless hours of various for 4 was just 4 had such depth, and you had the whole beat spec aspect, 24-hour races.
I played Gran Turismo 1 when it came out, and with my friends, we mostly just did split screen racing against each other. And I did that for a long time, and it took several months before we got over that and realized, like, oh, like there's much more to this game, and kind of digging into it. And then it became more about which car could you get, make it the most horsepower, and see what lap time you could each achieve. And it was kind of fun to all pick different things and get used to it. And certainly by the time I found the R32 and then trying to hang on to it at somewhere like Trial Mountain, even though it was diabolical with that much horsepower, just felt like, yeah, we just loved the challenge and the chasing for the lap time, even though we weren't racing each other directly anymore. But my favorite ended up being Gran Turismo 3, because that was the first one I bought and had for myself. I bought a PlayStation 2 just to play that game, and I like the way it looked compared to the other, you know, even because I played PC games a lot of my life, and I always thought the PS1 graphics were pretty blocky, and that kind of fake environmental map and the res of it used to be, I like the game, but I never liked the way it looked, and 3 finally sharpened all that stuff up. I just played the shit out of that game, and then I sold my PlayStation 2. And meanwhile, there are a bazillion other games I know I should have kept it for, you know, now that I'm older. But, I just wanted to play that. There's several times I bought a machine just to play a game. You know, like I bought Xbox just to play one of the Grand Theft Autos. I think San Andreas, stuff like that.
Imagine my PlayStation 2 with a 360. Call of Duty was the thing. And that and Rainbow Six Vegas.
Must have been rad for people whose first Gran Turismo game was 4, like which, you know, is so highly regarded for a game. Like you start out with one of the best ones, you know. How do you move away from that? And it was late in PS2's development, right? So it had even more, not just bang for your buck, but like features and memory and and looked better than it being one of the last of the PS2 generation. It looked the best too. Yeah, my roommate bought an Xbox just for Halo. That's right. Yeah, Jimmy returned the Gran Turismo 7 last week to start over again with it, and I didn't watch very much of that stream, unfortunately. I was busy that day, and I should see what his, just what he was thinking while he was going through it again, you know, how he was ranking it or thinking about that release now that we're a bit removed from it, and some launch shenanigans of not allowing you to sell cars and the way they were, you know, distributing and releasing the content through that game was a little weird. You know, it just didn't feel, some of those aspects felt backwards for a Gran Turismo game, right? And they made good on some of those things. Look at that, they waited till the straight. Shocking.
To be fair, that is a cut car, so it corners.
That's true.
It's pretty naff. It's the straight where it's got all the crumb.
Yeah, Nate, who really loves Gran Turismo 3, doesn't like that game so much, and I think I understand why, because he played 4, and I think if I had played 4, I would think differently about it, but getting it literally the day it came out, I just remember the newness of it, and I have that fondness for the game. It wasn't worn away by, oh, right, you know, this is actually pretty limited. If anything, it's kind of a prologue to what Gran Turismo 4 was. You know, when you look back at what the features were in that game, it pales in comparison to the sequel. And like Gran Turismo 2 has tons more content than the first game did. The Riot games had a continuation from Tourist Trophy, Gran Turismo on bikes of that time, and I had no idea that a game like Tourist Trophy ever existed. Just one of those titles that I never ran across, and just not being much of a console person, I was very focused on individual titles. Like, I want to play Final Fantasy VII. I will borrow my friend's PlayStation kind of thing. It's just, there'd be that must-have title of the time that I didn't want to miss out on, and I just didn't hang on to those systems long enough to explore a little deeper. It's too busy trying to save up for like a 3DFX voodoo card, or you know, buy all the ever-changing peripherals of PCs at that time, where hardware was becoming obsolete so fast. I love today that you can own a computer for years and still be able to play some newer titles because of just the scalability of games, indie games, the age that we're in, where there's so many ways to find and play new games that are not not super demanding on hardware. Like some of us here have had 1080, you know, or like cards, like until recently. I think Coy and Pavilas in our team had us only recently replaced this 1080 card for a 4000 series. Which voice channel? Oh, I haven't. Maybe I accidentally muted it. There's a little more chatter going on. I'm just listening for a second. Maybe we're getting to the loopy part of the race. Want to kiss the cats? Says NASCAR 99 was probably your first sim game. What was a NASCAR 99? See, I was so into the Papyrus games as NASCAR 1 through 4 in 2003. Do I like the Fallout games? Asks Drake Kenny. I do. Of the Brian Fargo original ones, of the two isometric ones of Fallout 1 and 2. Put up by Interplay were life-changing for me. Of like, oh, an RPG that's not just fantasy. It's so many of the games I played from early PC were all fantasy or Dungeons and Dragons adjacent, and like post-apocalypse, mutants, like weird aliens, and this, you know, the New California Republic stuff, and allowing a lot more freedom for the dialogue and choices you can make. This had a huge impact on me, and even when it went to 3D, which I think is one of the harder things to do, from games of the 90s into the 2000s. Obviously, stuff like Grand Theft Auto was able to do it as much as I liked the first and second games, the 2D ones. They're tough. That making it 3D was. Oh my gosh, I spent so much time playing those games with my friends. But yeah, the Bethesda Fallout games, I fell off after New Vegas. I played New Vegas on PlayStation 3, and which, if you've ever played a Bethesda game on a PS3, you know what a tortured experience that is in video game terms because of the memory and the way its like cell CPU thing works. So after about 45 minutes, Fallout New Vegas would just crash because it couldn't keep up. You know, you try to load into certain areas there, anywhere near the Hoover Dam, and it would run out of memory, and that would be so painful. So thank God for the autosave system in that. And you know, I actually enjoyed the TV series. I think I was skeptical at first that Amazon would be able to pull off a live action version, and there's a lot of fan service stuff in it, but I love Walton Goggins a lot and Kyle MacLachlan, and it ended up working somehow. I'm really looking forward to them making another season of that show. So it was, yeah, surprisingly good. Heard of Jill in the general, but I can't tell you. I arrived to Fallout 4 too late, and with my eyesight being so bad, it was just really tough to figure out where I needed to go. I mean, you always have the typical Bethesda RPG marker, which kind of points you in the right direction. But I'll tell you, there was a mission of a dam I found in Fallout 4 where you had to like repair stuff in the pool there, and I just couldn't find all the little spots you needed to dive down in this like irradiated water.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
And I just bounced the fuck off that
Hello.
game.
The incident list is quite long in my race control.
Well-
race control. If it's talking specifically about us, maybe
No.
exaggerating.
Oh, just in general.
Oh,
just in general.
Yeah, it's probably fair. It's probably an accurate representation.
Yeah, we've seen a few people that screw up the mood curve and just some other pinball moments. So
Mhm.
It's not how to get stuck in the barrier. That was fun.
Oh.
no, I didn't play New Vegas on PC, and I should. I've watched Nate play it a lot. There's so many mods, and yeah. When I play it through an RPG, I tend to play it once, and then I'm done with it. I have my experience, and that's kind of it. My headcanon becomes whatever my playthrough was, and I hold on to that very dearly for what my choices were. I don't tend to play games multiple times, unless it's like XCOM or something that has a little bit of replayability, a tactics-based game, something that's really challenging that way. Roguelites, those I give a lot of repetition to. You sleep well, Grizz?
I did indeed.
Your long nap.
I definitely can tell though that I'm getting older and crankier because the sunrise was nice. I was having a nice sip of my tea out on the balcony and everything, and then all of a sudden it got ruined by this young kid with his Honda Civic and a soup can of a.
Shake your fist at him, Grizz.
I'm
He'll
just
learn.
like, you darn kid. Ah!
Like, what does that muffler even do?
Literally just there and it's making noise. Stop it.
Keep that up and I'm going to steal the platinum from the catalytic converter.
What? No, that's already gone. It enhances the noise even more. It's
There's people around here that treat some of our streets like a drag strip. And there's like a large parking lot that I think people use to drift on. And at 2 in the morning, my God, it is so loud.
These darn kids. Youth.
They even put speed bumps in that parking lot to try and dissuade them. I don't think it worked. I think they just rerouted their drift lines.
just making a drift course.
Like, thanks, yeah.
This is new. Let's try this instead.
Thank you for the love from Arkansas. Cheers, Pyro. 6966. You're nice, 66. Oh, Detroit Become Human. I think I'm gonna have to watch someone play that game. Maybe I'll make Nate go through it. Just make Nate go like I can make him do anything.
Yeah, the Resident Evil 4 was my jam on PlayStation 2 back in the day.
What was, sorry?
Resident Evil 4.
Oh, yeah.
I remember playing Resident Evil 4 demo from a PlayStation magazine. I remember which one it was exactly, which magazine. It was one of those moments with the disc on them.
Good old days, the demo discs.
Demo discs.
Demos will come back, finally.
Yeah, there's a bit of a surge in them again, which is great.
I think the marketing is showing that they work for like Steam and those like where they kind of compile them together, like, oh, we're having a turn-based week, here's a bunch of demos or whatever. Yeah, I never played a Resident Evil game.
Nate's huge fan of those.
Oh yeah, and the remakes.
And the remakes, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of started with 4. I remember playing the original ones early on.
Very different, yeah. I know from my friends that like 4 was the divisive one. You either loved it or you did because of the earlier, you know, the kind of shifting gameplay that they had, right?
Yeah.
Left side. Clear.
How many laps are you in, Phil?
I think this is my 3rd. 4 more than 1.
Alright.
I think I really like Detroit Become Human because it's in a genre I adore, of cyberpunk. Yeah, I wonder what that's like with like if there's any accessibility stuff, or if I could knock the difficulty way down.
I played the crap out of 4 on PlayStation 2, and I got my Xbox 360. The 5 came out. I picked that up, and me and a coworker at the time played that game together.
Oh, nice.
That was really cool.
Well, any of those co-op games like always stand out for me if I went to the end of them, right? If I liked them enough to finish them with somebody.
5 kind of those 4. I would play 5 much times. Not the same nostalgic, I guess, feeling, but it was still a fun game to just keep playing again and again. No, I never played 6. No, I got 6. I realized why I didn't play 6. Like, oh, I didn't miss anything. Great.
Is that the one that had all the quick time, or not quick time? What's the word I'm looking for? The events of like, you know, shaking the controller and QTEs. Yeah, quick time events. Gosh, sorry, I was thinking of the the movie format.
I'm not sure. I know 5 had something else in 4, but it was still shaky controls or something.
Oh, I remember one was like squeezing the triggers for like climbing up ropes and that kind of stuff. You know. Yes, the next fest. That's what I was thinking something about. Oh, right, because it's just like Heavy Rain, correct, made by the same person, so that's why there's a lot of those kind of QTEs. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, maybe I could watch it as like a cinematic experience on YouTube. I'll have to look around. Which of the Resident Evil games introduced, like, you're being chased by something and you're running at the camera with your character and dodging stuff?
I remember it more than 5. I think 4 had some next
Car right.
4.
Clear on the right.
That's the kind of stuff I'd watch in a playthrough or a video and go, like, the trial and error of it, I would feel agitated. Like, oh, how many times am I going to die just trying to run away from this thing, tripping over and stuff, you know? Games that have timers critical things you can fail. I can sometimes not want to play like, and I hate to say this because this ended up being a really great game. It was Metroid Prime on GameCube, but like any Metroid, it starts out with like, oh my god, it's just your ship's gonna explode, or you got to get out of this thing in 2 minutes. And for someone like me, I has a hard time kind of seeing where to go. If I die over and over trying to find it, like, oh man, it becomes really defeating. Yeah, it's like, just get me out of this bit. And I've read recently that the work of people in accessibility have been thinking about, let's include some elements that say, like, okay, you're struggling with this bit. Do you want to skip it, or do you want to make it easier? And I know there's a whole contingent of gamers of like, no, you can't make my game easy. I can't. Like, well, then don't play like that. But you'll sell a lot more copies to someone like me if you allow me to see the story or understand it as a cinematic experience, maybe, if I can get through it with this one easy trick.
I like playing story games on easy. Sometimes you just want to, like, some games I'm not super interested in, like having a intense experience. I just want to enjoy like the story and get at my pace.
Yeah.
Easy is just the way to play games, and there should be absolutely no shame in doing that.
Like, I love Dark Souls. There is no difficulty slider. It just kind of is the game. There is stuff you can do that can make it a little easier if you're willing to dig. And so I've had that experience, and I enjoyed it for what it was and beat it several times. But yeah, some other ones of like, I don't want to stress about this. Just, like Baldur's Gate 3, I knocked that all the way down. I didn't want to micromanage every combat situation and risk having to reload a lot.
I will say about you, I bought that and I haven't yet been able to play through it. So I think I've started a file on easy to go through that, but I'm going to be on an adventure. Let me know.
Yeah, I'm. That was one I had to stop because I couldn't see all the objects. I couldn't always see where to go, and I'm hoping that post-eye surgery stuff will get me back to playing a game like that.
Just skip the cutscenes.
Baldur's Gate, actually. I just don't really care for Destiny, I think is the key thing there. Quite a few people tried to get me into it. Schumann tried to get me into it, Taylor tried to get me into it, and I was just like, I just don't really care. I've never played Halo, I've never really sort of... Futuristic shooters don't tend to interest me. I like stuff that's grounded in reality for the most part. Something like Baldur's Gate, where it's like medieval fantasy, I can get quite into that, but like futuristic fantasy, I just sometimes struggle with, I think, a little bit.
What about wizards? There's a lot of magic shit in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I'm fine with that being there. I tend to ignore it, but that's because it's quite like a complicated gameplay mechanic for someone who's like never played D&D or been involved in that sort of thing. That's obviously my take on it. Like, with a game like that, it's quite open to be like what you make it. Which is nice, I like that.
I've been on Destiny, I haven't played it. Friends I have played it.
I mean, I spent some recently. I've just been playing PGA Tour with Bailey.
Yeah, you guys all really take to golf games. Where like Oscar wants to play baseball games, Bailey wants to play cricket games. Not everyone wants to play FIFA type stuff, but yeah, golf somehow brings us all together.
I need to pick up Darkest Dungeon on sale, but I think I missed it.
That first one.
Oh, actually, I think it's for the 20th, so I think that's like $4.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good. It's a good 20 to 80 hours, depending on how how much grind you want to do.
Yeah. Seems like something you can pick up.
Yeah, there's always more heroes to hire from the wagon to throw into the depths. Before you hear too many of the sound, the voiceovers. Like, all right. You want to recap? Well, Phil's, I can give you the more recent one. Phil's in the car. He's going to be out soon to give the car to Grizz. Grizz is awake. We only have one person who hasn't done a stint yet, and that's Alex. I'm hoping that his wheel's going to be working okay by the time he's up and running with this like 90-degree USB cable thing he had to jury rig to have it work, since he couldn't order one right away. But Jimmer's been asleep for a while. He had a stint in the first couple stints, had some incidents with a wall. They came off not super well from, and I know it made him deflated. Sam had a little bit of a spin too, but everybody else has had a pretty good time. Oscar had a spin. Actually, I think the most amount of damage came from Oscar, now that I think about it. We've fallen all the way back to 16th from where we qualified in 13th, but through attrition and just staying at it, staying with it, keeping the consistency up, even around most of the other GT4s that are faster pace-wise. We've been able to get back to, we're P8 now, so doing our usual Doug Henson racing thing of plodding on, keeping on, and been really happy with everybody's just driving and demeanor, you know, really pretty positive attitude. We all, everyone here has done this a bunch. Maybe not this track, like Bailey has never driven Nordschleife for a 24-hour race. Mostly just familiarization and fucking around. And actually, he drove the most clean out of all of us, I think. 9 people in the car, never more than 4 or 5 minutes of damage, and just hoping and praying that some of these Cup cars that come up to us who are, you know, the Porsche Cup car is not very good on the brakes. Its mid-corner is bizarre at times, and a track that never stops moving or undulating. You gotta stay on your toes and just hope that they know what they're doing. And so far, so good overall. Any other questions about the race or whatever, I'm happy to fill you in. I've done a few of these updates already, so I never know if I forgot something critical. And that's right, G-Hammer, that never give up, which is ingrained in all of us. As long as the car is drivable, that we put a very small asterisk on Clam Man's never give up, because if it just crabs to no end and you can't actually drive it safely, then we're not going to go out there and potentially ruin somebody else's race because it's so damaged. It's very rare that that happens to us, though. We finished way more of these 24-hour races than that we felt like we were forced to quit. There were 52 in this split, and should be 52 for just about every split. And the last I looked, there were 41 that were still going. I think the TCRs had the most amount of retirements for whatever reason. I could guess and say that the lower class cars often get abused by the faster ones, but I don't want to assume anything. I just think. Piorak, welcome in. Drift Mad. Jiu-Jitsu Monkey, good to see you. Hey, old mate. One of those sayings I've learned of Australia of how you just refer to someone as old mate makes me laugh every time. It's good to see you in Twitch chat. First time chat. It was true for the most part, the GR86s, and it being much slower than all these others. There's only 4 classes in this race, not what would be the potential of 5, because not everybody wants to drive the GR86 because of its pace. It's a little unruly at times. It doesn't grip roll like it used to, right? But GT3s, GT4s, Porsche Cup cars, TCRs are all that are in our split. But the pace difference, the overrun speed delta between a GT3 and a GR86 could really spell doom for someone, because you could be looking at your mirror, go through a corner, if the GR86, look up at your mirror the next time, and you have it completely filled with a GT3 car, and that could scare the shit out of some people, or you just get rammed, which is unfortunately a very common thing I see in iRacing, that people get that momentum, that inertia, and they feel like they have to exploit it the moment it's there to get past somebody. The patience to just wait a corner, wait till you get to a section that's a little bit straighter, is something I wish I'd see more people employ. Like even here, where Phil's going through towards Flugplatz, there's moves made by GT3s into those little chicanes that don't make any sense. You both end up losing speed or lap time at the minimum, and they're low percentage moves that can kill you both too. And it's like, why not wait till this bit before Flugplatz, or when you go through it in that right hand kink down here, down the Schwedenkreuz, that like there's all kinds of room to pass here. Don't have to force it in between all these S's, these never-ending S's. Just hanging back a second is a virtue. Oh, as a joke, you went in with the GR86 with 16 people, and you managed to get in top split. So that just shows you how many across everyone that entered as a team, what the distribution of the classes were. Because I would bet that the last, I think this would be true. The last two, the bottom bit of the splits are all GT3s, or maybe just split between 3s and 4s. It would be the popular class, of course. Still running P8 after all this time, and I can't wait to see Grizz get in the car, who's streaming on Twitch, twitch.tv/Grizzle, GRIZZLE. He's been in the team for a couple years now. We've been able to get him into a lot of these iRacing events. Not so much in the Assetto Corsa stuff, but he's almost always up for some iRacing multi-class with us. Next season, I know Jimmy said like they really missed an opportunity by not getting the wet tires out for those P Cup GT4 car and GT4 cars, so that we could have the first rain race for Nurburgring. So another year, I'm afraid, for an official event that will have rain. GT4s in 3 weeks' time, we'll get those wet weather tires. But there'll be rain for Le Mans whenever that unofficial 1440 finger licking. They can't use the Le Mans name for doing special events in iRacing because of brand and naming right exclusivity that's locked up elsewhere. So I'm sure in one of their 24-hour series, like they do every year since R Factor 2 and now LMU have been around, that they'll find a way to have an official Le Mans for us to do. And it's listening to Hodge and maybe Bailey. I mean, that doesn't take much to twist Bailey's arm to do Le Mans. I'm sure we'll field a car for that whichever month they end up doing it. Also hoping for some Spa 24 action for DHR in the future. There were some unofficial or hosted races. I remember seeing Samsoid be in that for Daytona 24 with the rain. They wanted to simulate after the patch drop that gave us wet weather, and it added a lot to it. A lot of the people here did a charity race couple weeks ago at Le Mans for the Rainbow Road charity in the Porsche 963, and Hodge and Bailey were describing just how much interesting that event was with the chance and threat of rain throughout, and that might promote a few of us who maybe aren't as crazy about GT3s to do the Spa 24-hour race, just to go through it, to know what that experience is like. And it's always helpful to have those in your back pocket for when you do future ones, even if a few of us aren't wild about that class. We do tend to like the GTPs. And that said, we don't have a lot of GT4 races under our belt, and I think, what was it, 2 years ago we did TCRs here, which surprised me. Anyway, I really like the pace of the GT4 at this track, because it's not super demanding on your concentration like the GT3 would be. It's fairly easy to drive and very conducive for getting to the end, if that's what your goal is, and that very much is how we're going about this. Well, some of us like GT3 a little bit more. That's for sure. Like you and Sam. Or, well, you're not. That's right. You don't really like real world GT3 that much, Alex, but you do own some of the iRacing ones, yeah. Good to see that you're up, Alex. Cheers. Bailey, if you've ever listened to him talk about that class, real world or otherwise, he gives that sort of, it just doesn't do anything for me. But I heard him say that he was willing to buy the Mustang GT3. I think
it's still there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just gonna quickly pop to the bathroom. Got 2 laps.
Got a few laps. Can I get some chatter, please?
Oh, sure. I can start talking in this one.
Yeah, I'm starting to like get a little bit weary and lose my concentration. Just having some presence would be nice.
Yeah. I was just chatting shit for a while you were doing your thing.
Cool.
I was talking about how Bailey is like strangely wanting to get the Mustang for GT3, and Spa 24 didn't seem out of the question. And I know what it is for Bailey is he likes cars that sound meaty and powerful, and he loves the meat. Yeah. I kind of get it. I sometimes I need a car that's a little bit inspiring in the ear department for me to get behind it. But I thought that was cool that he's kind of opening up to do more of these races, even if it's not his favorite car, his favorite kind of car to drive. It is cool. Any of those naturally aspirated V8s that are out there sound amazing to me, and I'm spoiled by Super GT and their not Steve, but Super GT, the motorsport, and the GT300 class, because there are so many over 5-liter Toyota engines between the GR Supra and the GR86 and the Lexus RCF. I was watching the last Super GT round from Fuji the other day, and I just couldn't believe how many roaring V8s are. Oh, plus the handful of Merc AMGs in that series too. It's such a funky balance of engine notes in Super GT with the inline 4 2-liter 700 horsepower GT500 cars, and then these just massive engines from the GT300s coming past. And then a couple V10s, just for shits and giggles. I want to see a Mustang in Japan. That really make my day.
That'd be a very interesting sight to behold.
I watch a lot of Super GT anyway. I've seen 2/3 of every race they've ever done, and the variety has always been the selling point for me. And there haven't been a lot of American machines in that. Like we watched 2005 on my stream. They had all of the 2005 races, and there was a Z06 in that one. It was not good. It was painfully slow, but I'm trying to think of which. The Mosler MT900 was in at that time, also not super fast in Japan at least. Mosler was good in BPR and a little bit in FIGT, but that's because it just didn't fit for the class very well. Wasn't balanced properly.
I know that Super GT's had an absolute ton of like really famous racing drivers take part at one point or another. I didn't realise until it was like not too long ago that Tom Christensen made a one-off appearance in Super GT.
Yeah.
In the day, in a Super, I think.
Would have been the late 90s, I think. Or the mid to late 90s, because he did
95, 96.
He did the version of Super Tours at that time as well. They called it JTCC. But actually, just about all of the Audi drivers that you know into the 2000s had a year or more in Super GT or JGTC, from Andre Lauder, Benoit Traduet. God, who else? But yeah, you're right. A lot of international drivers in that series. Some supercar people too. James Courtney, a MotoGP champion, Wayne Gardner, also famous for Yates. Who else? Ralph Schumacher.
Jensen Button?
Jensen Button won a championship in his first year with Yamamoto and the Raybrig. Hell yeah, I'm glad to see someone in the chat say Super GT is absolutely goated as a series. Yeah, I asked some people about that, and they said that one of the teams that's been in Japan the whole time in that series is the Japanese Lamborghini's owner club, J-Lock. And they've raced everything you could think of, from a Countach kit car to a Diablo SV, Murcielago Gallardo Hurricanes, every version. But they also have, like anywhere else, they got car clubs for American muscle stuff. And it's like, oh, one of them, if they could just get the funds, right, of the consortium of cash to fund something like the Mustang or Corvette would be so cool. I always feel like a proselytizer, a promoter for Super GT, because not very many people outside of Japan watch it, and you usually kind of have to be in the know or have been exposed to it in some way. And I'm always trying to convert people to say, if you like multi-class racing, it is my favorite. I like it more than WEC or anything else. I also think the balanced performance they do is the most interesting out of all the other series. The problem is that it's behind a paywall to watch it these days. It's on motorsport.tv. It used to be on Nismo TV and Let's Go Racing and The Race on YouTube. And frustrating that you have to pay like £5 a month to watch it. And if you don't want to do that, you can wait a week, and you can see it with Japanese commentary on their YouTube channel. And truthfully, you do not need to know any Japanese to enjoy that race, because they use a lot of English nouns for what things are. I promise you, if you watch racing, you will know what's happening in those races, even if it's in Japanese.
Saidu by Saidu!
That's right. Jensen Button's your wife's favorite? Also for the Braun GP story? One of the great motorsport stories for Braun GP. Jensen is awesome.
$1 car or $1 engine or something.
Yeah. How it came to be, being a Honda, to start with, the limited funds, limited chassis that they had. Like, they at a certain point, like Rubens and Jensen kind of told like, this is it. These are the only tubs we've got. You cannot crash these. Like, imagine if you told Logan Sargent that.
Oh God.
And you had everything on the line to win a championship. That like you have to keep pushing, but not that much.
Left side. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
Yeah, cheers everyone for joining us. We got what's your name? Phil Baldwin in the car. He's gonna be getting out soon. Grizz is gonna take over. That should be it for Phil and his driving duties. He's gone above and beyond today. Put in some stunning laps for us. Really proud of what he's done. You're welcome, Bones. Did I get another convert to the to the Church of Super GC? I'm so proud. I'm proud of that too. If you just love cars and like lots of different cars, you gotta check it out. Especially, I'm not biased, but the Subaru BRZ. It's WRC EJ20 2-liter flat boxer 4 is one of the coolest cars ever. That's unbiased opinion. And it's racing against all these 5.4 liter Toyotas and V10 Audi engines. It's a real David and Goliath kind of thing in how that's run. I mean, it's a really professional team. The number 61 R&D Sport team. I'm hoping I can promote it enough that they'll send me some free shit. I really want an R&D or a Subaru like merch. I want a BRZ hat or a team shirt or something. I literally watch all of the Super GT races from their perspective, and I've been doing that for years now. And it's really cool to have 10,000, mostly other Japanese people in the channel, just going crazy for that squad. And they're the only team in that series that's allowed to live stream their onboards for a really complicated reason that I will not bore you with beyond what I've already bored you. No Fate Nation for me, I'm afraid. Yeah, there's 4 different classes racing in this. GT3s, 4s, TCRs, Porsche Cup cars. There would be GRD6s, but they're just not listed split. On a 143 scale BRZ GT300 model car. Link me the fuck. I need to find that.
Your Bacho scrambling for his wallet.
Seriously, I would love to have that.
You ready, Chris?
I am indeed.
Sensational. You're a bit more awake now.
Oh God, yeah. Oh God, yeah. I couldn't. If I drove in the state when I found out that there's a bit of a earlier
situation going on, I was like, oh, this is not good.
I think there is. I don't know if you were here when we said it, but we think it works out that we just basically cut Jimmy's like splash off.
Okay.
And that's pretty much the time that we're sort of. That's pretty much the distance would be necessary to Jimmy has to splash, then there's a splash.
Right. Okay.
You can carry on with like the plan as it's listed from here.
Oh, double stint then.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Unless someone else works out that the timings are messed up, because obviously we've got to get Alex and Sam to hit their share.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
User joined your channel.
Hello there.
Yeah.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hey, Sam. Is that Van Benton of Mushroom Trophy Farm?
I wish. That guy's a wiener. Get woken up by my alarm.
What got you there? Was it a rather loud shit can muffler on a car outside, or?
No, it was my fucking
Oh.
You got hit by a ladder.
bladder.
You got hit by a bladder.
My bladder woke me up.
Sam has a ladder in his room, and if he doesn't wake up, it just falls on it.
The worst way to wake up.
The Wallace and Gromit approach. Just when you don't get up, you just get tipped out of bed.
No, I agree. Having to get up to pee sucks.
Everybody go into double step.
I love after all this time, people still do exclamation X. And then occasionally I see a comment of, I can't believe I got rickrolled in 2024. It's great. Rick Astley will never give you up.
He won't let you ever down.
That's right. That motherfucker's been making a lot of money, even like today, because of that. It's still one of like, you know, the draws of the shows that he does. I heard one of his other songs from last year, and it was basically the same song with just little changes, but I still heard "Never Gonna Give You Up" and
Still lingering in the background of that song.
yeah. It's like I only know how to do one song. Still popping out the little carousel. Onto the straight for the last time, Mr. Baldwin. My favorite Baldwin. My favorite of the Baldwin brothers.
This is actually this in-lap super close to being on the beer.
We'll never know.
Yeah, it's something to bring in.
You want to do another stint, and try it again.
You're good. I need sleep, man.
Box, baby.
Don't forget to check your brake bias and TC settings.
Yes,
And your pit speed
sir.
limiter.
Yes, sir. I like having the screen because as soon as I push it, it just flashes at me. Pit limiter on.
There you are, Grizz.
Yeah, boy.
Shake baby.
Nicely done, Phil.
Yeah.
Well done.
You crushed it, mate.
Too busy sleeping to watch Phil cook.
Oh, he was cooking, all right.
Got a lot of high 48, 49s.
God damn.
Well, I say that, not this last time, but his previous time.
BMW action.
Hot. Give it up for Mark Noska Grizzle. You can check him out at twitch.tv/Grizzle, Grizzle.
Yeah, boy.
Free plugs. Just kidding, you owe me one.
Buddy.
Yes. I would assume we are ahead of schedule, right?
Yes. Yeah. With just here and there, moving things forward a little. That's pretty much why Phil had to get in that last stint. I mean, maybe this
looks early.
No.
I think it's moved it back on.
I think we're Grizz is getting here at 6:30 our time, which would be 6 past 6 our time. Yeah, so we will technically now be behind 25 minutes. I've left the session, so someone else can get
Alex.
Morning.
Mr. Thick.
Do the same.
I can't remember what things iRACING. That's not.
Should probably do that.
Do I?
Hello, Earl. My spotter has woken up.
Give him his coffee.
Yeah, big Earl.
Suma Power GTR run, it ran in GT1 in the last couple of years of FIA GT1, and it was bopped to make it competitive.
Isn't that the V8 one?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, it technically I think won a year, but it's like at that point no one cared of GT1, so it's like, ooh, you beat nobody.
By 09 and 10, that series definitely. I mean, it had some cars that were getting pretty old.
Well, if I remember correctly, they did like a rule. SRO did a rule change in
409 to basically be able to change what cars are allowed. To basically allow more entry. So
Yeah, I got the Ford GT came in, right?
Ford GT and the Nissan came in, but obviously everyone else is still running like a legacy Corvette, which at that point we were 6 or 7 years old. So it would be Aston.
Yeah, the DBR9, the MC12.
I think the MC12 is probably the only competitive car, and literally won a year and then left. It's like, you know what? Bye.
I fell. Bye. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Not rest of those. Had a good few hours on the back before
Okay.
Yes.
So about 7 people in the car, but
With me in, it is Briz, me, and Jimmy on the server.
fascinating.
So you can pop in if you want.
Yeah, 6 max, right?
It's 6 max to connect the car. It's just the fact that iRACING might now say 7 out of 6. It's like,
Well, I don't know. give it a whirl.
I'm not sure about their iRACIng.
Click that button, go.
iRACIng's tired at this point, even that.
Yeah, it really did exponent. Like the progression of what GT racing. I mean, even through the '90s, its emergence of BPR into FIA GT, and how it was half prototype and slowing them down, then slowing them top speed down to GT1s. The GT1s they then called the GT3s in 2011, even though they're still GT1s. And then what we have now, I mean, it just keeps evolving, and then the pace of the GT3s kept going up and up and up.
I think
the death of GT2, you know, it's a wild thing to keep track of.
Funny thing is when you look at the most, like, GT3, as much as it ever is everywhere, has been the longest running single category set since its inception.
Yeah.
Which is, it's helped because it's quite loose, which is why you can get stuff like the 6.2 litre Mercedes, which is like the road car I don't think ever shipped with that engine.
The MG never did anyway, the SLS did.
Yeah, so it's like, it's a regulation set which is loose enough that you can basically bring anything along and they'll make it work. Which is probably why it's lasted so long. You have cars ranging from, like, you go to the early days of GT3, you had obviously stuff like the Ascari, the Morgan, random other stuff. Now it's like, since about 2012 when Audi showed up and said, here's how to build a race car properly. And everyone's like, oh. That regulation's gone on for long. You can't deny it's been successful.
Yeah, when we went through all these other classes like I described, and they all came and went, and this one has made its way to Le Mans, and there were some people that thought like a GT3 should never race at Le Mans in the official race, and they found a way to make that work. And it's interesting they brought the GT2 name back, but it's not what the GT2 was, of course.
As Stefan Rattel saw that the name was open again, it's like, that's free real estate. Fuck
Yeah, making a more like casual series, but the cars, in my opinion, are even more insane. They don't have any aids on them. They go a little quicker in a straight line.
I think they're full aids. They're full aids. Yeah, they got traction control and ABS.
Less aero though.
Less aero is because what the logic is that AM drivers do not like aero. Well, they don't like aero. It's harder to race comparatively in an aero car than it is in a car which you slow down and point out the corner and press the loud pedal.
Whenever I watch them, and maybe it's just because some of the amateurs in them, but I've seen some older pros muscle those things around. They don't look easy to me, you know. But that series hasn't exactly taken off. But,
no, I think it's not necessarily as easy to drive as it is the fact that to race them is much easier because you're not like the time difference between a good driver in a GT3 car. It's like it'd be bigger because it's all about confidence in corners and letting the aero do its work. And if you're not confident as an AM driver, you just
And I think the GT4s have evolved in a positive way. Yeah, years ago, they were a little. I mean, they're pretty heavy and they were a little slow, but they've just, I don't know, they got a little bit more grip, a little bit more aggression to them, and I'm starting to like that class a lot more.
I think what helps GT4 is it's still very grounded because it's the fastest category of car that you'll get that's based off a road car that actually has the road car bits in it. Because as soon as you go to a GT3, it's a silhouette car.
Right.
I mean, you look at the Mustang, it's like a video and they're building it. And it's like, oh, we've got a Mustang off the production line and chopped both ends off it. It's like, that's not really a Mustang anymore, anyway. It's sort of like, it's about as much as close to the Mustang, and I guess like NGTC cars, the touring cars and British touring cars, like real ones. Like, they've stolen the body shell off one, and that's about it.
And you'd even like, you compare where GT3 differed from GTE, and one of the big areas it differs is that GTE you had to run the production engine in that car, whereas as long as your GT3 engine is based on a production block, they don't really care. Hence why you have M-Sport just taking a Cody block and just building a brand new race car engine with it for the Mustang. Whereas the Ford GT had the same engine you would find in the Ford GT supercar.
Yeah. So that thing was built in pretty limited numbers, wasn't it? They struggled even to get to the number they needed to. They did eventually. That was like
they did.
No, they did eventually. I remember reading about it. But it just took them a little while. But in the first couple of years, they were behind. They were allowed to race, even though they didn't meet those standards, because they asked, and everybody else had to agree. But don't get me started on the 2016 Le Mans. GTE anyway.
I think the car is cool. I just don't like the Bob politics it's associated with.
No, and all that, like, yeah, how slow can you go in practice kind of crap.
I think they weren't even using 6th gear at Spa in the WEC. That's it.
Well, obviously, we're just huge nerds for this kind of racing, and I'm sure a lot of you are too. It's really captured our attention. And obviously, as much as we love sim racing and do a lot of that together, we watch a lot of races together too.
Race cars are cool.
I find it goes hand in hand with doing sim racing. You know, it inspires me or gives me other ideas. You see how racecraft is done in the real world, and you learn from it because they don't always make the right mistakes, or the right decisions. Sorry, and it's kind of fun to be a Monday morning at quarterback about it, and see how you can incorporate that into your own strategy.
No, it wasn't that they weren't allowed to use 6th gear for the Ford, it's that they didn't.
Yeah, intentional
they had been in the gear
sandbagging.
so long to try and slow the car down for Le Mans.
Just not using that stack.
Yeah. Because back then, in 2016, gear selection was still completely open in WEC. That was before they went to the homologated gear stacks. I think the year after.
Who else joined? Hey, Coin.
Okay, Jake.
Alright, Jake. Thanks for all your driving, mate. You did a great job.
Appreciate it.
It was good to hang out with you.
It's a good rest, man.
Yeah.
Till the next one.
Yes, Jake. See you later.
Bye.
How has the car survived everything?
We're in it. Somehow, so we came to spots since I went expected.
Yeah, someone, I think this Swedish car or somebody was in the pits for like several minutes, and we took it from them.
Next to this race.
I'll according to iOverlay, we start gaining iRACING in 8th, so
Nice.
Games. That's what we're here for.
yeah.
Screw the like oh it's fun with your friends and stuff. No, it's all about the iRating.
It was funny because obviously like iRating's iRating overlay just shits itself during team races. So when I was driving and we were in 16th, it was showing me as I would lose 100 iRating.
Ouch.
Which is not going to happen because I've only done very little laps, but yeah.
Come on, just go on the pace. Just go fast.
Sam was here for some of it. Phil drove really well, and he was just chatting shit the whole time while flying over curves and doing 50 and sub 50 laps, which is great.
I woke up and the first thing I see before Newton P was this amazing entry into the carousel. I was like, that was fucking sexy, Phil.
It's hard not to comment on it and be like, man, I can't believe how he's smashing all of these bits. But Jake drove well, but he just had the bad luck with traffic. There were so many pairs. They're traveling in herds. And they'd come up to him and kind of bully him, and one just drove into the back of him for no good reason, or they would push him out of the way into the corner before the Dottinger, which is like, what are you doing?
I've just noticed which car is leading in TCR.
Who's that?
It is the Team I5G Fan Discord Clussy Crew.
Oh, it's all in caps.
And it's the car with rectum on the rear
Oh, it's
deck.
the rectum car. Okay, good. I really want to see rectum win.
You're coming up to them right now.
If you flash, they will come, apparently.
What?
So you know what to do, Grace.
That never gets old. Grizz had enough of that during his first
He just wants to drive, man.
Does iRacing do liquid physics?
Oh, please no.
I mean, the rain stuff has like
smoke screen. Oh no.
Oh, how did that TCR fare, the one that just ran into the wall?
Well, that was funny, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Did they recover at all?
I'm not sure because they lost the lead from that, but I don't know if they're still going. And when they got completely scared off the track by Jimmy.
No, they're still going.
Oh, good.
4 laps down off the lead class, but they're going.
I'm glad. That I never want to see someone crash like that.
It was a funny crash.
Yeah.
You would have to laugh. You'd feel like shit in the moment, but you would have to go back and laugh at it after.
Yeah, probably like tomorrow they'll probably laugh about it. Hopefully.
Makes me post on Twitter saying, I'm quitting sim racing. I binned it in a race.
No.
I got bullied by some influencers in the racetrack.
I appreciate anybody that wants to like the YouTube stream, or if you want to follow on Twitch, so you can keep finding out when Jimmer's on. It'd be nice to have that. And plus, it's fun to be able to show how many likes we could get on the YouTube stream. By the time he wakes up, I take a certain amount of pride for having people that wanted to hang out and communicate with us and just listen throughout the night.
And it helps the algorithm overlords.
So they say.
Sometimes you need to bend over for them, but just smash that like button.
Yeah, do it.
Or else.
If you don't do it, you are. I can't. I had something in my head, and I completely forgot it between me pressing the button on my wheel to say it.
That's how that car crashed.
It's too early.
Faster traffic approaching.
All I've had this morning is some shreddies. I need some more to eat.
Got any bananas?
None that are actually like edible.
Oh, so you're just keeping unedible banana? Are you gonna make banana bread out of it or something?
No, they're just like so new. The two ripe. Like if I eat one, it'll just be like I spend like half the time trying to get it out of the banana.
And that is the coolest picture of Valentino Rossi I've seen in a while.
Huh?
That.
The car in front
Yeah,
speeding.
he's hoarding those trophies.
Faster traffic approaching.
Wearing 2 hats as well.
Car on your left.
Didn't you win last year?
Yes.
Clear.
Okay. Juicy World Champ is rigged for Rossi to win. Those BMWs are quick though, like they're quick at brands as well.
Faster car coming up quick. Car right.
That's right. Skill alone for P8, no luck involved whatsoever. At the start, how did we end up in P16 in the first place?
All I remember is Jimmy turned off traction control, or turned it down, and then died.
Yeah, I think we've been running. Some of us have been running at 9, and he went to 6 or maybe lower, and he just made a couple goofs, and had some extra repairs. And I also had a weird mistake with Bailey in the pit speed limiter too. That didn't help.
And then I died.
And, yeah, Sam had a crash at the same spot Jimmy did.
Was it the one that Bailey essentially on driver swap that Bailey would have done different?
Yes.
Yes.
The usual virus. I hate
For some reason it doesn't save the pit limiter when you change drivers. So if you haven't driven the car, when you get in, the pit limiter won't be on. And because
been
the
an
dash
issue for
on
so
this
many
car,
years now.
like, takes a second to warm up, turn on.
It's one of my accessibility flags that I get auto speed limiter.
cheating.
Thank you. But I have to remember.
Cheating with everything.
The problem is I never trust it going in, so I end up hitting it anyway. And then I have to remember while I'm in pit lane to just hit it again, so that it will turn off automatically when I come out. So there's still a little bit of futzing I have to do.
Can you disable it?
Yeah, but it's just I'm always wary that I don't trust that it's gonna work when I hit the entry beam.
I mean, just disable the automatic.
I don't know if I can while I'm driving.
Oh.
It's just one of those things I have to remember to hit again when I'm already in the lane. But if you handed the car to me, even if it were off, it would automatically put it back on. So I can't get caught out by that. But
Just handle every car as a stock car. No pit speed limit. Easy. No.
there's a like a brake and a throttle assist too, but I have not turned them on yet to see what they're like.
Quite intrusive.
Yeah, that's what I would be afraid of as well.
Instead of the iRacing staff grip packs.
No.
Plus 20% grip. Oh, these cars are easy now.
Hey, that's
Oh,
the streamer tier.
I'm sorry.
If they have that and people are still beating them, then they must be really bad.
Turns out everyone in iRacing staff is actually just know how to drive cars.
Nachos.
Yeah. I do need a stand of nachos, yes. Food trucks here are all the rage, so That would be a path to glory. I think. And tacos.
Test food truck in industrial state. And it goes in the morning, and it puts on like the Batman theme whenever it goes round, like really loudly.
Like the '60s one.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I can't remember if it's called, but it's obviously like it's all Batman themed. It's like emergency morning breakfast van kind of thing. Goes around the morning, drives around, puts the horn out. People come out and get their bacon sandwich.
Morning, Sixto. Good to see you. Headless Joe made me a video of the Macho Man Village People thing, and it's got my face on it. But unfortunately, like the song would be DMCA'd pretty fast, so I never played it on stream.
Mark's racing the Irish Aston Martin.
What would be on Bachos Nachos?
Nachos, I hope.
Well, I like just really creamy cheese for nachos. I like them to be super stuck together as well, like to where it's really hard to pull them apart. It's hard to know where to start. Right? It's just a mound of tortilla chips that's just kind of coagulated together. Several cheeses, maybe. We'll call it the hot mess. Yeah, the loaded nachos. I know there's all kinds of shit you can put on them, but I like my nachos a bit simple. I don't know if anybody's ever had the Tostitos makes a cheese dip, and that shit is crack. Like I don't know if I can usually eat all that in one sitting. It's just a small jar of cheese dip, and my god. I think it has some spices in it too. Some pepper.
I think I just feel that.
It gets a little messy too, as you're trying to get the last little bits in. You gotta stick your hand in the jar, so you just walk away with cheese dip. It would have a Hatsune Miku livery on the food truck.
That Aston is just disconnected.
I was just about to say, where did he go? Because a GT3 just came out.
I heard there's an accident behind, and then the Aston was gone.
And they now have a meatball flag as well.
Did they get ejected over the fence?
I didn't do anything. I didn't touch that, man.
Oh, their engine's gone boom.
Sad.
Not bad. I expected him to be with me here on the Tuttinger Hood. All of a sudden, BMW GT3 in a cup car.
The front end is fucking knackered as well.
Oh, they blinked. They just blinked out of existence.
That'll be a long bit.
Yeah, Philadelphia experiment.
I can only assume that they blinked out of existence. BMW rear-ended them because they didn't know where they were and ended up on the wall. And it synced across.
And we got lucky because he wasn't blinking for me then.
Yeah, no, it was just flashed out of existence.
That's going to be an engine change and a lengthy repair to the car as well.
Yeah. So that's going to be dropping down the order.
I hope they can continue.
They should be.
Basically lose 3 or 4 laps.
Sorry if I'm making you hungry. Someone brought up the damn Bachos Nachos. Someone asked me before what my favorite midnight snack is. I think I want to change it.
Oh, you don't want to ask me that.
It's getting closer to midnight for me. So.
Oh god, I suppose it would be for you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I get to be on the far side.
Far side of the moon.
That's no moon.
Sam, you're getting in next, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. You do one lap and then you're done. You're
Last
finished.
car coming up quick.
I mean, I'd like to do a bit more than that.
I'm just saying, all you need to do is one lap.
We're limited to one lap. Get fine.
You have not paid extra for 5 lap subscription. That's I was just wondering.
Last car coming up quick. Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear.
Well, that
Green
rear
wheels?
of that cup car
Oh.
got really juiced.
So dead rear end.
Don't like the wheels.
Don't turn. Don't break on the grass.
That's why I was not braking on the grass.
It looks like on the grass to me, mate.
Hey, Ryan Thor, yeah, it is the real Batra hours. Probably the last couple hours before Jimmer wakes up. But still going strong. Still feel pretty awake.
Real races in 2 weeks.
I probably said it was next week too many times. It's in 2 weeks, great. Well, that's all right. It's better that they are early than late.
It's
the
funny.
point where
'cause- Go on, Alex.
There's a point where they're camping out, so they're just like there already for like the whole week. Just like, where's the race cars?
Ah,
But
shit.
it was just funny because someone was in chat earlier asking if Jimmy's going to do the iRacing Indy 500, and it's like, no, he's a little busy in 2 weeks. Just a little bit busy with a little event called the Nurburgring 24 hours. But you might have heard of it.
I don't know
Cancel
about
it.
that. I think look, Max is able to do both Imola and this race, so I
was
think
just-
there's no excuse for Jimmy.
I was gonna say, yeah. Mac can do it, Jimmy can as well, shaking my head.
And Max is just a sim racer, and F1's just a hobby. So.
Speaking of Max, someone said he was doing morning stints, so I should check the team red line.
He should be on in a bit.
It's not driving right now. I just opened it for the first time just to see what's going on.
How good is Max on a sim? About as good as you can imagine.
It's not good enough that he's one of the best race car drivers in the world. He's also one of the best sim racers in the world. It's quite
He's
annoying.
aggressively mid. Yeah.
I'm kind of waiting for that phase of Max's career where he just leaves F1 and just races elsewhere, just because it'd be hilarious to see how well he does in those disciplines.
Will he though?
I don't know if he will.
So
Well, I want to see him do
He's
NASCAR.
already he's got the basics of a GT3 team already basically formed. He says that's like his big passion is getting a GT3 team and getting sim racers into real life racing.
Alright.
It's admirable.
I mean, he's got the money for it.
I mean,
The sim
Yeah.
racers don't though.
That's true.
He's got to prop him up.
I mean, you've got the guy who puts the championship trophy on his mini fridge next to him at home, so.
That is true.
traffic approaching.
He has a mini fridge. That's a rich man's perk in the first place.
Yeah.
With a mini fridge.
Isn't there a Red Bull one though?
Yeah.
Well, generic Red Bull ones you get like if you post a Red Bull one.
Yeah, and he just sticks the F1 championship trophy on it for people to look at on stream.
He just doesn't care. I don't know, I think that's the best. Like when he first came into F1, he was a bit of like he had that same problem all drivers do when they first went to F1. When they think they're hot shit, they have a tendency to hit people. But nowadays he's just like doesn't care. That's great.
I wonder mini fridge, but so small that it only fits like one bottle. That would be great.
That's just called a cabinet.
Very efficient.
But it needs to cool the bottle.
I'm sure you could find something that is that small. Yeah, Play Trinity said that like Max was happier for Lando's win in Miami than he has been for his own wins. And that's endearing, right? I mean, at least he can show that he's happy for other people, even if he's kind of running out of ways to say, "Oh, great, I won," you know, like.
I don't know. He seemed pretty happy with that Imola pole.
It seemed like it was a struggle, though.
I feel like that's the thing with him now, where like he enjoys when the team actually struggles, and it's not just we're 1 second quicker than everyone else because we are here.
Yeah, I think he wants the fight, but
yeah, he just hasn't had the chance for it for a few years. So I think he's probably looking a bit more forward to next year because in theory, if Ferrari and McLaren keep the trajectory up, they should be competing.
I mean, look at this article that came out during the week. There's like, what do you prefer, Max? Do you like prefer racing other people, or do you prefer winning by like 20 seconds? He said, of course you win winning by like 20, 30 seconds. It's easier.
Yeah.
But he's like, we all know he still enjoys the racing.
he could always take a pay cut and go into Logan Sargent's seat.
Yeah.
really show us what you're made of.
Because if you don't answer that, yeah, I prefer winning by like half a minute or more, there's like, I think something's wrong with you. Really.
It depends where you're there for F1. If you're just there because you want lots of money, then I guess you want easy wins.
Logan Sargent in the Red Bull.
Still somehow beat Perez. I mean, I think they're like all. I don't think it's ever been an F1 champion which has been like super like unenthusiastic to race. At least when they won their championship, they're all there because they love racing.
I went Max and Danny Rick in a NASCAR team. It turned that whole sport upside down. That would suck for Albin if Max was to go to Williams. You always want to, you want like the Yarno Trulli effect. Just beating your teammates can keep you in a job for quite a while.
I can't remember who it was in Renault that got fired after the French Grand Prix.
I got fired after the French Grand Prix?
Yeah. I think it's because they lost a position on the last lap. I'm trying to remember, was that Fisichella? Or was that Trilly?
I can't. It was one of it. I can't remember which one it was.
I think it was Truly.
At least he got a win.
Still kept going for a while, didn't he?
Something tells me it was Trilly because he was in a Toyota a year or two later, wasn't he?
I think you're right. Yeah.
What's this?
Alonso and British touring cars. Well, that would be fun to have like a Nigel Mansell moment again in British touring cars. Somebody who's very well known to mix it up for a round or two.
If I had one of those coin, my electricity bill would skyrocket.
It's only USB though, so it can't be powerful. Is it? Wait, I don't know. Oh no, this is 220. Never mind. There were other ones that are USB based. So.
I was always there for a 12 volt.
I love that you're hunting for this now, going, dude. Your single-use fridge.
Yeah.
Or single item fridge.
Sim racing would be so much easier with a mini fridge.
Oh my god, brother.
Just had to take it.
Real
waited like
real racing driver David Pittard.
Yep. I don't know what else to say.
You got Pittard. What's he driving?
The Frickadelli.
That's what he was in last year. Yeah,
Yeah, I
won
think-
the race.
I can't. Is he?
That doesn't mean you can drive like a dick.
What? I don't know what.
I think he's in the walking horse.
Yeah, he's in the Walking Horse car.
Hoisted by your own petard is very good, Tom Anderson. Thank you.
Well, we got Jimmy Broadbent in our car. He's cool.
I don't know. He looks pretty hot when he's driving.
About saying that has just reminded me of his first lap shenanigans already.
Wait, what did he do? I need to rewind the stream because I've never seen this stuff.
Real racing driver brain rot happened on the first lap.
Oh, nice.
morning,
Did it
Jake
happen in
Hoffman.
his head?
No.
No? Was it someone else's head?
No, nobody died.
Okay, well, let's find the...
Also, morning
Oh,
to
it's gonna
Daryl
be
and Nicola.
hidden, the part one.
Still have the link for it.
I don't know.
Pittard and new 21 Pro. Christian and Jackal. I'm not pronouncing those second names, otherwise I'll be offending someone. I can't pronounce Polish.
And I've been offending someone's mother.
It's not worth it, man. It ain't worth it.
It was truly. I've been informed.
Oh, good.
And it
Good
was
thing I got
also
fired.
indeed him going to a Toyota. That's what the missing link was.
Any specific part of lap one? Or just in general lap?
Literally the start of the race, Cody. As soon as it goes green.
Oh, it goes green before the final corner.
Give them the gap. Because iRacing so expects there to be one big pack.
Yeah. No, GT4 cars, don't. This car has 6 gears. Some of them have 7. The BMW has 7, even though you never use the 7th gear. Thanks, Broken Gearbox. But we don't use 6th on a run to Mutterkurve because the car just doesn't have the power. It's faster to leave it in 5th in the red line because it just drops speed. Doesn't have enough power to make it through the air. It just drops speed in 6th. If you're going uphill, it's quite a big gradient up to the Styles tracker.
Someone asked why they don't make NHRA games. I'm kind of curious about that too. I think for an NHRA game, like, I want something that has an automation sim component to it, or tuning, or
It would
something
have to be an automation game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, something beyond just driving, which is its own skill, you know, even though it happens very quickly and your timing has to be impeccable. But yeah, the tuning part of it I think would be huge.
I mean, like the engine tuning in particular would be so integral to the game that you would need an engine sim, basically.
Yeah, but I'd like them to model all the little stuff too, of like how they lay the rubber down, you know, in those first kind of like those little where you don't quite start, right? And
there's a lot to drag racing that would just not would not make for a fun video game.
Yeah, I guess so. But I don't know.
There's
gotta be
if you did
somebody
it
that
right,
wants
it could be really fun, but
Congratulations, Grizzle. You overtook the 69 car.
yay! On pace alone.
Some
Congratulations.
would say nice.
That was very nice.
Never wait a whole lot to confirm.
Faster traffic approaching.
Morning, Peter. Good to see you. There was an NHRA game released last year. Oh.
Wonder how it is.
Someone said they liked it. Released by THQ. I forget THQ came back.
THQ Nordic.
Yes, right. Progress through the night was very steady, really. Oscar had a bit of a moment and smashed the car some, but people in the pit seemed to find a way to push it all back into place. And some of it was just minor bullying, but yeah, here we are passing on somebody else, so continue to move forward.
We hearing you have the best pit mechanics here.
We borrowed the Red Bull mechanics for this race.
Faster traffic
All the
approaching.
Max enjoyers are gonna go to the red line broadcast now.
Oh, as Max appeared.
Yes.
Well, twitch.tv/team redline if you want to see Max.
Actually, I
first
think it's
up.
exclamation Max.
Yeah, that too. If you're
Doesn't
too
that
lazy to
still
type
link
it out.
to Rickroll?
No, that's
Well,
that's
Coin-
definitely the Max stream.
That's
Sorry,
something
sorry,
it used to be, Coin.
Oh, okay, yeah. Just for the stream.
Thanks, Coin.
Is that the only Audi this session now? Like 5 car?
I think so.
So everyone
This
else
is
being BMWs.
I think that might be the actual team scare as well.
One of the cars, I think they have multiple.
Yeah.
Qualified as real life racing teams and drivers are washed.
Not even in top split, SMH.
Well, we're ahead of David Pittard's car, I see now.
True, actually, we are ahead of them.
So what we've learned is that actually sim races are better than real life drivers. So I think they should all retire and give the seats up.
Yes.
I'd be okay with that.
You say that, but it'd be like some 10K to get the driver to be fucking assholes.
That's incredibly annoying.
It's just so stupid. I love it.
Yeah, you get to see this pain.
Using your mod powers.
Shit
Putting links in
my
chat.
horse.
AMDH? What the f...
Learn to type, Corey.
I can't.
Adding my damn house. Attacking my damn house.
Yes, that car does say Rectum on it.
No, Jimmy's eating boiled carrots, obviously. No, he hasn't awake just yet.
Is he eating boiling carrots?
Boiling.
1.8 laps to go.
Oh shit, that's fun, bro.
Yeah.
Is it me next, or is it
Yes.
Chris go for a double?
Well, I don't know. Grizzly doing a double.
It is a double for Chris.
I thought Phil did 2 point distance.
Yes, I got one more after this.
Okay, you are doing that.
Okie dokie. Really
I can hear the
speaking
panic.
carousel.
I can hear the panic in Sam's voice there.
Oh, I was too relaxed. Oh, what did
Just memeing.
looking at memes.
We chose the Porsche because it is the one we all owned. Doesn't get more complex than that, I'm afraid. Even though I really like the way this car drives, but I've never been on the BMW. That thing has a weird sound.
It sounds like a boat at most tracks.
We also have a tendency of just being hipsters.
Yeah, we definitely don't want the thing that's cool.
Sorry, your car's too fast. Don't want it.
919 and OP boost strats. Nah, turbo diesel.
Bootleg flywheel.
Fuck your Acura, I'll drive Porsche instead.
I'm
Or
right.
Cadillac.
Oh.
Found the Porsche shell.
I think it's supposed to be that the car that's been winning in this split was also in a Porsche.
Still is the Porsche in our split.
Oh, good.
Superior GT4.
That's because BMW drivers just need to get better.
I'd like him to get the updated model for the M4 and the G series.
Well, Race Room now has it.
Yeah,
They
I saw
have
that.
Jimmy's car.
That's so cool.
Download race room today. Ooh.
Whoa. Dead game.
Ignore the fact that it still have no meaningful changes to the game for the last 5 years. I think GT4 outside of Mercedes is all now out of date.
Yeah, because the Aston's been.
Aston's got the current facelift.
Yeah.
BMW's obviously a brand new model. I think the Porsche had an update to only like an Evolution spec. I think the Mercedes is the only one which is not being updated.
Yeah.
And we're still obviously missing cars out in the Insta series because obviously we have the Supra. Is that a Supra? Oh my god. They're getting onto TCR now because of. Like, TCR was all out of date apart from Hyundai. Apart from like, halfway through the year, Hyundai's like, there's a facelift to the Antra. Like, fuck.
No, not all of TCR's out of date.
Hooray! Modern race cars are great.
Meanwhile, our GT3 field, if you ignore the McLaren, the only out-of-date car next season will be the Lamborghini.
Yeah. It's the one problem focusing on modern race cars. It's just like just update all the time.
Yeah.
And if you have limited resources, then it's like you can't take all of them all the time. Oh yeah, now you're officially P7. That's the feel.
Og. Damn.
Yeah, you did that.
It's all you.
I tried so hard, guys.
You thank your dog, your cat, your parents.
Everybody in the world, thank you for making this possible.
There we go. That's the emotions we like to see. Forced.
Fuck was that?
I don't know, Coin, what's your best fake cry? Let me hear it.
Oh no, I can't. I can't do it.
Give me some emotion.
Not a real actor shaking my
Yeah.
head.
My only emotion that I can achieve is indifference.
Yeah, you do that rather well. Act, damn you, act! Yeah, you could make Jimmy cry with those carrots. Good point. Good morning, Nico.
What's your favorite track to race on? That's a question from chat.
To race?
I would need to think about that.
Am I just gonna pick iRacing tracks?
Well, I suppose you could say anything.
What was the question? Which tracks?
What's your favorite track to race? Not to drive, but to race.
Can I give my 3?
I already know one of yours. I know 2 of yours, actually.
Hit me with it. What you got?
Long Beach and Laguna.
Okay, and what's the
And-
third?
I don't know. I mean, Magello's probably too new for you to pick it.
It's not very good racetrack though.
No.
It's okay. My third would be Sepang.
Oh yeah. That's right. You are a lover of the Malaysian circuit.
Am I right?
I think I know what I would pick for my 3. One of them will surprise you.
I'm gonna pick 3.
Yeah,
Roxton.
let's pick 3 because that's easier to pick than 1.
Is it?
That's not.
More than.
Faster traffic approaching.
Simmons Plains.
Right side, clear.
Good track that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Haven't that one in a while.
I like racing Okayama.
No, I'm gonna take that one away. I've just had good fortune there. It doesn't count.
Actually, I'm gonna throw curveball. I'm gonna take Laguna Seca out. I'm gonna replace it with Fuji.
You know
Hey,
what?
my
I'm
man.
not afraid to say I would
I'm
put
not-
Fuji in my favorite tracks to race.
Me too. Simmons Plains, Fuji. Bailey's fucking rolling his eyes
seething.
down the hall right now.
It'd be I'd probably have like Fuji, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Oval.
Oh, I'm gonna pick Interlagos.
Imola.
Really?
That's a good one.
It's hard to race people, in my opinion.
It's very difficult, but it's very satisfying for that reason for me.
It's generic, but I do actually like racing as well. Like, as much as the track is overdone. There you go.
That was wide.
Yep.
Just,
Right.
testing the width.
I would
Finding
go
new
probably
lines.
for like without too much thinking. I'd probably go Interlagos, Istanbul, and Imola. Oh, they all start from I.
Ooh, Istanbul is so good.
Oh, I have a track which again is kind of generic, but I enjoy racing on Red Bull then.
I mean, it does produce good racing. It's hard
Yeah.
to argue, you know.
Like, if you go in the... I remember doing a few races a few years ago in the Radical, the SR10.
Yeah.
And it is just hilarious because it's just every lap there'll be like 3 or 4 overtakes in the battle pack because you just nature the track.
Yeah.
I pick Interlagos because it's one of those tracks where I feel like I could go side by side with someone everywhere.
Yeah. I love my
Yeah,
panorama, but I hate racing there.
It does feel like Interlagos has more than one racing lines in most corners.
Yeah. We've got
Except
a
for
lot
maybe
of
the-
alternate lines there.
Like the horseshoe's kind of tough, but I don't. You have to have a lot of faith in somebody if you want to go side by side on the horseshoe.
And
You
obviously-
sometimes have to though, because like if you're not hoping that the other car doesn't set up, then aren't you even racing?
Yeah. I feel like Interlagos is one of those weird tracks where it's like, it's a great single class in basically everything up to a Formula 1 car, but you throw multi-class at it, it's like, okay,
What,
this is a bit
Interlagos?
different. Yeah.
It's tricky, but I actually quite enjoyed multi-class races at
Yeah.
Interlagos. With
Like we did a lot of EEC there.
Oh, yeah, they're going there. Actually. Forgot about that.
Yeah, they did a decade ago as well.
Yeah, back in the P1H era.
They're going back this year as well.
Awesome.
Mark Webber ended his career there.
Oh god, yeah, that was part of the book of like him not even knowing what happened. He got wiped out.
Same place he had his big crash in 03 as well.
Weird.
Mark Webber never did small crashes.
No, he didn't.
He loves the big ones.
Then Fernando Alonso apparently loves driving into a stray wheel. At
Oh
full
my
speed
God.
Under safety car.
It's another one of those like it's stuck in my head.
I think it's basically a boxing.
Yes, sir.
Would it be insane to say Baku? Yes.
I've never raced back.
Back maybe the old GT circuit because that thing was awful. And I fucking love it because the chicanes are so pointless. Like they did their 2011 GT3 racing there, and like they had chicanes, and everyone was skipping over the top of them. They're like, incredibly pointless.
I really like Grizz's pick of Sepang because it's another one you can like turn 1 all the way to 5 and the S. You can definitely race people hard. But there's 2 decreasing radius turns.
Got you in for one more. Nicely done.
Oh my god, Coy.
Sometimes just gotta do it.
Oh, there's the smoking acid having a barbecue.
It's still there.
3, 2,
35 minutes.
1. Right here.
I love to lap Road Atlanta. I'm not so sure about racing people.
Scary track.
Too many bad memories of turn 5 and the chicane.
The problem with Road Atlanta is that I love racing high downforce stuff there, but then the final straight happens and you're slow if you do. And that's where all the overtaking happens.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised no one said the problem with Kota is that we're all sim racers.
Oh yeah.
My problem with Code, I haven't driven it enough to actually properly know how to drive it, so I can't really enjoy racing it when I'm still trying to learn the track.
It's so damn wide, but a lot of us only have like a 16:9 monitor that's about maybe 24 inches, and it's not really. Like, I have mine as close to my face as I can get it, and I still have a 55 FOV. So
I mean, it's
like,
still
I
pretty
can't
bad
see
on my ultra
apexes.
wide,
Yeah.
so it's a track that I imagine if I had VR would be fantastic.
Much better in VR, so much more. It's actually fun in VR, but single monitor sim racers typically hate Kota because you can't see where you're going.
I saw someone mention Motegi. I like Motegi. Unfortunately, other people don't because they're cowards.
I've tried racing the Tegi a couple of times. I just can't get my head around it.
Tricky.
Yeah.
But once you do get it, it's like, oh, it's just like every other Japanese track. Weird as fuck.
I think the one call that first we got off is downhill off the second pit straight.
Yeah.
Go downhill because obviously it's downhill, so the braking zone's all kind of fucked.
Not small downhill either, is it?
No, it's a pretty steep drop. So
It drops off, yeah.
So if you brake where you think you would, you will just overshoot. You'll carry too much speed.
When I drove Super Formula at Motegi, and it was just not popular.
I think it's not popular or anything. Like even back in the heyday of ILMS, it wasn't popular.
No. Someone's brought up Portimao. Portimao's amazing. You don't need to sell us on it.
Oh, Portimao's Chef Kiss. Anything, really.
Brands Hatch. I love Brands Hatch. I hate racing it.
There is a talent to racing Brands Hatch, especially the GP loop in like a fast car.
Yeah, once you get to Hawthorns.
It's about basically showing dominance to the other guy. Like, you know what? I'm making my move here. If you do not back down, we die.
And then Rafa Marciello puts a McLaren in the trees.
Well, that's because he's Rafa Marciello. He just drive into people if he feels like it. Oh no, you hit the front of my car. Oh, you're dead now. Oh.
Do not disparage the long-legged Italian.
It's loads of good tracks. I feel like I think that's why it's hard to pick like ones I call my favourite because I could say there's tracks easy that I don't like, refuse to race, and there's tracks like yeah, no, it's alright.
I mean, I could break chat and say I don't like Watkins Glen.
I feel like in the grand scheme of things, that is like an unpopular opinion, but I feel like in this team speak, it's like
it's a default opinion on this.
Yeah,
speak.
it's weird. I'm like,
I went on the fence about it. Like if they made the chicane better on iRacing, so you don't have to skirt death every single time, just to not lose half a second or a second. Yeah. Then I would really like it.
Here's how you fix Watkins Glen, okay? You delete the chicane, and then you
No.
delete the boot.
No, there's a problem with deleting the chicane, and the boot as well. You're forced to run high downforce then, or low
Sounds
downforce.
great.
Then. High downforce is way better. Then it's more fun, and you can't if there's no chicane.
Just the classic NASCAR layout is actually.
I did a Porsche Cup race with that one, and it fucked my mind over when everyone's like outside the carousel is cutting really wide. 'Cause I have a problem most of the time of going wide when you're meant to. 'Cause I'm like, the line's there, I've got to stay in the line. It's like, nope, you go like as far as you want on the outside. It's like, okay.
Opinion on Phillip Island. That's going to be a divisive one here, I think.
Fill up island. Where do you fill it up?
I like Phillip Island.
I like it, but I've not really raced it much.
It's a bike track though.
Yeah.
Not enough data for me. Belle Isle though. That's funny.
Belle Isle's goated.
I
Wait,
grinded
which one's
out.
that?
That's
Detroit.
Oh,
Good Detroit. When I first got iRacing, I used that to grind my way at the Ferrari Challenge. That was my track and car combo.
Yeah.
You just avoided everybody smashing into each other.
Oh, I got really good results because guess what? You just didn't die. You got good results. And because the track was so slow, you didn't realize how understeered that fixed setup was in the Ferrari at the time. This is before iRacing actually made decent baselines, so it's like, oh, this thing understeered like a truck. I wish.
Vortex, not super into Sebring, and I feel like the odd one out in those circles for that. Everyone seems to love it. It's like, it's super flat. I just don't really appreciate it.
It has bumps.
I vote to pick a Sebring. Isn't that Sebring sucks? I really do like Sebring. It's that people will go and say Sebring's amazing, Sebring's great, and then criticize Silverstone for being flat.
Well,
say
Silverstone is
sucks.
not flat.
Yeah. The problem with Silverstone is that they're fucking terrible at driving. It's why they don't like it.
Yeah,
Parts of it are
Silverstone is
flat.
tricky. You really have to send it there everywhere.
You have to keep that apex speed more than anywhere else.
Sebring, I like Sebring. I would like if iRacing actually had a new scan of it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
more
would
bumps.
also like if they, like, okay, sure, keep your bumps, but the final corner is too much. There's no correct line there. It's just, there's no correct line there because it's just awful everywhere. I think it needs to be repaired just a little bit.
Road
Just the final
America is
corner.
definitely not underrated in sim racing. You can't fucking escape it on iRacing. It's everywhere.
I wish I could. I'm not a fan, really.
I used to like Road America, and then it's just because it's fucking everywhere. It's like Spa. I don't like it anymore.
See, I still like it, but that's because again, I just don't race it as often. Just pick more niche cars and then go over.
How did we all get into sim racing? That's a fun one.
YouTube.
Yeah.
I was watching some motor racing things on YouTube, and then suddenly sim racing stuff came. I think it was Empty Box.
Yeah. I think for me it was like I was back in school, primary school, looking for just like PC racing games to play, and I found Live for Speed back in the mid 2000s. About 2005, I want to say, I found Live for Speed's demo. I then got S1, later S2, built, started my sim racing enjoyment there around 2006, 2007 with Logitech G25. Found R Factor. And then my graphics card died, so I stopped sim racing for about 5 years and came back to it in 2016.
I feel like when it comes to this discussion, I feel like I'm so the odd one out in this team speak because all you guys have been racing for so long now. I'm like, yeah, I started about like about 7 years ago now. But everyone else is literally been doing it for like 15 years now.
My whole life.
And it's like, oh.
Well, you say that, but like, I had a wheel since I was like, I don't know, maybe like 10 years old. It was the same wheel that Plastic Fantastic was for Bailey, but mine had force feedback for a while. Until it broke. It broke. It broke relatively quickly. But then at some point I found R-Factor 2, R-Factor 1, sorry. R-Factor 2 wasn't a thing. And, I enjoyed that. But I was never really serious with sim racing. I was just like, oh yeah, just would drive around the track for a bit. I was never good at it. And then started watching Jimmy, and then tried to compare myself with some other drivers that are actually racing, and I realized like oh shit, I'm really terrible.
Yeah.
But you wanted to get better at it.
Yeah.
Did you emulate what you saw, or did you like kind of study what they were doing?
No, I just brute forced it. I just
wow.
spent many thousands of laps.
And just looked at the time until it felt.
Out.
And you just did laps and looked at the lap time until you thought like, okay, I'm doing this better.
I think it's not even like, oh, I'm getting better. It's just more, trying to figure out more intuitive, like trying to figure out how, like, what am I doing with, like, trying to make it more intuitive, for myself. But I think by doing that with no, like, guidance really, I think that might have caused me learn some bad habits that I will never be able to get out of.
I mean, you still brick like you would with LMP1.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't think I remember hearing your story about how you started sim racing, Thatcher.
Oh, okay. Well, I went to IndyCar races when I was really little, and we always had a Commodore 64 as well, and there was like a IndyCar-like game called Pit Stop. I think it's called Pit Stop 2. It came out in the mid-'80s, probably like 85 or something. And I always just thought, and it was a split-screen racing game too, and I just thought it was so cool, like, oh, I can race against my brother, and I had all these different tracks, but going to a race and being like, okay, I saw it, and I know there's games that have a one-to-one to that, and then like Super Monaco, Ayrton Senna, I remember getting that for my Sega Genesis, and then the Papyrus games, Indy 500, IndyCar, NASCAR, and we didn't have a wheel. My friend Brad made we play with a joystick, so you're just using the trigger. And those games are tough if you've ever tried them, and like you'd be like modulating the trigger going around Long Beach or Toronto or something, and we just kept doing that until we could kind of do some laps and sort of race against the AI. But it wasn't until Grand Prix 3 and GP Legends I was in the SimHQ forums and was reading about those games and seeing screenshots and people doing like these recaps of what their races were like in Grand Prix Legends, and they made it sound like it was a real thing, and I was like, well, I gotta figure out what that's like. So I bought an Act Labs bungee cord wheel, and I just slammed my head against the wall in GPL for like a month until I could do a lap of Monza without crashing.
Yeah.
And I didn't care about my lap time, just like, can I actually do a lap? It took me weeks in cars like the Ferrari 312. Once I got it down and I could stay on the road, I never looked back. I just thought that was the biggest accomplishment I'd ever made in video games,
So I just worked out my first proper sim, because I played like Token Race Driver, but I don't count it as sims. At the time I was playing on controller. I think my dad had a Sidewinder wheel, a Microsoft Sidewinder wheel, which worked, but I was too young to really understand what was going. It's like, whoa, car, the wheel's going.
Car go fast.
Wow. So I worked at it would be late 2016 was when I picked up AC, the original. And arguably when I started sim racing properly.
That's wild. Yeah, I don't, especially like you said, for around here, that game is so new to me that like.
Yeah. I always feel the oddball out here because like everyone's like, oh, R Factor 1 and stuff like that. I start on AC. I'm a little baby.
I think like Bruce would outdo you there.
That's true, because he was in all other different kinds of games. Yeah.
We all know Battlefield's a real sim game.
What is your sim racing story, Chris?
Well, hold on, I need a straight.
Yeah, you've got one coming.
For me, it's motorsport has actually always been part of my life as well, like IRL motorsport. My dad and my mom and so on. My mom used to do marshalling for rally and all that stuff in Germany. My dad did racing himself. But for some reason, I was always a bit more on the FPS side of things, like FPS esports and COD and Battlefield and all that shenanigans. But we've always been to races, like F1 races and all that stuff. And only in 2018 is when I started to, I don't know, get a bit more bored of the whole FPS thing. And basically said, you know what, I'm going to take what I have motorsport passion-wise from the family and myself. Because, I mean, I've watched endurance races back then, even with Battlefield and COD going on.
Yeah.
And yeah, just decided to get a Logitech wheel, start an ACC, and now I'm here.
You just threw yourself on the deep end.
ACC being your first sim.
That's
ACC early
Yeah,
access.
that's like. I think me being AC1's like, nah, ACC. I remember that came out and everyone panned it. Like the first couple of versions of that game.
Nope. ACC early access is where I started.
It wasn't great initially.
Oh no,
really
it wasn't.
wasn't,
It
no.
was
It was
about
terrible.
a year into it where it was actually like, people was like, oh, that was actually quite good. When they moved to like the multi-point tire model, I think, is when people started like, oh, it's not bad.
Yeah. I remember I got it like almost day one and just like, I'm just gonna put it there because it's cheaper to get it now. And
Yeah, that's why I got it.
I
and
bought
left it fester
yeah.
for a while.
I bought it, and that's when I was really into a race room. Because like, it was for the time, it probably arguably at the time had like some of the best driving. This is probably iRacing called decent driving. Like the AC mods really took off. So it's like, oh, if you want a decent driving experience, it was that.
If that was the GT3 game, race room for me.
And now it's terribly outclassed by everything else.
Yeah, I would say iRacing's, if not, I would put iRacing and ACC pretty much equally as like the GT3 game if you want a good GT3 experience.
The tire model for iRacing came along quite a bit in the last couple years.
Yeah. I think that's one thing that's about iRacing recently, and if you're newer to sim racing, you probably won't quite. If you caught like iRacing before 21, I would argue that you weren't playing iRacing for driving. You're playing it because it had that like only decent multiplayer.
Yeah.
And ovals. Over the last.
I mean, as me driving primarily LMP1, they didn't drive too badly.
No, it wasn't
But
awful.
it was the exception rather than the rule. Like they were okay. Whereas nowadays you drive iRacing like basically outside of obviously some legacy content and just some weird thing which are still broken, like the GR86. Most cars drive pretty decent now. Like you go into them like, oh, this makes sense. This feels like a car.
Yeah. Quite was saying about how or you guys are talking about like bad habits you had, and I developed a bunch from Grand Prix Legends. Things obviously don't have wings, infamously difficult to drive, and you had it was just always felt like I was on a knife edge, and I prefer cars that are challenging to this day. But you put me in something with wings, and I always feel like I'm underperforming to what this thing can do because I'm thinking, no, I got to blip on every downshift. I gotta be really careful on the throttle. I don't hit the throttle as hard as people. Like I look at throttle traces for people in GT3s and 4s, and I'm like, oh, like I am so lazy at hitting the throttle. I keep like Niels' video that he did about throttles. I'm of his thinking of like I gotta feed it in slow, and it's hard for me to convince myself that I need to slam it.
I think the thing with the GT3 which sort of made me actually start slamming it was I think there's some commentary going on. I think it was like a trackside or something where a Brands Hatch was talking to like this racing driver on the track comms. And it's like basically the point where you realise that you just use the assist because like he was like doing the same thing, he kept babying it. Went back to the pit lane, his coach was like, just slam it. The car will deal for it. Just slam the throttle, slam the brake. It'll do its job.
It's the
it's like,
a little bit opposite from you, Batch, over that, because I pretty much started with straight into LMP1, which is I just skipped a few steps.
Yeah.
So I never really got the the experience with the older cars, so that's why I struggle with the braking a lot. And I always do the whole just slam the throttle down. So
I also went backwards because when I got into sim racing, the V10s and V8 F1 cars were still contemporary, right? And it's like these things are fucking cool, and I want to drive F1 cars. And of course, I was fucking terrible, but that still persisted until I want to say like 5 years ago.
What was the car and or track that like it clicked where you thought like, oh, I think I kind of get it now? There's that moment of like, I kind of understand how this works, and I could build on this.
I think I can tell you the moment I remember when it was like I went from going from terrible to like I understand what I'm doing now. and it took me too long to get there, but it was Skip Barber in iRacing at Zandvoort, some official races there. When I just got back into sim racing in 2016, it was like half a year into it. It was like something about the Skippy at Zandvoort was I wasn't good, but I wasn't terrible anymore. And it was like I could start understanding what the car was doing, what I needed to do to go faster, how I could push it more into some corners. And from there, it generally started getting somewhere. And it's for that reason every now and then I still go back to like the basics and drive Formula Ford and iRacing, or some I guess what would be a decent car in AC to compare to. Like there's this Maserati from the 60s that I really loved when I was learning how to do H pattern heel and toe. Makes a great noise, but it's not very quick, so it's just
Is it
around a bit.
the V6 250?
I think so. Not an F1 car, it's like a sports car.
Oh, the sports car. Oh, okay. So
that's how I learned how to do H shifter stuff properly, and actually have fun with it.
I can't give you the car which it made click for me in terms of after I started sim racing. I can tell you the car which got me into wanting to sim race. So at the time, context, before I got into sim racing, basically any motorsport I really had was stuff which was either on TV, which I could watch for free, or YouTube, because my dad basically hated modern motorsport. He hates it, he doesn't understand it. Because he was doing motorsport back in the 60s, and like, he looks at it now like it's too many rules, it's so political and blah blah blah, so he hates it. So he refuses to watch anything else. So I watched on YouTube, and obviously I found the Blog Pan series back then. That was free on YouTube to watch it. And the car that got me into it was watching the Bentley GT3 go around. Because it was just like, that's cool.
The first Continental, yeah.
Yeah. And at the time I couldn't actually find a sim which had it in until like at the time I think only Race Room had it in, and our Project Cars I think as well. But yeah, no, that's the car thing. Was like I wanted to do the sim racing thing. I want to drive that car around.
Yeah.
I think the Ford Mustang is going to do that for a lot of people over the coming years.
I mean, it's basically the sequel to it. It's still got an M Sport engine.
Yeah, I wanna maybe elaborate on Istanbul a little bit, because this was the third VC race. I think it was third VC race that I was taking part in, and I think I might have even started that race. I'm not sure, but it was the race where like actually I feel comfortable driving this. So that was pretty much it. This was 2015. It's almost 10 years now.
Yeah.
I know, it makes me feel a little old. To think for like GPL and Monza and that Ferrari would have been like 99, 2000 or something like that. And it's not a very difficult track, but just understanding the dynamics of like what my feet would do with the pedals and how it would move the car and the nose, but like to make it more conducive to take Curva Grande or something. And once you could launch your car into Curva Grande and then play with the throttle to steer essentially with how much it would push on the throttle or not, and not hit the tree on the inside, all the way to Lesmo 1, like once I finally got that balance down, I felt like riding a bike or something, and like oh okay, and like how you'd smoothly brake and make sure you wouldn't slam it so the whole car would become disturbed, and then kind of moving in between those pedals. It was so strange, and GPL always felt like it drove on ice anyway.
Yeah.
Especially at low speed. That once I could get that down, at like, oh, I think I could drive anything at this point. I'm surprised I had that stick-to-itiveness. Oh.
That's the Valorous GT4.
What happened with them?
I'm trying to find out. They're just gone. I was going to ask about you. Did you ever get your GPL rank?
I did. And it was negative. It was just negative. I did like 8:20 at the ring. That helped me a bunch. I was really negative at like Rouen, I think I did a high 28 at Monza in the Eagle. I was not good at Monaco though. I'm trying to think. There might have been another track I was definitely a little positive with the rank. But yeah, anybody that knew back in the day to compare your time to the recorded times that came with GPL from the developers, a website you could upload your lap times there, and it would give you a rank based on plus or minus to all of the tracks in the game, what your lap time was relative to the laps that came with the game.
Yeah.
And like the big barrier, it's even an achievement in Assetto Corsa, and I thought it was very lovely of them, is that when you get under a 1 minute 30 at Monza in the Lotus 49, and I think, and they took the achievement, said like, you know why this is a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was.
Everybody. Well, I suppose now these days it wouldn't be as big of a deal now, but like, if you know your sim racing and you're a nerd, you would know why that's a big deal.
I think the lap time lap time for Spa was like a 3:20, I think, to be above or below, and I just got below that. And that original Spa, if you know it from R Factor 2 especially, is nuts. I mean, it's just so fast, the old Spa.
Yeah, we were just talking about GPL, right?
You were mentioning the whole Curva Grande thing. It was a thing that, how do I put it? It's a realization for me a couple of years ago, and I realized that some cars can't take it flat.
Even today.
Yeah.
If you skip the chicane.
If you don't take the chicane. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, I should have prefaced with that this was definitely a downshift and hold and baby it with the throttle kind of corner,
Yeah, it's like third gear thing and like an older thing, no?
Yeah, the GPL ones, it was fourth usually, unless you're in the BRM. But yeah, a lot of slower cars would probably be even down a gear than that.
But even some relatively modern cars also can't do it. Relatively modern, like early 2000s.
And Ascari under the bridge in that left, where that was almost flat. So he just chucked it in there and just let it glide through. Very satisfying.
Going through a scar of the 49 in GPL is scary, but really fun.
I'm waiting for the iRACING wet tires, or add wet weather racing to it.
But it should, it already has wet tires, quote.
It has groove tires, doesn't really
it just doesn't have wet physics, though.
Yes, I think it'd be hilarious.
It would be great, I think. Also, traditionally, I accidentally typo Bacho's name in chat, just usual.
You get Nacho?
Nacho.
I was thinking, like, just don't type in Nacho. It's like,
You want Nacho?
then I look at it,
trying to say
it's just
something?
Nacho now. I am a little bit hungry now. I should probably get breakfast.
I should preface, I'm not old enough to have done GPL rank back in its day, and I still really haven't done GPL rank now, but maybe I should.
I think it's a fun thing to check off the list.
I just like the racing, so like I love the history of it.
What he's saying, everyone, he's a nerd.
Yeah, I mean, like,
No.
I love Grand Prix too, and that's a game about as old as I am.
Oh yeah, it's like 96?
Yeah.
It's younger than me, the game. Just a little bit.
Before I even knew what sim racing actually was, I remember playing DOS simulation of F1 Grand Prix.
My DOS, oh
Yeah,
god.
on my keyboard. It was like I didn't know any better, but it was just cool. I just wanted to play racing games. And then like because I'm also like a big Worms fan, I had to learn how to use DOS because I was just young enough to use Windows, but the original Worms game you had to use DOS to boot into. So
Yeah.
I've always had Windows. My dad had a copy of Windows 2000, which was always fun. There's lots of games to do.
Yeah, it's a server OS.
Oh no, it's for Office computers.
Alright.
It was
That's
like
right, NT. I'm thinking NT.
Yeah. Well, no, NT is like the core technology, like it's new technology, whatever it stands for, bollocks. But it's like NT is what's called like the new kernel. So I think everything post 98 was built on it. So obviously ME, XP, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Whereas Windows 2000 was the last of the old kernel. Which is why it was sort of designed for business offices, because like they were like wouldn't move to the new stuff. So it's like, well, we'll release something for you with patches, but we expect everyone else to move to ME/NT stuff.
We did LAN parties, with all my mates back in the day, and there'd always be some twat with Windows 2000, and he could never play any of the games that we wanted to play. It was so frustrating.
I remember when, I don't know if it was in the States, but we had something called sold out software. I don't know if it still exists.
we had that, yeah.
But it was right on the back of the box. It would say Windows 95, 98, and 2000 would be a big X.
That's how I remember getting a lot of old bargain bin games, like in the early 2000s, like the original Tomb Raiders.
I got like a bunch of like Common McRae Rally games, which all sold out software rebadges.
I think there was another one called Explorer as well. I remember that one.
I know PC Game the magazine was released games as well, which they gave good scores to. So
oh wow!
I think my copy of Toka Race Driver 3 is a PC Gamer rebox.
Nice.
With like it's got like 90% rating. Look how good it is.
For Race Driver 3, I remember the demo coming out before the game came out, and everyone on the LFS forums was looking like, "This looks amazing." Is that?
Look at those track scans, or by scans, I mean. Fucking abominations of tracks.
It's just funny to go back to that now.
I mean, I've got like the car rosters themselves. Like those are some cool series out there. I would love to see them in like more sims, but it's like, God, that game was not. Also, Toka Race Driver without a fucking Toka series in it.
If you guys want like a big laugh, just look up Toka Race Driver 1 Bathurst.
Oh God.
And you will be mildly upset.
Isn't the V8 supercar in that game way too fast as well?
Yes.
It's like, 200 miles per hour.
It's got fucking jumps.
Oh yeah, I won that Bathurst now.
Come on, racing at it.
Video window, it's not low.
Just a little bit of a car report. With the track getting this much hotter right now, it's 32 degrees.
Oh wow.
It's not feeling really nice.
Well,
you want to whack that TC up if you need it?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to here in a second.
That's already up at 9. Oh god, okay.
Well,
Oh,
the
is
good
it?
news
Didn't pay attention to that.
is I've never driven the car in nice conditions, so I don't know what the car feels like in nice
Yeah, it doesn't feel all that great.
conditions. It'll be fine.
Someone's mentioning life standings. I believe you can see a timing tower on Grizzle's stream.
Yes, you can. Yep.
Subscribe to Grizzle TV. What's he on?
Twitch.tv/Grizzle.
Oh, this is just Grizzle.
Wow. Shells.
You should also subscribe to.
What's Bacho's one?
Nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Grande?
Question mark?
Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark 1?
Just make sure you're following Jimmer's YouTube channel and
Yeah.
And subscribe to his Twitch. Wait, no, wrong way around.
well, whichever way.
Still no one in that 553. We're gonna overtake him.
On skill alone, we've overtaken 2 Grizzles that good. He's overtaken.
God damn,
2 cars.
Grizz.
It's saying DNF on my end, so there's no one connected.
Yeah, the Delta is closing in on them.
He's just too fast, man. It's too
My
fast.
Delta says otherwise.
Delta like 4 seconds off. I'm so fast.
Just wheel faster then.
Oh, so fast, man. Oh, fuck.
Oh
God, oh, fuck. That's a wall.
The brakes only slow you down.
Just let me know.
Well, on skill alone.
P6.
Could be.
Reminded of that stupid Mario Andretti quote now, thanks.
Which one's that?
It's amazing how, even at the F1 level, how many drivers think the brakes are for slowing down the car. And he's right. But they also do slow down the car.
Like if you played a game like did Murray Walker or Mario say this, I would have picked Murray, I think.
Now for some reason the clip of Josh Verstappen going, "What's fucking Montoya?" comes to mind. Well, he forgot what the brakes were.
Oh god, yeah, he
I
mounted
think
him
it's
in
just
their
because Montoya pulled out right in front of him and then just like
Wasn't also
put all
that
the
year?
dirty air on Joss's car.
Wasn't also that year that for some reason Williams had to be on braking zones?
Yeah.
So always head went to the keep your distance.
Oh, there's a missile.
Yeah, they put that on the rear wing at Imola practice.
But I still think we should put on all the DHL cars.
Yeah.
Especially after a certain Watkins race.
Bye, birds.
Bye, birds.
Well, the advantage of having 9 people in a car, Chad, is that Jimmer doesn't have to get up right away. He can just.
He's still got like
chill
3
out.
stints before he's meant to be in the car.
He's doing the last 2. Like, he doesn't need to be up for a while.
I think he's going to be pleasantly surprised to see what place we're in, too.
Getting up in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you, Andy. What's this one?
I found footage of it. It was harder than I thought it would be.
I'm just like, I'll paste this in here as well. Chat, you need to see how bad this version of Bathurst is.
It has some resemblance of Bathurst.
Are the lefts and rights correct?
Some of them, yes.
Some of them.
The cutting is so bad.
The timestamp's been lost when I copied it. Where was it in that video card?
4.62 seconds.
Yeah, if you go to the 4 minutes or something.
No, not 4 minutes. It's 8 minutes.
Yeah, 8 minutes in.
It's about 8 minutes. Yeah, about 8 minutes in, yeah.
Farmer, this one's come up a few times, but it's just because of the gears. This thing doesn't have the oomph to get in the 6th. And you find that with some cars here at Nurburgring or ones that have uphills and the way their gear ratios are whatever amount of power that car produces. It is strange if it were just looking from afar about like, what? I know this car has 6 gears.
It's just, the car, you're going up such a hill, so you need to produce even more power to get through all the drag the car has, right? And it's just like the run up to the style stretch, the back stretch. Like the car just goes slower. It doesn't have enough power because you're not high up in enough in the rev range to produce that power. So it's just faster to bang it off the limiter at fifth.
Yeah, and the gears are fixed. Otherwise, yeah, we would definitely change it.
GT4 syndrome, where you're never quite in the right gear.
There's also another corner right after the carousel up to Poe Act. You can also gain a little bit more time just banging it off the limiter at fourth, but not as big of a deal because it's like not for anywhere near as prolonged of a duration. So you all notice the fifth gear one because we're banging it for so long.
Who's in the car behind us? Like driver name?
Dominic Hamilton? The car directly behind? Or the one
Yeah.
in...
Six. They did a driver swap?
Daniel Blomqvist.
Oh, okay. They didn't do a driver swap. Yeah, he's fast. He's been closing that gap ever so slightly.
Most of these bastards are fast.
Oh yeah.
We shouldn't be in the splits. Realistically.
I don't think it should be. We're not cheating the system. We just happen to have certain people with high I rating.
Yeah.
Alright. Blame Long Beach.
What we need to do is even it out by everyone going to the GT2 car and sharing the I rating.
I'm gonna get a drink, Andy. I'll be next.
What?
I got 2 laps. Yeah, it's the fast corners now with this car that makes it a bit more iffy.
With the heat and the state of the tires.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for doing well, chat. Good to have you. As Sam returns, we were chatting amongst ourselves quite a bit there, talking about Sims and our history of sim racing, which is fantastic. And, really great to have everyone here for this race. The 9 people driving on the car, with Grizzle taking us around for just a little bit longer before he hands it off to Sam. And it sounded like Andy's report was that Jimmy was going to be up soon. I'll hand it back over to him. I've had a really good time with everyone tonight, even if I'm starting to fade a little bit. It's getting late in the day, and I woke up at like 5:30 this morning. But yeah, another wonderful 24 with everyone. I hope everyone's been enjoying it as much as I am. Drinking water and a few mixed nuts every now and then. Smooth sailing. Slim chaps from NW Straight Edge 97.
Despite the fact that it's over 2,000 people combining both streams watching us chat about old racing sims.
Hell yeah.
The number 6 has just been crashed into in Pat's back. Driven through by a BMW chalk.
It's always been. Yeah, I think most of the GT3s are BMWs.
Morning at big beardy boy. Thank you, Hugh, and to Gags as well. Very sweet.
Status report.
Cars going around the track. Riz is just too fast, so you gain 2 positions.
Yeah, boy.
All we've done is crash the car a bit, and then go keep driving the car while other people crash their cars, and we're gaining from it.
That about
No, it's all in pace.
There's nothing really exciting.
It's an N24 race.
What are you talking about? Look at the way he's gonna take this apex. Look at it. It's so exciting.
Oh,
There's a point where he just missed it completely.
Yeah,
I
was just thinking like, oh, that should be great right now.
He's understeers off into the gravel trap and just like spends about
This next one.
30 seconds getting up the gravel trap.
It might be a
breaking.
Bring it in, bring it. Yes.
Hooked it round there.
Yeah, like apex.
Coming up is a Schumacher S. Sorry,
Flat out
very
even, baby,
German.
let's go. Oh, I have an erection.
What are these 2 corners called? I always forget.
Well, that one?
Yeah, this one.
Left and right.
Yeah, left and right.
Left
Links and
and
rechts.
right. I think
No.
this one's Bilstein corner because there's Bilstein sponsorship on the outside.
Yeah, but it'll change in a bit. I mean, what's it actually called?
Well,
like
I
a
know
shoe-
this little kink is a Hatzenbach bone, but that's all I know.
Like the Schumacher S was Audi S before. This would, well, the other chicane's the Vidal chicane. I don't know what that is. Anyway, whatever.
NGK now.
Ah, yeah.
He's now going on to towards Copper, and it's like this corner with the VW badge on it.
The VW badge corner.
Yeah.
So it's the Michelin curve and the Vorsteiner curve,
Okay.
according to Racing Circuits.info, but that'll now probably be like Goodyear curve or Bilstein curve.
Yeah, take us round, Sam. Give me, tell me what all these corners are.
It's turn 10 and turn 11. And depending on the layout you're using, it might change as well.
Let's see if I can read the Yokohama signs. No, that one's too far away.
You've missed the last 5.
How about some like warning signs about motorbikes on the side? And I keep reading the top symbols of This is like, why is the motorbike screaming signs?
Everybody say this one together, ready? Blue plants.
Yep.
Yump.
Then this deadly shit, whatever that's called.
The speed. Pottenborg, I think. And then we come up to Schwedenkreuz and Nurburgring next.
That's the corner everyone goes off and hits the wall.
So the corner name that I can't pronounce is what everyone else calls the foxhole. Into the compression into Adnar Forest.
There's no foxes down
No.
Yeah, where they hiding?
there. Isn't this the curb that they changed in real
Yes,
life?
to make it really high for some reason.
No
So everyone, fuck you, you're not using that curb anymore.
And then you've got the double left of Metgesveld to Kallenhard's right hand.
We're not there yet.
There's Rebel Tree.
Yep.
Wait
We
for
should-
Rebel Tree.
At some point, I hope we can actually name it that.
Metgesveld. To Versiphon, which we all call Miss Hit Miss.
I don't know, I tend to do the miss.
Or hit and hit.
Yeah.
Depends if you...
The wall, yeah.
Yeah, hit, fuck, crash. It's my favorite game.
Believe this next bit's X Muller. Got Nicky Loudon. No, this is X Muller here.
It's Silly Bridge. That's fine.
Graffiti
name.
Bridge, yes.
And there's this dumbass corner which you always lose traction.
Hate
next
it.
to.
Yeah. Yes. Here's the
Loud up here, yeah.
Work.
This next section I just call fifth gear.
Yeah. This left-hander is technically called Kesselchen.
Kesselchen.
It should be called the start of misery. And then the last one the end of misery.
This
The
one's
straight is
Blossom
usually.
Tower.
I remember this straight from being always in the shade in the shade in Gran Turismo, so that's pretty much how I recognize this. It's just the straight in the shade.
Good curve. You're making me commit to this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to hear them all. What's this shit called?
I don't know this one, but come up to the style striking here.
Okay. I hate this corner.
No style to it.
I don't think I need to tell you what the name of this corner is. Big bike.
The Parabolica.
Oh, is this the one that they modeled after
Ferris
Road
wheel?
America? Oh, great.
It's the one from Zandvoort. What's it called?
Yeah. What's this concrete shit?
Schukenholzbach, that's what it is, yes.
Nice, man. You almost spat on me.
And then we've got Ho Act.
This is the one that Nicky got killed out a few years ago by a Mercedes. That's what I know it from now. It's also got the Corvette van on the outside.
Vipperman here is this awful right-hander coming up.
It's better in GT4. I hated it in GT3.
Yeah, this one. Here,
Mount.
off camber.
I love this corner.
It's not why I didn't like. It's just because it felt awkward in how fast you need to take it.
Yeah.
Because it feels so fast, but then you need to brake mid corner for the next corner.
Everyone calls this YouTube corner. I don't know what the actual name is.
It is YouTube.
Now we've got my favourite bit of the track, which is the Flans Garden.
I think a lot of people like this place. This section.
It's actually called "Oh fuck, my split is broken."
Especially the right here, whack.
Next you're approaching is the TCR.
And
What
then
about
this
the-
corner is TCR corner.
That corner's the one where if you drive a GTP too close to the apex, the car goes up.
I know this
Stefan Belafast.
That's right.
Jesus!
Watch out.
Hello.
Why would you do that?
Reasons.
Oy.
Decline a carousel
save.
here.
That's Parabolica 2.
Yes. And then we've got Galgenpop to end the lap before we go on to the Dotty Ho.
Yes.
Big ho. The one with the little carousel. I don't know. I was exploring the locations around this track, and apparently on the outside of that corner, there's like a cliff, pretty much. There's like a few trees and a cliff.
1.4 laps to go. So, Sam, you've
Yep.
got a lap to get ready.
Yeah. And just for completion's sake, then we'll get to the Bildstein Bridge and enter Tier
Not
Garden.
sponsored. Or maybe are we sponsored?
There's Bildstein decals on the car, so we are technically an SPT.
Hashtag ad.
Checks in the mail.
Why aren't we running like 600 brake horsepower like Jimmy's BMW?
I don't think the Cayman can make 600 horsepower outside of GT4 RS version.
But we're getting cancelled by a brand again.
I think we already have been.
And that's a lap of the Nurburging.
Now we know. Thank you, Sam. Excellent.
And now you'll all have forgotten all those names.
What's this called again? I forgot.
Shit.
It is shit. And this is even the turn 2 is even worse shit.
Yeah, shit and shitty.
Bit and shittier.
And you go to Goodyear corner because the Goodyear badge on the outside there. Yeah. And you got get murdered by a GT3 car corner.
I think this is called Ford, this right-hander.
I think the one before
Doesn't look like a Ford.
Nah, sure. It's got a truck on it. Got an F-150 inside.
This is Goodyear corner.
No.
No, this is always going to be Dunlop.
It's actually Yokohama.
I thought it was Coca-Cola.
This is the corner that Lewis Hamilton binned it in his first year in F1.
Yeah, he went straight on, didn't he?
Yeah, tyre failure.
But the takeaway I had from it is that he came back the next time and he didn't. He just did it better. I mean, he didn't crash, obviously, but like it was important.
He learned the technique of not crashing.
Yeah, he took Coin's advice.
Just don't crash.
He was wheeled better. Here's 1x corner, because fucking hell the chicane's
We are 6th overall now, mate.
In class.
Yeah,
no,
wait, sorry, in the class.
It's
Sorry.
overall. Ignore that's 28 at the bottom, we're 6 overall.
Sorry, I read the comment. I'm like, yeah, you're right, 6th overall.
I hear him saying it's weird.
No replacement for displacement. Ooh. Rude.
I don't like that, man. Oh my god, this bouncy car, man. Ah!
Pogo.
Oh, it is 35 degrees now, isn't it? Huh.
Yep, I can definitely feel it.
Time to cook some eggs on the track. All part of a nutritious breakfast.
Can someone explain the car classes and colours to you, please? Yes. The yellow, like Nicholas Schaefer there in the relative, that's GT3. If you see a blue box, that'll be a Porsche 911 Cup car. Us in the red, or pink, if we are a certain colour dispensation, is for GT4, and purple for TCR. You see a name in white, they're on the same lap as us. If it's in red, they're a lap ahead of us at the very least. And if it's in blue, then they're a lap behind us at the very least.
You forgot the green in
There is no green here.
We've got no green cars. We're not eco-friendly here. We are killing the polar bears.
It's a green heck. It has to be green car.
If you couldn't hear, that's a Jimmy skill issue. Thank you. We can all blame Jimmy for that.
For what?
If nobody could hear what I said.
Disappointment for the whole time it's just being mumbles. That's all we could hear was Batcho.
I think Jimmy finally might have fixed me, because I usually was very loud at this point.
He's made me really quiet.
Favoritism, obviously, is showing.
It's just Irish accent. Can't blame him, really, can I?
You got too many complaints in the mail.
You're actually not here yet. Just a voice in my head.
I'm assuming he heard you, because he said thank you, so...
Hooray!
Not deaf. Something.
Ah, 6th gear, damn it. Ugh.
6th gear is illegal.
extreme part of the circuit for you guys?
Flying a carousel.
Wow, that was fast.
I don't even need to think about it.
For me, it's the corner right before the little carousel.
Every bit between the pit exit and the pit entry.
So the pit lane now.
I'm just bad at this place now, babe.
You know what? I'm gonna put it like this. I love the GP track, but with the way the setup you have to run for Nurburgring, it makes the GP circuit awful.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna leave it at that.
It's just like the way you have to set the car up for the Nordschleife just makes the GP circuit terrible.
Which is unfortunate because I love that part of the track.
Any tips
Also,
for gaming or consistent is just don't crash.
Yeah.
The familiarization of the place, always knowing what's coming and maybe a corner ahead where you have to be, and you know, all those little refinements you make.
So I never understood the hate for the little carousel, whatever it's called.
It's just awkward. I don't like it.
I never understood that. It's just like, it's fine. Like, you just
It's
send
quick,
it in.
but it's deadly.
And
I
you
think I just don't
kind
like.
of oversteer a little on exit. That's it.
I think it's just the racing line you take through it puts you on like the middle of the track on exit, which is just breaks my brain. I just confuses the crap out of me.
Okay.
It looks like a corner you should be going way quicker through because of the radius of it, but because of the way the track's laid out, it's like, like you have this little bit of the track you have to use. You can't use the rest of it because it's just slow, and if you fall over the carousel, you're going to crash. So, I just
Sam,
don't
you ready?
like it. Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright,
Because with the polite way to say, shut up, Sam.
Shut up, get in the car.
No, I'll just complain about the flying carousel for every 7 laps I go through there. Awful corner.
Hey, Jimmy promised to complain about the car for the entirety of the race. He's asleep now, so... Well, he's not asleep.
False advertising.
Yeah. I don't hear any complaining. Good drive, kid.
Yeah, it's just... yeah.
You
Shut
drove
up.
well,
No,
mate.
you did good.
You
Shut
drove
up.
really well.
Yeah.
You did it. You gained positions.
I'll pump you up, Ed. You kept on it when the track was getting hot.
Right here.
Yeah.
I just need to do a
I'll
couple
slap
laps,
you
apparently,
if you don't accept it.
I'll accept it.
Yes, I mean, in theory, you just do 1 lap, but I would suggest you do 7.
Limiter, brake
Yeah,
bias,
it's on.
TC.
What about seat belts?
Got to plug your mic in. Adjust the wheel.
Get the drink.
My check.
RFID.
Yeah, the ID, yeah.
Switch to chair which driver is in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Piss off any German officials.
Flip off the Ferrari fan in the grandstands.
I just feel like Grizzle, your helmet in my end it's a Ferrari helmet.
Is it?
Yeah, it's got a Ferrari badge in the front.
Oh.
Good luck, Sam. Have fun.
Thank you. Faster traffic approaching. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Normal stuff, no pressure. Like, just get the car around.
Right side.
Really? Why do they go so close?
I thought that too. Like you could give a little more room.
Oh, it's so unnecessary.
Just sniffing the brakes.
Brake dust. My favourite. As long as the tracks get this is cloud state.
It's gonna get hotter until it ends. Aye.
Faster traffic approaching.
Oh, it looks so stiff through there.
That's what she said.
Car coming up quick. Car on your left.
God damn it.
Stay on the right.
Think of the Christian children watching the stream, Coin. Jeez.
Alright, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, Chris.
Okay.
I'm gonna be right back to get a water bottle.
What?
You and me, Batcha.
And Coin.
And Coin.
I'm not a driver.
With his that's what she said jokes. Just waiting in the wings. Welcome everybody. Grizz out the car. Mark Noska. Make sure you visit twitch.tv/Grizzle. GRIZZLE. Got Bam Benton of Mushroom Trophy fame in the car taking us around.
So, this is my favourite corner on the track. Because it scares the daylights out of me.
This is because it's fun.
No, it's really not.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only wish it
Go
was
ahead.
flat. Don't forget to eat your carrots. Your boiled carrots. Good for the eyes.
Schneider lens.
4x optical zoom. Photo print. Look at that horse.
Hello.
No.
That was too quick. I just don't know why that feels. Oh no, the temperature is way hotter. That's why it feels
Yeah.
weird.
You know, the car's going to feel very different from when you drove it earlier, so. I don't think it's been this long a practice session, too. So.
No, it hasn't.
Just be prepared for understeer. I mean, ultimately, pace doesn't really matter because you're not racing that close. So. Unless you feel like you can gain 2 minutes on the guy ahead.
Not with that attitude. Come on, you can do it.
We're still beating David Bettard.
Kill alone.
The leader's fitting now.
Alright, I'm gonna grab food, so.
Okay,
was awful there.
I think I'm just waking up still a bit.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Petars.
Faster traffic approaching. Car right. Clear on the right.
I guessed he was going to go there.
I saw it coming as well,
Yeah.
so.
Actually,
That was too fast then.
no.
It's too hot. It's really hot on track.
Got 40. You can get moving a bit. You're clear still.
Yeah, I'm fine. That's just used to when it was cold from earlier.
You avoided the wall,
This time I did, yeah.
which is the main thing.
Christ, okay. That's woke me up.
Sam's one-stop routine to waking up.
Yeah,
Spinning
just
the car.
nearly fucking crashed, yeah.
We can relax now for the rest of the straight.
Chad, I'm just talking to you right now. Man. Spinning and not hitting something, like that deserves an award of some fucking. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Sam can't hear me. It's great. It's just between you and me.
That's right, Austin.
Car right. Clear on the right. Faster car coming up quick.
We are indeed P6. Really, last major moment we had was with Oscar, and it was just unfortunate how he caught the grass. And
Group of faster cars approaching.
other than that, it's just been minding ourselves. Witcher, who drove a bunch of great stints, he was getting bullied by people. He got a 4X just straight to the back. Couldn't really do anything other than unnervous and otherwise trying to read the traffic in the mirrors. I know that's a complicated thing to do, and you're always trying to hold your line. But some of these cars are gonna send it in ways that if you don't take some kind of minor evasion, then you might just get demolished. So, man, I'm just really happy Sam didn't hit anything there. I'm back on it. I really hope he's awake. But again, the temperatures where it was like 21, 22 overnight, even when the sun came up, it stayed that low, and now it's jumped up over 30, 32, 33 or something. Definitely nothing like we've practiced with before, so he's just gotta take it off, ease a little bit in those medium and high speed corners, a tiny bit. Benji, maybe he's doing a pour over or something. He's going for a real special coffee to get ready for this. Probably didn't anticipate we'd be up to 6. I know, John. John 514 or 5 I 4. Either way, up to 6th. And good to see you. Welcome to all these people who are waking up. Jimmy's up. Sounds like he's getting breakfast.
Yeah.
Breakfast, coffee, all that. So be warmed up, hang out with everybody. And
Happy day.
I'll be taking my leave shortly after, since it's getting late here on the west coast. The west coast of the U.S., North America. We've had a whole bunch of fun. I mean, I've been here since like 12:51. I think I've been on chatting since like 1:30, and hosting in full since about like 4. I had like 9 hours of mostly me and yeah, maybe about close to 12 of just being on chatting. And I'm actually surprised I can still talk. It's a little degraded, as you can probably tell. I'm starting to catch that second wind, which isn't helping when I go to sleep soon. But if I don't get, thanks for everyone's just been being a real sweetheart, asking good questions and good comments, and it's been great to say hello to people and find out a little bit about what people have been up to, and just sharing in this moment, killing the time when talking about stuff that I've been up to and things with Jake and Phil and Oscar and Sam Coyne, who were hanging out with me through the evening. Bailey too, of course. You're gonna get Alex in the car soon with Sam and Bailey and Jimmy to finish it off. It's been really, really fun. Sam Winston's in the car now. His first stint since he's been awake. He appears to be awake now. And he's around here in the chats, in both chats. I missed doing these races. Sad I couldn't do the Daytona 24 stuff, but I was driving in it myself.